dig it tomorrow. I'm bringing it here.
I'm barely even.
Bryson, hook over, slide down. That way, hook over. Chris, slide down.
Okay. A little bit?
Yep.
Oh, that's my foot.
Alright, now I got my foot. You see? Cold.
Whatever.
No, huh?
No, he did not.
You better put a hat on, boy. You got a hat for Jake.
Got a bedhead down there.
Oh my god.
It's been a long week, bro.
About to get longer.
You ready, guys?
Yes, sir.
Well, welcome aboard, ladies and gentlemen. Quarterfinal week. We are ready. We're fired up. It is Thanksgiving week. Congratulations to all the teams that are practicing on Thanksgiving week. What a goal that was set back in the summer. Teams have made it, and now you know, final 8 teams remain in each bracket. Let the best man left standing after these next couple weeks. It's going to be a fun road to the Dome. It is Turkey Week, one of our favorite weeks of the entire season, ladies and gentlemen. We are here live from Gary Swallow's Taekwondo Martial Arts building here in Opelousas, Louisiana. This is show number 85. We are 124 total games in a 6-year span. On Friday night, we will cross off 125. 10 undefeateds remain, 32 quarterfinal brackets, and 64 teams remaining with one goal in mind, to be the final 8 standing. It's a loaded panel tonight. When the playoffs get here and it's quarterfinal football moving forward, everybody wants to be here. I had to turn away some of the strays at the door this evening. I had 4 more trying to come in the door and I couldn't get them in. We ain't got nowhere to put them. But semi-final week, whoever wants to come, it's up to Gary.
Look like we could put him on the floor.
Throw me under the bus here. Yeah, I got you.
Absolutely. To be the champ, you got to go beat the champ, ladies and gentlemen. And I've got a lot of state champions still left standing. All 8 of them move on to Turkey Week. Will they move on to semi-final week? Got a great one on Friday night. Blessed for the opportunity to cover Vermilion Catholic, St. Ed's. We're going to talk about it all night. If you like offense, these two are going to bring it Friday night. It's a loaded show. Got a lot of takeaways to get to. Got a lot of questions for the panel. I got a lot of brackets to break down, make some picks. It's going to be a lot of fun. If this is your first time here, welcome aboard. My name is Jordan Taylor. Here's the rest of the panel. Ladies and gentlemen, wake up, sir.
Introduce yourself.
First time here, guys. It's a struggle out the gates.
Jacob McCoy.
These are the Quincy alums.
Who you with?
Sports writer for the Quincy News, Cameron Pilot, and licking my wounds from my Tiger.
Making the move. Bryson, how can you top that? I mean, maybe a big Oklahoma win last week got you fired up for this week. The Tiger win wasn't really important enough, right?
Hey man, look! Shout out to them Tigers.
There you go.
Lordville Tigers.
Lordville Tigers.
On a big one last week against Iraq. I also got included to them Sooners. You know we coming for y'all LSU.
Yeah, boy.
But Bryson again, everybody.
2 weeks in a row, I let him wear the hat on the show.
Next week.
Mr. Esprit.
How you doing?
What's going on? It's Turkey Week.
That's all. Turkey Week, man. We getting ready for tomorrow. Feed the kids. You know, all of the turkey. I mean, the Thanksgiving trimmings and everything. That's what Turkey Week is about, right there.
Hey, best time of the year. Mr. Swallow, here we are again. Another Thanksgiving game pick show.
Gary Swallow from Opelousas, Louisiana, under the lights. Man, I'm going to tell you, another week, but we're in the quarters right now, man. We're getting ready to move it up to, the semis. And before you know it, we're going to be sitting in the dome.
In the end zone, huh?
Yeah,
In the
in
end
the end
zone.
zone with popcorn.
Special guest
that's right.
picker this week. What a moment it is for the platform. I made the quote when I interviewed you. The best high school football voice in the state of Louisiana is right here, and he's sitting at the table this evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, and thank you for the opportunity to have you on the show tonight.
Yeah, look, I'm excited to be here. Obviously, you guys have been doing big things for a couple of years now. I told you, I think the first game I watched of UTL was Kinder and Logansport. In 2020?
Kinder, Loreville.
Kinder, Loreville. That's the game.
Double overtime quarterfinals.
It was double overtime.
Me and you were there.
Yeah, that game was pretty rowdy. And look, anytime you can make it to Black Friday, you've done something right. Everybody's a winner at this point. Everybody's pretty darn good. Excited for this couple hours of football talk.
Hey, can't beat no good football talk, right?
Yeah, that's no joke.
Holden Lee.
He even sounds good on camera.
That's right, man.
Well, they said I had to do radio because I had a face for radio.
They
But
lied.
now I'm on TV. Well, then I got a TV show, and so now they can't really say anything. So.
There you go. Holden Lee, second place this week in the game picks, trying to get back into the win column. What's going on? Turkey week.
Bunky fans, just want to let you know I'm sitting by the hater right here.
Uh-oh.
Hayden Lazard. He said they got to prove me wrong. I mean,
did it.
they did it.
They did it.
They sure did prove me wrong.
Hayden Lazard, big one, Friday night,
Yep.
road trip, no KVN TV. So you're going over there and just watch the game?
No, I'm still doing stats.
Doing stats? Can't even come join us, Gary.
But
You're not
no,
good
going to Dunham this week. I'm excited. I'm excited to see Elijah Haven. We saw Pop Houston earlier in the year, and then to now see Elijah Haven, to see both of those sophomores that are the best in their class.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean,
right,
that's exciting. So I'm excited about Friday night.
Right.
Oh, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is an all too familiar face. Head football coach of the Sacred Heart Trojans. Welcome back, my friend. When we get to this point, you seem to make your way over here to make your presence known.
Yeah, man, I'm here. Ready to make some picks and maybe get a couple of these guys mad.
Coach Jacob Aguilar is in the building this evening. What's going on, Enoch? I see they turned you into a lifelong fan over there. You wearing their shirts.
Half of this is just to poke fun at Hayden for last week. But you know what?
He's a
Awesome
lifelong fan,
hospitality.
Bryson.
It was such a fun experience. The way they treated us was second to none. And I figured, why not wear the shirt this week? You know.
We warned
The
you.
food must have been really good, right?
Hey,
Bryson, you have no
Hey,
idea, dude. You
You
need to
have
come.
no idea how good that stuff was.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
I'm not missing it next time.
All right.
We'll write that down.
We'll write that down. Round 2 was something special. We seen a little bit of everything. We saw some upsets. We saw some teams get knocked off we wasn't expecting. Some big time wins. Had a couple routes. And you had some game of the year caliber matchups. We start off with the 2 guest pickers this evening. You think back at round 2. Your thoughts of a competitive round 2 that we did see, but some of them weren't too competitive games. Here we are. We're going into Turkey Week. Your thoughts of round 2. We'll start with you, sir.
So, I mean, look, it's one of those where you might have a couple lopsided games, but really, if you break down each bracket, and I went and watched like St. Ed's and the St. Martin's game, and as impressive as Harlan Berry was, I mean, they did a good job with him. And then you look around the state at all the other games that went on. You had some heartbreakers. You had some some games that were pretty widespread in terms of the score. And then now you look at round 3 where you think games will be a little bit tighter. Now the lights might get a little bit brighter for some teams. So now you're going to really start to see who's going to live up to that type of football they've been playing all year. That now this might be it, and you're that much closer to the dome. That's another thing too, is now you're just 2 games away. So how can those kids react whenever they face that?
Yeah. Justin, you've seen a lot of good football in your time. You've seen a couple games so far in the playoffs. But you look at some of the scores around the state of Louisiana. What's really standing out to you?
Yeah, look, obviously, as Coach mentioned it, there was a couple of lopsided games. You typically get that in the second round. But look, I think there was a ton of upsets. I mean, you look, just if I look in my area, Southwest Louisiana. I mean, Jennings gets upset. Jake's poor DeQuincy Tigers got upset, ruining my plans for the for the quarters. But look, I mean, there was a bunch of upsets. I think you look at the brackets and look at some of the scores. You can't look down the bracket without just, your eyes popping out your head when you see St. Ed score, almost 80 points.
That's crazy.
That is unbelievable. I've never seen that. So look, like I said earlier, anytime you can get to Turkey Week, practice on Thanksgiving. I know most schools had Thanksgiving dinner today or either having them tomorrow with their team. It's a pretty good thing, and it's a good accomplishment that you can make. Not a lot of teams have ever made it to the quarters.
Right, that's true.
Cool. Troy's throwing shots this evening.
Whoa!
My biggest question is, did he finally purchase that shirt?
He did. He messaged me earlier today and said he bought a shirt. Enjoy it. I enjoy it, my good friend, Mr. Troy. We start with some more round 2 reactions. Enoch, round 2 reactions.
There were a few games that we were kind of surprised about. Like after the Bunky game, we found ourselves watching a few of the streams. Like we caught the end of John Curtis Acadiana. We caught the end of LCA versus Notre Dame. We got the news about the DeQuincy Franklin game. And then also it was JB's game of the week. Was the last one that finished up was JFK versus Lake Charles College Prep.
Yeah.
We were keeping tabs on all those games as they went along as we were covering ours. But yeah, there was some big time wins, big time upsets. At least a couple of games that ended controversially, but I'm sure we'll get to that later.
Yeah.
But I still think it was a good second round. It was pretty competitive for a lot of those games, which is good to see. You want to see competitive ball. You want to see close games in the playoffs. Really want to see the kids play their best.
Hayden, you watched 8 hours of football this week. What a guru, ladies and gentlemen. Someone loves playoff football. What stood out to you? You watched a lot of football this week.
I just counted up. I watched 14 games
14
from Friday.
games. You better than me.
So, main one that pointed out to me was John Curtis Acadiana. The way that John Curtis responded, I shouldn't have picked against him because I don't know why on earth I'm picking against JT Curtis in the playoffs.
Right.
Same.
And I won't do it again.
Okay.
Giving away my pick a little bit early, but a lot of really good football being played. Even lower seeds, teams that you normally don't see as low seeds, coming up and upsetting, if you will, just because of the seeds. But you look at the team, and it's like a Southern Lab versus AES. The fact that had to be a second round game, it sucks for both teams because a good team's going home early. But that's 2 good teams, and so it's not a big shock whenever Southern Lab wins that game. And a lot of those types of games happened.
Yeah, you saw a lot of matchups in round 2 where locals went home earlier than expected, but you see the matchups. The matchups were outstanding in round 2. Mr. Swallow.
Yeah.
Round 2, my friend. We saw some goods.
When you call in a game and you watching 5 others, and you every time you call a game and you turn around and you look and you try to see what everybody's doing, it's like that was chaos, but it was fun.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you, it was exciting.
Enoch did a good job letting everybody know the scores.
Right, and I will tell you, the game that we covered, Bunky is for real.
Why did he point
Bunky
at
is
you?
for real.
He pointed at me as if I said something.
He pointed at the helmet.
Why did he point
Bunky
at
is
you?
for real.
Elaborate.
Notice how
Bunky-
I had a good angle right there.
Bunky is for real.
Okay,
I'm not disagreeing.
Chris,
There we
round 2,
go.
my friend. A lot of locals still standing.
Yeah, man. The Elite 8, huh?
The Elite 8.
Yep, you're right.
I mean,
Elite 8 in each one. Yeah.
you don't get here by mistake.
All right.
And someone said about the upsets, but I mean, right now,
Throw seeds out at this point, right?
you're right. Yeah, you throw all that out, man. Give you an example, Cecilia and Lutcher. Like, I convincingly knew Cecilia was gonna go in there and do their job. But other than that, John Curtis, that was a shock. The good game was STM and St. O.
Yeah.
I was watching a few of it on the sideline while the game was going on, and man, they was back and forth, and they pulled it off, man.
Bryson, proud alum tonight.
Congratulations.
When's the last time Tigers has been in the quarterfinals?
I think it was when I was there, probably.
2020.
Probably when the Twins were there, huh?
Yeah, it was
2020.
2020.
The Twins was over there, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they've been there a couple of times. The biggest takeaway I've seen is you see teams that's normally get highly ranked seeds. That's not, this year they're not as high, but like those teams have experience.
Still advancing in the playoffs.
Yeah, they still advancing in the playoffs. So to see that, like y'all always say too, some of those, defending champs, in order to beat a champ, you got to beat the champs. Some of those teams really displaying it. So that's my biggest takeaway.
Jake, tough week for you, my man.
Yeah.
They're laughing over there.
I'm not going to be ashamed of yourself.
Jake, tough week for you, but you came here this week, so that shows a lot in you. So I applaud you for that, for still having the guts and the courage to come after facing a tough loss like that.
Yeah, I'm not too shy like Alex.
Alex went and killed some
birds. I'm gonna tell you, look, my boys had a heck of a year. Coach Woodard did a fantastic job with that program, and I'm gonna tell you, we're hurting over there right now. The way that game ended, guys, I'd much rather get beat 60-0 than lose like that. I feel so terrible for those kids, our community, but I'm gonna tell you, had a lot of good come out of it. But as far as quarters, I'm gonna tell you, a good friend of ours, Matt Martin, he told me, he said there are no bad teams in the quarterfinals. Yeah. And I'm gonna tell you, I agree with somebody else. The seeds right now, you can throw that out the window. Yep. Okay, we just got beat by 19 seed. I'm gonna tell you right now, I think Franklin's a little better than 19 seed.
Yep. And I can vouch for it, like I said.
Right, and then y'all faced them in district, and I'm gonna tell you, there's some really good teams, and y'all gonna see some upsets this week. You're gonna ooh and all about, because I'm gonna tell you, I get how the LHSA does this power rating system, but I really feel like there's some teams that might be better in what they're ranked, and some teams that might not be. But it's gonna get real interesting this week.
You want me to finish this one off for you?
Go ahead.
You still messed up Chasten's plans.
Yeah.
Now Chasten got to go across the state of Louisiana.
Look,
Kinder.
I will say, look, Coach Woodard has done a great job over at DeQuincy. I'm a Rose Pine guy. I went through this a couple times during our games, some of the shows we've done. I'm a Rose Pine guy. We absolutely hate DeQuincy.
On the other side of the
there's no mincing words there. But I will say, like this year, I had an absolute blast. Being able to go out and we were able to cover and do some of the DeQuincy games. It's so funny. We did our bracket show, a couple of weeks ago, and I think I saved DeQuincy for last because I knew they would be the most listened to part of it, and over half of the audience dropped off as soon as DeQuincy was out. So look, that just shows you, what they're starting to do. Down at DeQuincy after, it's been a couple of, really tough years, but Coach Woodard and gang seem like they have got things on the right track.
All right, quick thoughts on the matchup Under the Lights has this week. Vermilion Catholic, St. Ed's. We start with Enoch. Thoughts on this matchup? Make it quick.
Over under 100.
Okay.
It's gonna be a shootout.
I like it.
It's gonna be a shootout.
Over.
Aguilar, thoughts on this matchup?
I think it's going to be one of the most exciting matchups in the state in terms of both of them can score. I'm really anxious to see if Vermilion Catholic able to stop Henry Summerlin. When you watched them last week, they're at 26 yards on like 18 carries. They do tackle well in space, so if they're able to limit him, I think that gives them obviously a better shot. But that'll be interesting.
Some fun.
Yeah. I think
thoughts on this matchup. It's a good one, right? We got a good one.
It's a very good game. I'm glad y'all got this game too. But it's going to be a really tough game for both teams defensively. It's going to come down to whoever can get one or two stops, make them punt one or two times, because there might only be one or two punts in the entire game.
Okay.
And so I think it's going to come down to that.
Holden, get your popcorn.
Yeah, it's two teams I love covering, which would be my first for Vermilion Catholic.
So your first experience of Screaming Eagle Stadium?
Yeah, and
Are you in for a treat?
I've been a fan for him for a while. St. Ed's, I like Kane West. I think he's a hell of a player, and it's going to be electric.
It's going to be electric. Thoughts on this matchup? You're an outsider. You're a Southwest Louisiana guy, but you see these two teams, and you've word travels across the state.
Yeah, look, I'm sure the defensive coordinators, the coaching staffs are just having fits, having nightmares already, and the game hasn't even started. It's going to come to, you said the over-under is 100. I would definitely take the over in that. I would actually set the over-under probably 110, 115, 120.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of points. Again, I don't know how much defense is there, but as you said, I think one or two, whoever can get the most stops is obviously, I think, going to be able to get away with the win.
Mr. Swallow, gonna be some fun.
All I can say is, wow! It's going to be there. And I'm going to be saying a lot of wows, probably.
We had to sweat this one out this week. Found out Monday night that we got the game.
Yup.
Yeah, boy, I was excited too.
Esprit,
Me too.
Jordy was after the game.
Esprit, two
texting.
locals playing in the
Gets funky.
quarterfinals. Not often under lights gets to cover two locals this deep in the playoffs.
Man, whichever defense get off the bus.
Yeah.
Whichever defense get off the bus. Now, if they both get off the bus, it's
gonna be interesting.
It's going to be interesting. But whoever get off the bus, well, whoever stay on the bus,
Yeah.
you know.
Go ahead, B.
My biggest thing is quarterbacks. And
Two good ones
two great quarterbacks and the tempo.
in the tempo.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
what I'm keen on.
Jake,
I tell you, it's two physical teams as well, and very athletic. A lot of history with the two. I'm gonna tell you, I wish I could be down there Friday night, but I'm obligated to take my girl out to Olive Garden.
Olive Garden,
I was-
over high school.
I was about to say, you're free, aren't you?
Over here we go. Friday football.
But no,
Think about the bread.
It's going to be a long night.
You do not schedule for Friday nights in football season.
Yeah.
Look, my wife just popped up into the chat. What did you say?
You do not schedule anything on Friday nights during football season.
Hey, Holly.
He said it.
Jordy didn't say it. Jordy didn't.
Jake,
But no,
that's 2 L's. Come on, man.
But no, it's going to be a really good game, and like you said, whoever's defense gets off the bus first, man. I was extremely surprised to see St. Ed's put up 78 last week. I thought something might have been said before the game between the two, which might have caused that, but talking with y'all off camera, y'all said they wanted to get in a shootout last week, and they certainly did, and I think St. Ed, this could be one of the best St. Ed's teams I've seen in recent memory.
Right.
Coach Shriver does a fantastic job over there in Unison, and they also, the coaching staff down at BC does a fantastic job as well, so it's going to be a dog fight.
Dog fight indeed.
Yep.
Vermilion Catholic trying to get back to the semis like they were a year ago, and St. Ed's trying to get back to the semis for the first time since 2003. I like it. T-shirts are for sale. Get them while they're hot. Last day to order. Tomorrow. Somebody put it in the chat, the link. Where you going?
Oh, he's showing the shirt.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
show the brand, man. Yeah,
There you
yeah.
go,
He-
okay.
He was scared. He
You
thought
s-
you were leaving,
You
man.
selling Oklahoma hats?
I mean, I can.
Yeah, if y'all win this week, I might buy one.
I'll win for you. How about
Hey,
that?
That's too far, Jordy.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say, wait a minute, you drink? What? He's on his second Dr. Pepper, ladies and gentlemen. Why?
Hey, I didn't have one of these last week, and I was cussing up a storm.
He was.
So it's all
And
on
he,
tonight.
and
Every
he
night.
gave
idea
us-
what game you were picking?
and he gave us the speech about you gotta be professional, no this, no that, no this. The first one cussed him.
And last one, too.
Yeah, him.
Jordy's cursed more times on his show than we
Oh,
have.
look at that! Look at that! Look at that! St. Ed's, look your man coming in the chat, coming in hot.
Oh, look at Pat.
Pat, St. Ed's lost to VC in the semifinals in 03. So here we go.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-oh. Coach Hillman got his shirt ordered. Stand up, Enoch.
Oh, my shit.
Yeah.
Stand up, Enoch.
Oh, wait.
Look at that shirt on the show tonight. Sit
Yup.
down, Enoch. Sit down. Sit down,
I
Enoch.
bet if they were playing Beauchamp, that shirt would not be on me.
Sit down. Sit down.
I think he's away from Beauchamp right now.
My man has turned into a lifelong fan, Coach Hillman. Y'all got this man.
Oh, he's hooked now, man.
Reeling.
They
Next
finally,
time we're going to the Grove.
they finally listened to us, Jordy.
All right. What else we have? We're turning things over at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to Hayden Lazard. And we're going streams from around the state of Louisiana at this time. If you're curious about your game, probably going to be streamed this week because 30 of the 32 games are going to be streamed or on radio. So listen up. If you hear it in the chat, And he also has a link that's posted that he will share after the show also.
Yeah.
So here we go.
Yeah,
Games that are streamed or on radio this week. Don't leave him out.
I actually don't know all the radio ones because I don't
I'm
get sent all the
watching
radio
you.
ones. So, Chaston, if you know more radios, you tell me if
So
they're getting.
Franklin Parish, Iowa,
Okay.
on the Lake 90 what?
92.9.
92.9.
Okay. All right. So whenever I get to that game, remind me.
You're gonna brand for yourself.
Yeah.
So
All right. So starting with a non-select Division 4, Haynesville versus Welsh is actually a fan stream from a parent in the stands and stuff. So that's going to be linked. I don't want to say their name
Good,
and
go
stuff, but
ahead.
if you go to the link, it'll show you. Generette versus General Trask, another fan stream from the stands and stuff from a Generette's perspective. Logan Sport Franklin's going to be on NFHS. That's a paid site. South Plaquemine versus Mangum is the Hash It Out Show Game of the Week. That's on YouTube for free. Select Division 4, you got Vermilion Catholic versus St. Ed's is an Under the Lights
boom.
Game of the Week. That's a free stream right here on Facebook.
Drop the pin. Hold it.
Kentwood versus Southern Lab. I do not have a stream link. I have not seen one. So if you know of one, send it somewheres and I'll find it.
They got a camera on the water tower.
Put a camera on the water tower.
Like that.
They got it, yeah.
Yeah.
Like that.
So if you do, if anyone can find a stream for that, I haven't been able to. Send it to me. Covenant Christian versus Washita Christian. HTV Homa on YouTube is streaming it.
Nichols.
Yes, and Washita Christian Football is going to be streaming it also on YouTube. Ascension Catholic versus Riverside, that's on VSN. Okay, then going to non-select Division 3, St. James versus Pine, that's another fan stream. You have to go to the link to see that one. That's on Facebook.
Troy, who's streaming your game?
It is one of the St. James parents.
Okay.
So, and then Kinder versus Union Parish, Kinder Huddle Fan.
I'll be watching.
It's a free one. And then you have Oak Grove versus Sterlington. That's on NFHS.
Shout out to my guy on the radio though.
Yeah,
Jesse.
shout out Jesse. Gina versus Lauraville. Gina High School Football live stream on Facebook. That's a free stream, and then it's also on NFHS. That's a paid stream. Going to Select Division 3. Dunham Live is a free stream that's on their own website. And then Jewel Sumner versus Bunkie. 97.2 The Cajun on YouTube is going to be doing that one for free.
We'll be tuned
Who
in.
won?
Bunkie won that last
Okay.
game. They for real.
We'll be tuned in.
Yeah, and then Calvary versus Episcopal. That'll be on VSN and Calvary Huddle. Those are both paid. Newman versus Catholic New Iberia. That's on VSN. Non-select Division 2, Franklinton versus Lakeshore. Franklinton High School TV on YouTube is streaming it. And Crescent City Sports, that's their game this week as well.
Yeah.
Franklin Parish versus Iowa. Kmart the Bird on YouTube is streaming the game. And then Chaston, what's y'all's
92.9 The Lake.
92.9 The Lake? We'll have it on radio.
Where can they find that, sir?
929thelake.com. You can also download the app. There's a bunch of different ways you can get it.
I'll have it on the link as well whenever I post it.
Gotcha.
Plaquemine versus Opelousas. Plaquemine's Huddle Fan will have it. That's a free one. North DeSoto versus
So I
Cecilia.
get to watch the game, Chris.
Yeah, North DeSoto versus Cecilia. NFHS has that. Select Division 2, Archbishop Shaw and JFK. That's on VSN. Madison Prep versus Estruma Journal on Facebook. They'll be streaming it. Edie White versus Vanderbilt Catholic. Robert Bauer on YouTube will have that game. Leesville versus Booker T. Washington, New Orleans. NFHS will have that game. Neville versus Chalmette. Neville Tiger Network on YouTube will have that. Central BR versus West Monroe. Central BR Huddle Fan. That's a free one. We'll have that. Ruston versus Southside Bearcat Nation Network on YouTube, or their website has that. Airline versus Destrehan. That'll be on NFHS. Going to Select Division 1. Edna Carr versus STM does not have a stream. Someone had sent me the radio. I don't remember what it was.
STM does have radio. I know they're it's going to be 104.1. I know it's 104.1 Lake Charles, 103.7 Lafayette.
Okay, so there you go. I'll make sure I have that on the link as well.
STM.
Catholic BR versus Rummel. That'll be on VSN. That's a paid option, or Rummel Streaming Network. That's a free option on their own website. Turlings Catholic versus John Curtis. John Curtis broadcast on YouTube is a free option, as well as Rebel Football on Huddle Fan is a free option as well. Alexandria versus CE Bird. 446 Sports has that one on YouTube for free, and CE Bird High School Football is free as well on Facebook. and that's all the games that are streamed. 30 out of 32 games are being streamed with video, and 31 out of 32 games will have at least some coverage live.
Also, the Opelousas Plaquemine game is going to be covered by our good friends Chad Jones and Mr. Burns. They're going to be covering it for the St. Landry Parish game where we can make that drive over there.
You said Baton Rouge and Rummel?
Yes, Baton Rouge and Rummel is VSN and Rummel Streaming Network.
And Your View.
Your View has that. I didn't see that they had posted their game, so Your View as well. Okay.
Chastity, you guys up in Leesville, they covering Leesville?
Yeah, they would.
Yes, add any radio that because I don't have all the radios, so any radio that you know.
105.7 in Leesville and 93.5 will both have that Leesville game. But yeah, STM, I think it's 103.7 in Lafayette.
I know 337 Preps
Yeah.
posted it on Facebook.
ESPN.
So if you look up 337 Preps, they have it posted for the STM game.
Hey, let's break down the brackets from the second round real quick. Takeaways, and the panel, you could jump in at any moment. I want your thoughts. We don't have to go across the board, but I do want your thoughts, okay? I took 3 takeaways from each bracket, okay?
All right.
Good. We start with Division 4 non-select bracket, and we start off with the 1 seed, Golden Tornado. Haynesville cruise to Turkey Week. Is it theirs to lose? Stunned.
I say yes.
What'd you say? I'm sorry.
Haynesville Golden Tornado cruises to Turkey Week. Is it theirs to lose? They're coming back with redemption on their minds. Is it theirs to lose?
I say yes. I think Haynesville, as far as that Division 4 non-select thing, they've probably been the number 1 team just about all year. I know their schedule isn't quote-unquote the best, but they're one of those teams where it's like they can schedule weak or strong, and they're still good either way. You still know that they're going to be a team that's formidable. And
We just had a team prove it to somebody.
Ooh. We're not at that bracket yet.
Not at that bracket yet. Hey, next one. North Iberville. They're about a year away. Tremendous year 1 for the program. They will be back.
Yo, most definitely. Most
Oh,
definitely.
100% agree.
I'm impressed with the
Year 1.
caliber athletes they
Yeah,
have.
year
for a
one,
1A school.
look what they did.
Wow.
Is that the best year 1 that we've seen in recent memory?
Wait, this is their first year.
Because they had
playing
football years
In
ago
LHS,
before
this is their first year in the.
Well,
Varsity, yeah.
the rebirth.
Yes, first year in
Yeah.
varsity.
That's
Yeah.
impressive.
But they had it in the past, but then they
Yeah.
It's
they
just-
got
but-
rid of
but-
it.
but that's a whole- it's a whole new thing now.
Yeah, it's all brand new.
Yeah.
That's impressive. I don't care how you look at
Thoughts
it.
on year 1 and my statement of they'll be back.
Oh yeah,
The best is yet to come.
definitely.
Yes.
100%.
Oh, they just getting started.
No doubt.
Yeah.
100%.
Coach, what you thinking?
Anytime you make it like as a 5 seed, and this is one of your first time, I mean that's just pretty impressive in itself. So especially in that area that they're at right there, like they're going to eventually get into some of those bigger areas and grab a few guys like as they continue on.
Right.
Coach, you see a couple teams in this Southwest Louisiana portion here had some tremendous seasons. We see a Grand Lake Fall. We see a DeQuincy Fall. We see a couple other ones that you've covered this season. But speak of the years that some of these teams had in this bracket.
Oh man. Yeah, look, I mean, when you look up and down it, I mean, you start off. I mean, Vinton got the 17 seed.
Yeah.
They go to Montgomery and had the lead in the final seconds. Controversy to end that game. They're doing a good job there. I mean, obviously, we kind of know what happened with that Faraday Lake Arthur game. Coach Davis always does a great job with Lake Arthur and Grand Lake. I mean, Grand Lake is Grand Lake, and they'll always be Grand Lake. They're always going to be good. I mean, anytime you can run out Jeff Wainwright as your coach, you're doing something right.
Yeah, buddy.
And obviously we got to talk about, DeQuincy a little bit ago, Welsh, Elton, Basile. There is a really good group of small schools in that bracket that's from our area that are doing good things. Again, you saw some of the teams that got upset, starting with DeQuincy. I thought Elton may give Logansport a little bit more trouble than they did. They ended up not, and Logansport kind of ran away with that game. But
That running back for Elton's pretty good though.
yes, they got two 1,100-yard rushers.
Well, one's a junior.
Yeah.
And he's coming back.
Yeah.
No, I'd seen some. I saw them from like early in the year and stuff, and I thought that would be a little bit closer. But
I did too.
from where they came in 2020, whenever it was essentially like shut down to where they're at right now, Coach,
Yeah, that's amazing.
he's done. Coach Marks has done a fantastic job there.
Tell you what, Coach McGee at Logan Sport just does a tremendous job.
He
I
got
know,
his-
I know you guys have been there. Those are some of the best facilities for a small school.
And he's got his
I appreciate
100th.
it. Like
He's got his 100th win this year, so he's got his 100th win, and he's got his Tigers back into Turkey Week hosting this week. We go into the next takeaway from this bracket. The Quincy loses a heartbreaker on Friday night. Your thoughts on the finish? We'll start with you, Bryson.
A finish, a lot could have been avoided in a situation like that, but besides the point, Franklin, I'm familiar with Franklin. They're a scrappy ball club, and if you let them stick around in 4 quarters of the game, 9 times out of 10 they'll make you pay.
Yeah.
They have athletes.
That's what I was afraid of, looking and see what they had, and they're notorious for, upsetting teams higher. Like you said, you've seen it happen to your Louisville Tigers. I've seen it happen to Kinder. I've seen it happen to a lot of teams, and I had a gut feeling when we were letting them hang in there in the second, third quarter. Said, man, we better do something, and it just didn't come back to bite us.
I think it was a coaching decision.
I don't know. I mean, it was.
It's football.
It was a bad night.
It's high school. It's high school football.
It's high school football. That's all you can say.
Yeah, tough moment. Yeah, tough moment in that game, and a tough finish that will be sitting there for a long time.
And messed up my quarterfinal.
And messed up your quarterfinal plan.
Hey, I already knew. I knew it was a lock. Definitely wanted to y'all.
But congrats on a good season, man.
Yeah, y'all did a great. Y'all had a great season.
To go from winning just 4 games in 2 years to quadrupling your win total in one season, that just speaks volumes. And the coaching staff at Quincy did a fantastic job. The community just come out in waves and supported like I've never seen before. And I think the best is yet to come.
Yeah.
Everybody love you when you win.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right.
Division 4 select key takeaways. Vermilion Catholic St. Ed's put up big points in round 2 to set up a major showdown that looms Friday nights.
Yep.
Hey, that's the reason why we're covering it.
That's it.
Y'all tune in Friday night, out under the lights on Facebook.
It don't matter who jumps in. Takeaways. We want your thoughts this evening.
As soon as I saw that matchup, come up and mean Friday night, reached out to Joe right then and there and said my opinion.
Yeah,
as a game.
You reached out later that night. Asked Gary Holden and Enoch when I called Vermilion Catholic's coach.
Oh, immediately after the bunker game.
No, we were still on top of the press box, and I made the
call. I've been there.
This guy, we're tearing down, and this guy's on the phone, and all you see is that hand going.
I said,
hold on. I was like, look out, man.
Yes,
it was all right. As soon as the brackets came out, I had saw Westlake and Kinder in that second round. And immediately it texted Coach Reed and said, hey, I'm in there in the second round. Save my seat. He texted me because it was obviously a blowout between Crowley and Westlake. He texted me, 20 minutes after 7 o'clock. It was already 35-0. He texted and said, well, I guess I'll see you on Friday night.
Yes, indeed. More with this bracket. The 11 seed, the 12 seed, the 13 seed all went on the road, but we all expected it.
Yeah.
Yep. That's teams that's familiar with winning.
Yeah, and I'll say too, we lost to Southern Lab. It was a young team on the year. They won the state title. They won the state championship last year.
I forgot you was sitting here. My bad, coach.
And then
Don't say that, coach.
And then now they, where they're at. I think they just kind of starting to get going.
Right.
Coach, don't
let him fool you. He's stirring the pot, man. That's what it is. He's stirring it with both hands.
we in the second round here. I forgot round 1. My bad,
It's
coach.
all love, bro. It's all love.
But that's not your traditional 11, 12, and 13 seeds, is what I'm getting at. Kenwood, Southern Lab, Washtenaw Christian, you usually see them in the top 4 year in and year out.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, experience. They're experienced to make the playoffs and to make a deep run and be seeded high. Like you said, that's not a normal 11, 12, and 13 seed.
No.
But I think it is 3 of the best programs in
the
Division
state.
4 in
God,
the state.
yes.
Which is why even on a year where they might be a little bit down, it goes to show you how strong these teams really are and the programs really are.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
And the scheduling too.
Yeah.
Scheduling. You get teams. I thought about this the other day. when we was talking about scheduling, remember this is the first year of the 2 years scheduling, and a lot of those teams that you wouldn't normally see ranked high, they are high because of the
Strength.
not the strength, the weak district schedule. You know what I'm saying?
Oh
And-
yeah.
So Southern Labs district is very weak, so they have to schedule the Madison Preps in
Right.
the world so that they can try to
Look
inflate
at-
their power.
Look at Washita Christian. They're sitting, 11-1 right now,
Yep.
and ranked at 11 seed because of how weak the schedule was.
Right.
But I mean, when you graduate that senior class, they were expecting a down year, and here we are.
Right, and there's no knock to some of the teams. I mean, I'm not gonna say no names on some of them, but you know, you look at the out of district schedule. Like, why would you even schedule it? You know what I'm saying? Schedule some competition, get you ready for the playoffs, get you ready for your district. You know, now you can't help who's in your district if your district teams are weak or whatever. But at the end of the day, you know, if you got a 9-1 team and you know they didn't play anybody throughout the year, okay, they're gonna be ranked high, you know. But you give it like a Cecilia, they had a tough schedule this year. They ranked where they was ranked, but you know what they bring to the table.
Same as OHS.
Right.
Nobody wants to play him. Nobody around here is going to play him because you know how good they are.
Right.
So they're going to have to go and schedule the St. Augs or the Edna Cars of the world because those are the only teams that are going to play him.
Right.
So they may lose that game by 1 point and get 8 power points or so. But in all actuality, they just played a team that's better than any other team around here. So that's why I think, you can look at OHS, it's probably going to go back to the dome.
Now then you take that and you multiply it whenever it's a smaller school even. So like for us, we're a 2A school. Whenever we're trying to schedule with tough games, it's even hard sometimes to get some of these larger schools to want to play us, especially in Lafayette area because people think that, oh, it's an open enrollment, so they're thinking all these other crazy things whenever we just want games that are going to prepare us for the playoffs. So that's why we're traveling to Rummel, we're traveling to Evangel. Last 2 years we played at Ruston, so we're just trying to get games, and OHS is the same thing. We're trying to prepare for the dome.
Right.
Like that's our scheduling process because we want to be there. That's where we expect to be. So we're going to prepare ourselves to be there.
How many years in a row y'all have ate turkey?
7.
Well,
There's 8 right here.
well.
You're about to run out of turkey, huh?
Run out of turkey. Is the fryer still working?
Barely. It's hanging on. You need to get another one soon.
There you go. Last one of this bracket, Riverside Ascension Catholic set up a monumental clash with 2 really good running backs. That's going to be some fun Friday night. This one right here, we all thought we had a shot to see it. But here we are. You get the 2 running backs on full display Friday.
Our front seven's better be ready.
Lastly, Elsie. Boy, you doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah. Right.
We said at the
better be ready to hit.
we said at the beginning of the season this year was going to be running back heavy.
Yeah.
With running backs all across
Probably
the
the
state.
best class we've
Yeah.
had
State's
ever.
ever had in quite some time.
I think it'll be interesting too because you look at Vermilion Catholic who beat Riverside by 2 touchdowns. So this kind of gives you like a full
Witness.
perspective of how good VC is. We'll find out Friday, but it's going to tell you how good Ascension Catholic is too. Because just my unbiased, I think Ascension Catholic is probably the best team in Division 4 Select. I think that's the state champion.
Year 1 coach over there, Coach Narcisse. So he's doing a tremendous job.
And look, he has a lot of experience as a quarterback in high school, back to St. James.
Oh yeah.
State championship run and all that. So he knows
Right.
what it takes.
Let's go Division 3 non-select, and we start off with the lock of the week. Falls, ladies and gentlemen. It was a good run. 11-1 now. Lock of the week falls. Kaplan taken down at home to Pine. We took some risk at the back half of the season, and that one right there got us. Lock of the week, but a good run. 2 years ago, she finished with 2 losses. Last year, she finished with 1 loss. Got a shot to finish with 1 loss again.
I think they game everybody picked Cap.
Everybody
Everybody-
picked that one
yeah,
across the
everybody-
board.
everybody picked that.
Honestly, though,
That tells you we don't know something about Pine.
Exactly.
Pine's a program that has really elevated itself in the last several years. I mean, you know, they're traditionally a baseball school and everything, but I'm gonna tell you that area they've got some kids back and forth, you know, from Franklinton, and man, that's a really good up and coming program. over there in Washington Territory. So I think the best is yet to come for the Pine Raiders.
Next up is both state champions will see Turkey Week this week. So the ones that want to see the clash of the state champions, it lives on another week, but a long way from there. They still got a gauntlet to go through. Union Parish, Oak Grove, the state champs, make it to Turkey Week.
I had this one when we did our bracket release. I had this as a state championship game. And I think whenever you have two state champions going at it, you don't always see that every year due to the reclassifications and all that stuff. That's history, in my opinion. I mean, you have two teams, they won a state championship last year, and you're guaranteed one of them's going to repeat. So
You're not guaranteed nothing.
Not guaranteed nothing.
Guaranteed nothing.
Not repeat, but okay.
They could both lose this week.
Well, if they make it is what I'm saying. I'm saying if they make it.
Yeah, you better clarify over
If
there.
they make it to the state, if Union Parish and Oak Grove make it to
You
the
see
state.
in red?
She's got too much food at the Bunky tailgate.
If they both make it, you're guaranteed one of them will be champion
Don't
again.
fire up the chat now.
Yeah,
Troy
I'm saying
gonna-
if they make it, but
Troy gonna have something to say about
Sterlington is
that.
going to have something to say
No,
about
Troy
that.
wants
Kinder's
him to
going to have
pick
something to say about that this week. We'll see how that goes.
Sterlington is going to have something to say. St. James, just about the other 6.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking about who they're playing against.
Yeah, you're right, my friend.
I'll tell you, Sterlington and Oak Grove playing front. I'm gonna tell you, them two. when
Say it
comes to them
again.
two-
Say it again, Miss Lawwood. The Bunky tailgate. Whoop. Go ahead.
Yeah.
When it comes to Oak Grove, Sterlington, I've got a couple friends of mine up that way. You can throw the records out the window. These are old rivals. They don't really like each other a whole lot. And to my understanding from our good buddy Ray Butler at 14 Productions, he told me this is only going to be the second meeting these two. This is only the second time these two have been met in the playoffs.
Okay.
I think the other time was like 2003.
You-
Now,
You see, you wonder why? Because one of them was a 1A forever.
right? Well,
Yeah.
they both were. Sterlington was 1A with Oak Grove, and Oak Grove would fluctuate. But yeah, I mean, these two have played each other every year. It doesn't matter whether they played Oak Grove, Sterlington, or at UL Monroe. It's always a battle with these two. So when we make these picks here in a little bit, I'm gonna have a hard time trying to pick this game. That's gonna be
They got a lot of hard picks in this.
You're
one.
right.
I'll add on to this.
No, because I'm coming right to you.
All right.
I'm coming right to you.
Because before that question.
No, because it's a good one.
Okay.
Lauraville peaking at the right time. They stunned the Bobcats in the rematch. Sir, the floor is yours.
All right. So first of all, it felt good.
You better fire your voice up.
Come on, man. Get into it,
It
Bubba.
felt-
I'm about to take the question back from you and give it to Hayden.
It felt great to see them boys out there playing Tiger ball.
There you go.
There's no turnovers I saw out there when they was out there playing. They're not creating a lot of penalties. They're staying locked in. They're pretty much like they're focused. Another thing that I want to also add, I don't want to jump the fence, but when y'all asked me about quarterfinals and semifinals appearance, a key fact, back in 2001, Lowerville and Sterlington did play against each other in the semis.
Interesting.
Ooh. Yeah, okay.
All right.
I wasn't alive back then.
No,
I'm a young buck.
6 years
Stop
old.
lying, bro. You older than me.
7 years old. I was
You
The
older
young
than
buck.
me.
That's the old man over there.
Nah, you older than me, bro. I want to hear that. I'm
You
just
got great
something.
beard. Shit.
just
He's younger.
I am.
I was in my 40s at that time. Man.
That's a silver fox. That's a silver fox.
Silver fox.
Silver fox.
I'm gonna
Yo,
tell
leave
you
my
all.
beard alone, man. Just because I can grow one.
Hey, let's go next bracket real quick. Division
Nothing.
3 select. We start off with LCA gets payback and head back to Turkey Week after Piles win. Give it
You
to
get
us.
next, though.
The
Don't say
floor
nothing.
is yours, sir.
You get next, I'm sure. So, no, I mean,
You better bring the energy.
Let's go something. No, if you would have watched week 7, you would have realized that LCA came out flat. Just didn't have the energy they needed against a Notre Dame team that's always going to be good because they're Notre Dame. and then you saw the dichotomy of how good LCA was last Friday, and they just came out and
You talking to me?
This-
Talk to the fan base.
sorry, I'm just pointing at the camera, at the mic,
helmet.
at the mic. Anyways, Jordy on my tail for all this bunky stuff they're gonna get into next. But now, if you'd have watched the game, the game was a lot more in hand for LCA than the score suggests. I mean, we had 14 penalties for 155 yards. You cannot do that moving forward. We did a good job of getting past that, though. And, I mean, we just simply just dominated every side of the ball. I mean, returns, kickoffs, making touchbacks finally with a sophomore kicker.
Yeah.
That was nice. Just every facet of the ball felt like we were back in action. And what we've been doing the past couple weeks is translating now against the good competition like Notre Dame and, going into Dunham.
So it's gonna be a tough pick for you to make in a little while then.
It's going to be super tough for me to pick. But, hey, I'm like Chris, though. LCA could be playing the New England Patriots tomorrow, and I'm picking LCA.
Right.
You know who you can't have all those penalties against?
You might just be able to say
No.
7 of the 8 matchups in this bracket were blowouts. Wasn't close. If we look back at this one, so 7 of the 8 they cruised. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the Bunky faithful, please rise.
I ain't getting up.
Stand up, stand up,
I got
stand
a
up.
bad knee, man. I ain't getting up. I'll stand up and I'll wave. Yeah, all right. I'm with you. I'm with you, Bunky. I got a bad knee.
Here we
man.
go,
At least he
sir.
picked up too low for that.
Here we go, sir. Hand that to him.
Who picked
Bunky
him? Who picked him before the
with
season?
A statement win. I want you to say it.
I told Gary earlier.
Please say
don't
nothing.
dare, man.
Gary, tell him what I
Yeah.
said. Tell him what I said.
This is
They are for real. Okay?
They are for real.
I've been waiting.
Sure, Juan. Sure.
Did you think it was for real last week?
Sure, we disrespect.
I didn't know if they were for real last week.
disrespect y'all.
I knew that.
When
I knew
we
that Kyle
clowning
Johnson. I
Troy.
knew that their quarterback and their running back was for real.
Sure.
I needed to see him.
Sure.
And I saw him.
Sure.
I saw him. Now you handed me the helmet, so now I'm talking.
Sure, we disrespect y'all.
Who's his
We'll be
team?
clowning with Troy every week.
Who's his team?
St. James.
So he's in his
St. James got a
feelings?
good shot to win state.
He's in his feelings when we had him in the state.
Yeah,
It's all
sure.
been fun.
Sure, we disrespect
It's all
them
been fun,
when
man.
we pick on
No,
Mr.
but
Troy
it's-
every week. Sure, Chris.
Enoch, you got
That's your best friend.
My God.
God. All right, sir, you can finish.
No, they're for real. I've been waiting because I only seen
Put
them one
it
time.
on. Put it on.
I'm not putting on another helmet.
Eat that. Come on.
This is the only helmet that I would put on.
Hey, you gotta
Ever.
eat the crow or
Can you
something,
actually
huh?
fit in that helmet?
Probably yes. This is a large
Ouch.
helmet.
No, that's a medium.
I'm not holding.
You'll definitely fit in Oak Grove.
Yeah, that one up.
Hold it. You try to fit it in any helmet. You just squeeze it on your head.
Ah!
I get it all.
Get it off.
This one feels better.
I'm gonna clip that and make sure it goes on next week.
How about we clip this one? Say it again
I'm
for the
not
good
putting that
faithful.
one.
Bunky's for real.
Bunkies for
There we
real,
go.
Gary.
That's the
I
fourth
heard
time
it.
I've
There
said
we
it.
go. I heard it. Exclamation points on it. Yeah.
D-stop. Gary Swallow.
Yeah.
Uncle Gary got a bad knee. That's why
I
he can't-
couldn't
he
stand
can't
up, man. I'm
Uncle.
sorry.
Uncle Gary got a bad knee. Moving along, next bracket, Franklinton Lakeshore set up rematch with more on the line this time around. Regular season was fun. Here we go. In the playoffs, quarterfinals, these two meet again.
Who won that match?
It was Franklinton by 7.
Hey, I'll say this much, man. It's hard to beat somebody twice. We said it a lot throughout the year. Franklinton and Lakeshore, I think it's going to be a great game, just like the last one. And hey, winner punches their ticket into the semis.
Flip a
Right.
coin.
And I will
It's
say,
gonna be a
like,
lot of fun.
Iota, going into that Lakeshore game, and I talked to some of the coaches that I was with, they were a little banged up going in. And then Renfro got hurt during the game.
Oh, wow.
So, now he ended up going back, but I mean, he was playing shorthanded.
Yeah, I picked them, but the rest of the panel wasn't on board, sir.
But I really think when you look at the Iota Lakeshore score, because I thought Iota was a team that would kind of surprise some people. I really think the team to watch was Iowa. I think Iowa is a real deal, and I think this is their year. I know they had the year against North DeSoto where they lost like 38-2 in the semifinal, but I think this is Iowa's year.
Okay. Keeping a close eye. On that matchup.
I tell you what, the matchup, I'm not going to say I was shocked, but I think it was the one that kind of stood out was obviously Jennings Opelousas. I think we all knew kind of what Opelousas had, and they're not your prototypical 14 seed, but to go into Jerry Simmons and to beat that Jennings team, which not many people have pushed around. I've watched them multiple times this year, and they have just dominated everyone. Even when they played Notre Dame, a team that, some people, when teams from our area play Notre Dame, they don't win.
No.
Plain and simple, they don't win. And Jennings throughout that game, they win by the 3 points, but they push Notre Dame around all night long. So to see Opelousas go in there and just absolutely kick their tail, I'm not going to say I was shocked, but it surprised me a little bit.
Yeah, I would say Jennings, especially, people talk about Zeno and the running back and stuff like that, but their defense is just very good.
Well, anytime you get a Brett Fuselier team, you're going to have a good defense. Then there's no doubt about it. Even when he was at Kinder, his defense was always good. They're going to run the same base offense. I think the key that was for Jennings all year was Chris Ned, the quarterback. He
ran very well.
Wide receiver last year, move him over to quarterback. Move your quarterback, over into the slot. Just tell him, hey, you're demoted. You got to go play wide receiver, which is, I'm sure is a tough decision to have with a position player. But I think Chris Ned was really the guy to make that offense move all year long, because you can't just solely focus on Zeno, because when you focus on Zeno, that's when Chris Ned hits you with a 70-yard run, or he hits you over the top for a 60-yard pass.
Yeah.
And me and Jordan, like you said, Jennings didn't lose much this year. Me and Jordan actually watched, covered Iowa
Don't leave
and
them out.
Jennings.
Don't leave them out.
Leave who out?
Big Red.
Who?
Don't leave Big Red out. You better get on him.
Yeah.
You better get on him.
We,
Go ahead, Terry.
we covered Iowa Jennings week 1.
Who's
and,
we?
Me and you and Enoch.
Oh, okay. Okay.
all those tall stands in the
Enoch.
rain
Yeah.
in
Oh,
Sam Houston.
you get a
We
workout.
got up there.
I'm
I didn't go
hey,
down until the game was over.
Look,
He thought there was going to be an elevator like Matt Walker. Still like, no, this ain't Matt Walker.
Yeah, there certainly needs to be one. 'Cause I'm a big guy and I get winded really fast,
Yeah.
because I'm out of shape. And when you walk up to the top of that stadium, it's like walking up Mount
You
Everest.
don't want to
Yeah.
walk it down too many times.
Is it
And,
worse than Opelousas? The very top?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, it is.
Oh, yeah.
100%.
That and Lagrange, you're way up there.
yeah,
Peabody's
Lagrange.
another
Whose
one
stadium
that's
is this?
way up there.
Sam Houston.
Sam Houston.
Iowa had to play their home game there week 1 because Iowa
Houston is up there, cuz.
Already, yeah.
Yeah, you walk up.
But no, like I said, we watched Iowa.
It's incredible.
And if I'm not mistaken, Jordan, I think Iowa had a key player that was out that night, and they just whipped Jennings up and down. Now, mind you, Jennings moved the ball.
Jennings had penalties.
Zeno,
That was the biggest
yeah,
thing.
Jennings
They
did have
penalties
penalties
and they
that
fumbled
really,
the football.
They fumbled it, I think,
but-
twice.
but-
Zeno
Right.
fumbled it twice.
Yeah.
Nobody was out that night.
It was just
I
early
thought they had
season
one
jitters for
starter
Jennings.
that was out. Or
Oh,
something.
it was Bush now.
Yeah, he was out. But still, I mean, Iowa I was impressed with how Iowa moved the ball.
And they still get disrespected.
Jordan said
But-
that.
By who?
But I
He's
mean,
not
you
here
know,
right now.
To watch Jennings reel off 9 straight after that, and when the brackets first come out and I looked at that potential 14, I was like, oh man, I felt so bad for
Tough
Jennings.
second round draw.
Yeah,
You get the state champs after
I
a bye
cringed
week.
when I seen it.
Yeah, it was a good game, but
That's true.
when you got the kids fought through adversity on that game. Bad calls, bad spot. You get the quarterback for an 8-yard sack, and he lined the ball back up at the line of scrimmage where it was. Like, but they fought, man. And that fourth quarter come, we're gonna play our big boy football.
Slap the table again.
Come on, man.
If you,
That was so aggressive.
I'm listening, Chris.
if you have all these teams have an identity.
He's trying to take us all out of here.
They have an
It's gonna
identity
fall
what they
off
want to
after
run
this.
and what they want to do. And our identity is we're gonna run the ball.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I would run the ball too.
Right. Right. We
Slap the table over there, coach.
got 3 running backs in the stable. and in the fourth quarter.
And they all good.
It's like our old line be chomping.
It looked like
They
look
ready.
like a couple of them on this panel.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're beating up the table on that end, man.
But you know, I'm proud of the guys, man. We fought through adversity. And they was
He knows
excited.
his own line.
And after the game, you know, so much was going on through the game. And you know, after the game, they just, you know, went to the end zone. No shake hands, no nothing. We don't know
No altercation. Or
nothing,
anything possible.
nothing. You know, because a lot
You
was
saw it
going
in the
on
Katie
through the
and
game.
John Curtis
Oh,
almost
a lot
had
of
an issue.
tensions rise.
Yeah, a lot was going throughout the game. You know, so but the coaches did shake hands, and you know, at the end of the game, and in the end zone, they did a chant, Turkey Week.
Hate,
Yep.
Let me add on
hate to see a local fall this early in the playoffs, but Gary's old saying, to be the champ, you got to go beat the champ, and the champ had made it to Turkey Week. Sorry, Bryson, we got to go.
It's all good.
Speaking of Opelousas Cecilia, realistic semifinal after both teams go on the road and get a win. It's realistic, guys. It's in there.
It was always realistic.
It's there. It's
in
close.
play.
Oh no, we're biased though if we pick all of that though, right?
It's realistic.
I mean, I'm gonna figure
It's
it
in
out.
play. I'm not gonna.
If
I'm
that,
not
if
gonna
that, if that happens,
Stonewall in North Dakota.
if
That's
that
a
happens,
tough place to play.
if that happens, Jake, you got semifinal football at Donald Gardner Stadium, and I know the gumbo's gonna be hot.
Hey, y'all
somebody might be
60K? The 60K that y'all got for the regular season game?
that's gonna be
If y'all go do that game,
I might have to pull up.
y'all might get 100.
For
I
basketball,
just might.
Or bash, y'all might get 100 if y'all go do
you ain't
that
gonna
game.
find a parking spot.
I'm gonna have to.
You're gonna have to
You'll
park
have
at
to
the
park over here.
Walgreens.
Yeah.
At the park.
You might have to park right here. It's like,
How much room
more
they got in that
Yeah. Park right here. And just
Somebody could have a monopoly.
Long way to
Yeah.
I
go.
will say though,
Yeah.
Cecilia was in the driver's seat of that Lutcher game for almost the entire game.
Kickoff.
Lutcher scored at the very end in the last seconds. That's why it's 41 because they didn't do a PAT. I mean, Cecilia looked really good that game. Like because Lutcher's not a bad team. That's, like it sucks that Lutcher had to play them for their first playoff game this year.
Yeah.
And look, it still gives me an opportunity. I don't know what I was trying to say earlier. Cecilia and Opelousas, y'all going to always tough team.
Clown each other.
And adversity, it could be a beautiful thing. You know, a lot of stuff that y'all been through in the regular season kind of got y'all set. You know, it helped y'all in situations like now to overcome and come out on top. You know, playing 4 quarters of football.
Y'all hear Bryson over there?
Yeah.
Sure.
B. Turn that hat backwards.
I tell you what, if we win though, you wear a hat.
Turn that hat backwards,
Oh,
B.
is that the bet?
Shake on that.
Is that the bet, Jordy?
on that.
He has to wear an LSU hat
They
if
not
LSU
beating us
wins?
on senior night.
No, they ain't beating it.
Go Tigers.
Make him wear an LSU hat.
That's isn't leaving though.
And by the way, shout out to Zion Alexander.
No,
That's my
he
cousin
has
for LSU.
There you go.
There's a lot of people that's
LSU
coming
at
back that don't know that's coming back.
Yeah.
Last one for this bracket. Franklin Parish first trip to the quarterfinals in school history. Congratulations to Franklin Parish. You got some info. First trip. You get to call the game Friday night.
Yeah.
What a moment that's going to be for those guys.
Yeah, look, it's gonna be pretty rowdy. You know, it's a 3.5-hour trip. We're going up there with
Nice.
Iowa. We had a couple of options, but we're gonna make the trip. I think that's gonna be a one whale of a football game. Iowa's a little bit banged up, but Franklin Parish, look, first time they've been to the quarter. This is a dream season. They've never had a season like this ever. This is their best record ever. The first time they've ever won district. First time to make it to the quarters. That's going to kind of be my biggest thing early is, how did they react? You don't have school. You're on 11 after getting to the quarterfinals for the first time. But the problem a lot of teams have when you get there for the first time is, are you a little shell-shocked when you get there? Because you haven't ever been there, So I'll be curious to see, look, they have got a plethora of athletes. I mean, my goodness.
You talk about a team that has benefited. No team has benefited more from a team moving out of that district more than Franklin Parish because they don't have to deal with Neville anymore.
Yeah, no, look, they are. I mean, when you look at it,
Man,
I think that,
be one
I
of
think that's
them.
a good thing.
when you look at it,
I like that.
See this suck over here?
Waffle House me.
the quarterback.
I'm getting of the year.
I like it.
I like it. This is the key. This is my key to everything. Look, the quarterback has, thrown for 2,000 yards. He's ran for 700. He counts for 40 touchdowns. That's absurd.
We saw him
You
at
even got the stats on here.
we saw him at LSU that day.
That's
Yeah.
what
On
a,
a,
that's what a
a
professional
visit.
broadcaster.
Whatever Franklin Parish did the week they played Calvary. Continue.
Looked like Sean Payton's
I
freaking
think-
playbook.
Yeah.
That's one thing
I
too.
think-
So I wait, correct me if I'm wrong. Those guys that were on the team against North DeSoto and the Simmons, was it the Walker kid number 4?
Yeah, look, there's a lot of those.
Is he a senior this year?
Yeah.
He is a senior, yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah, he's
that
very known.
that group, so Stuart Cook's the OC, he and I coached together in Crowley for a couple of years, and we've chatted, and that group, I remember him saying when they were freshmen, he said, man, this group's going to be, it's a really good group, and you've just seen throughout the years how consistent they've been, and of course, the head coach, Coach Tommy Johns, is phenomenal, so that's no shock.
Yeah.
Really good coach
Yeah.
and a really good faker.
Young
Cookie
team,
man.
right?
Yeah.
Very young.
Yeah.
Very young, too.
Yeah, shout out to
Your
Coach.
boy.
Yeah. Look, this is a team in Iowa. When you look at, I mean, they lost so many guys last year. You know, a lot of impact guys. You know, I mean, when you start losing, you know, Josiah Bushnell, that's a big. You know, and then Cole Corbello as well. You know,
Yeah.
you lose both of those guys. That's a big hit to take. But look, they've still got, you know, Jeremiah. They've still got
Was the Gildy kid
Johnny
did he
Walker.
graduate last year?
Yeah.
The Gildy kid, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Javian Adams can get it done in the backfield. I think the biggest key, and I think this was the biggest question mark going into it, with Bushnell graduating, would be how would Reed Dupre kind of step up and, you know, take over that offense, and how would it be? You know, would they rely as heavily on their backs they have? And look, we got to watch him against Leesville. We watched him against Jennings. Dupre, he can sling it a little bit. You know, he's got 1,500 yards on the year, you know, 20 touchdowns, you know.
You just got to get it to them playmakers and let them go to work.
That's the biggest key. If you can get it to a guy like Jonathan Walker, you're in good, you're in
I
good
remember
shape.
him when I was at Iota, and we played him for week 1 the first 2 weeks, and number 4 still gives United.
The coolest part about this game, is offensively, both of them average 44 points a game. You know how many points they give up defensively? Both of them 17.
Wow.
Really?
Both of them average 44. Both of them give up 17.
It's going to be a dandy.
I don't say read into the numbers.
I tell
Sometimes
you,
you
But that's a number.
Be a dandy.
I missed that last year. We watched them play St. Louis, and that's when they had the Bushnell brothers there. And bro, that offense was explosive.
Yeah,
man.
they're awesome. My favorite part about taking the trip, I left it up to my guy Patrick Fry, who does the games with me. We had to go to Southern Classic. Anytime we go up north, we go to
Yes.
Southern Classic. So
God's
I know
chicken.
Jake knows all about this.
Oh,
Yes.
that's God's chicken.
Hey, I got to go to the next bracket here. Sorry if I left you off, Jake.
All right. No worries.
Division 2 select. We go to this one. Key takeaways. Lake Charles College Prep. John F. Kennedy lived up to the hype. Was a heck of a 3.5 quarters before it got separated at the end. Hashdasho did a tremendous job, and the teams, boy, they battled. 3.5 quarters was a lot of fun.
Yeah, look, Lake Charles College Prep, we talked about it as a team who, you know, talked a little bit earlier about a couple other teams who, you know, schedule higher ups, you know. Lake Charles College Prep, they started 1-4,
Yeah.
you know, and then they
But look
just
who they played.
tore through the. Yeah, you look at who they played. I mean, they
lost to Jennings.
start with Barb. Yeah, I mean, when you've got Barb in week 2, and Barb obviously much better this year. That, you know, that's a team. You know, when you talk to Coach Davis, that not many teams want to play them. You know, because of just how many athletes they've got, and they can hit you in so many different ways. That was a whale of a game. I mean, I had it up on the computer while we were doing our game in Kinder, and they were back and forth all night long. I thought they were going to score 80, but you know, it was, as you said, it was good 3.5 quarters. Couldn't finish it out there. John F. Kennedy, boy, it was rowdy up in the stands. Oh,
Right.
it was rowdy.
Oh yeah. We caught a little bit of that.
It was rowdy.
Good football that was played last week. Got some explosive players on both sides of the field. Haynes' undefeated season comes to an end. Estruma was their toughest team they played up to date, and they fall. So their dream season comes to an end.
Yep. And Struma, they had cracked along. They broke a long quarterfinals drought, which I'll get into a little bit later on. But it was a long time coming for Struma. I mean, they had their school closed down for 3 years, and it's hard to build your athletic program back from that. But Struma, at least on the football side of things, looking like, hey, we might be we're taking that next step, you know, and we'll see how far they can go.
And a lot of rich history, winning rich history with the Struma High.
Oh yeah.
Most notable name coming from Struma High is Billy Cannon. ring a bell. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, the Strum all time was like 9 state championships. So good to see a program like that kind of starting to come back. So yeah, and like I said, heartbreaking for Haynes Academy. They had a good season, but hopefully Struma can make something happen this week.
Last one for you, Leesville. They see a path. They checked off the first box. They have a path. Can they get there? Xavier Ford's going to have to drag them to the dome.
He definitely going
They
to
see a path.
Yeah, look, they got a ton of athletes all around the ball. Obviously, it starts and stops with Xavier Ford. That guy is
Special.
unbelievable. What the craziest part is, he's broken all these records of guys like Michael Ford and Cecil Collins at Leesville. What people don't put in perspective with Xavier Ford is he did not play his freshman year.
I know.
Now, these are 4-year records for a guy like Cecil Collins and so on and so forth. He did it in 3 years. It's crazy that Leesville just continues to churn out running back after running back after running
How
back.
close he would have gotten to Trey Holland's record if he'd have played all
Well, you know what's impressive? His stats so far this year: 45 touchdowns and 2,993 yards rushing.
He's actually
Somebody said he's about to break another.
Yeah, I had sent Jordy this earlier this week that he's actually about to break.
he's chasing a record.
He's chasing the single season rushing record by Skinner is the name. Cedric Skinner.
That dude was
Out of I think Bogle. Where is he from? I don't remember what school.
Oberlin.
Yeah.
It's like this.
And so he's about 440 something yards away from breaking that record.
Hey, you can get that Friday night.
He's going to jump Cecil Collins' single season record, and I forget who the second place guy is.
Anthony Thomas.
What was it?
Anthony Thomas.
Anthony Thomas.
Yes.
He'll break both of those this week because he's
Winfield.
only like 50 yards away from those. So he'll be number 2 after this week. And if they get a win, he's set up very well to break it in the semis. And so I mean that's over 3,000 yards is a ridiculous number for a running back.
What is the average in the game? Do y'all remember?
Too much.
I can tell you. Hold up.
I talked with
JB, we're only doing 3 takeaways from each bracket so we can move on with the show. I've been staying away from the blowouts in round 2.
I talked with a college coach, and he told me, in his opinion, he's a running backs coach. He said the best 2 backs in the state is the Fords, from Opelousas and from Leesville. He said we talk about Harlem and JT Lindsay. He said these 2 running backs gonna give you what you
As he
need.
saw.
Yeah, that's gonna get, and he recruits running backs.
Yeah.
And they're gonna give you everything that you need in a football game. As far as running between the tackles, getting that short yardage, pass blocking, and they're very dependable.
Yeah.
I think Chanston has.
My dad asked in the comments. He said, "Why are bigger schools overlooking Xavier Ford?" I'm not sure why. The only offers I know he has is like I think Tulane and Houston. So
Tulane,
Yeah, I
Houston.
think he's. I think he's pretty set on Houston. I think
Yeah,
that's
he's
a lot.
locked in
I
with
think that's a
Houston.
lot of the reason.
That's a good program, though. I mean, that's a hell of a
Yeah,
program.
Billy Fritz.
Isn't there a guy from Bucky going there?
Kyle Johnson.
Kyle Johnson. Yeah.
That's 2 Louisiana.
DK Mays, the D lineman for Central's going there as well.
Okay. Next bracket, Division 1 non-select. Cindy is still dancing. What a story out of Chalmette, controversy or not. They are in the quarterfinals. Boy, oh boy, have you seen that video? I'm sure it could be a talking point for the rest of the show. But you got to give credit where credit is due. And Cindy, with her glass slipper hanging on, about to fall off, is still dancing. What a story.
Give her Crocs this week.
Give him the Crocs and put him in four-wheel drive. I'll say this much. Chalmette played a good game in order to put themselves in that position to win,
Right.
regardless of whether it was a catch, whether it was a no catch, or if there was a penalty, or if there wasn't one. The fact that they were able to put themselves in a position to stay in that game, to keep fighting, to keep working, and put them in the position to ultimately win. Hey, can't take it away from them kids, man. They worked their tails off to get that victory.
They eating turkey.
They eating turkey, and I got something that we'll talk about a little later about Chalmette.
Got you. How about a state championship rematch we saw in round 2? You see the same situation. Big Rustin ends Zachary's season, ladies and gentlemen.
Convincing.
Yeah. Convincing.
Hey, it was close at halftime.
It was.
Halftime it was tied, I think.
What, 14-14?
Yeah, at halftime it was 14-14.
And
21-21, 14-14, something like that.
Well, I mean, look, it's basically the direct opposite is the way Zachary's game with Sam Houston went. That game was tied at 28-28 at halftime.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, Zachary completely flipped the switch, and obviously it's the exact same situation. This time it's flipped. Rustin goes on the big run to end the game.
Well, that's like when we played Zachary, it was 0-0 at half.
Yeah.
Our quarterback got hurt, and that was everything went downhill from there.
Yeah.
Moving along, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? Airline does play defense.
Someone
Yeah,
call Alex.
buddy.
Hey, I said that. Who said Airline don't play defense, man?
Hey, here we are in the quarterfinals, and they figured it out, Jacob.
Yeah.
If they figure it out, watch out, JB.
Oh, yeah.
Watch out, JB. If they figure it out, but they got tough
I think
competition this week.
Ben Taylor's another one that's trying to break up.
Go ahead, Jake.
Records in the year. Too.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna tell you, I'm extremely impressed with what Coach Scoggins has done with the Airline Vikings this year. Ben Taylor is an absolute jewel of an athlete, and I'm gonna tell you that whole Shreveport area was just stacked with quarterback talent this year. But Airline, man, the insane numbers they're putting up offensively. I mean, if they can just get something together defensively like they did last week, Cinderella story could see the Vikings in the dome.
Gotcha.
Oh.
Next bracket, ladies and gentlemen. Division I select. Some key takeaways. How about this one? St. Thomas More. They got their fingertips on the turkey this week, don't they?
Yeah, buddy.
St. Thomas More wins it by a fingertip.
Oh.
Blocked extra point, and the Cougars are in the quarterfinals.
That is probably the most heartbreaking way to lose that we saw in the second round.
No.
You're a guy, Jake. I gotta give it.
No, it's definitely
Big Red, sit this one out, Big Red.
I don't know, man.
Big Red, sit this one out,
You
my
get the
man.
touchdown the way you could tie the game, and then on the extra point, that's all it took.
special teams
That's
match.
heartbreaking.
Special teams have to be special.
Big
It's
Red.
up there. It's up there.
Big Red, sit
Oh,
this one out, Big Red.
Oh, y'all trying.
We're showing sympathy for Jacob, man.
Here we go.
Yeah, man.
Next one, ladies and gentlemen. Don't bet against JT Curtis in the playoffs. Acadiana stunned in the final seconds of that contest. A lot of us had Acadiana winning it all.
Look,
Whose bracket is busted?
I'm sure the folks in Acadiana were not happy. I'm sure they were ready to riot the streets.
Pretty
But look,
much.
you can never bet on JT. Well, that's one thing I think we should all learn.
Yeah, something about this game real quick, about John Curtis versus Turlings. They have only played each other one time.
Okay.
1982, Turlings was undefeated. Nobody scored a point on them all season. Go to the quarterfinals, lose to John Curtis 26-7. That's the only time they've ever met.
Wow.
And this is the second time John Curtis is coming back to Lafayette. So, I mean, I saw a lot of Turlings people talking about that so far since Turlings and John Curtis won. And so this is a really anticipated matchup for both teams right now.
Like it.
I'll say this
I like
much.
it.
And when we did the picks for this game, I said John Curtis is one of those teams that when it comes to the playoffs, it doesn't matter what the seeding is. They know how to win in the playoffs. They know how to set themselves up in positions to win games in the playoffs. It doesn't matter if they had a quote-unquote down year by their standards. They had trouble figuring out things on offense. But it seemed like as the season got along closer to the end, things started to work out a little bit more. The defense did what they had to do, and John Curtis is eating turkey.
There you go. They ate a lot of turkey in the last 50 years because they have the most quarterfinal appearances out of any team in the state of Louisiana.
Well, I watched a interview they did with John Curtis, and he said they were talking about his victories and everything. He says when he gets in the playoffs, he has one objective: to put his kids in the position to play the best and to make them successful. And with that attitude, that's why he's as good as he is as a coach. So I'm gonna say you right now, he's a coach that puts the people on his team in position to win.
Greatest high
That's
school
what it
football
is.
coach in the history of the game.
No, greatest football coach in the history of football. Any
In
level.
Louisiana?
I would,
For sure.
I
Yeah,
would love to
Louisiana.
have the privilege to shake his hand and meet him.
I got to meet him week 1, and it was awesome.
Final one for the brackets, ladies and gentlemen, and it is Alexandria. I put Alexandria on my paper, and then I put in 3 capital letters, Gary. W-O-W with a lot of exclamation marks.
That's my word. You can't say my word.
Gary, I put Ash. Wow.
Wow. I agree.
I got a
I
hot
agree.
take.
It was 42 something. Was 42 what at halftime?
That's Thomas Bachman for you.
At the half.
Yeah.
That's Coach
That's
Bachman.
I got a hot take for y'all.
crazy.
I think.
Could this be
Uh-oh.
the year? Could this be the year Ash?
Uh-oh.
I think right now, Ash is the best team in the state.
Oh,
Oh,
I just saying they're gonna lose.
Big Red.
Number 1 and number 2, not much.
Big
Call one
Red.
out.
Calm down, Big Red. Jacob is getting angry.
I don't disagree with him.
Big
I'll
Red.
be honest, I don't.
No, I think they're the best team, but I don't
I
necessarily.
think it's the
49
best
6
team.
at high.
Well, I think
it's
it's
close.
that time.
Yeah.
Especially what you did against Evangel, Evangel's quarterback. I mean, he broke the national record for passing yards in a game, and then you hold him to 6 points. That's pretty impressive.
And I watched some of the
Go watch
game.
Cole,
I
my
watched
friend.
Like I
the
said,
replay
not
of
much.
it. Man, they didn't just beat them. Man,
That
they
was
put
great.
it on him. They literally
domination.
they controlled him from the get go. There was no.
Yes.
It was just amazing.
Yep, big down for sure. Hey, I got some more key takeaways for you. Franklinton running back Cy Austin breaks single season rushing record. Congratulations, young man. The controversy at ULab. Here's an update for you. Andy Martin will remain University Lab head football coach, but is no longer the Cubs athletic director. Keep that in mind. John Curtis leads the list all-time quarterfinal appearances at 50 in Franklin Parish and Booker T. Washington will see their very first 50-1.
Yep.
My goodness.
Wow.
Game of football, baby.
Yes, sir. Ben Taylor, you spoke on him earlier. He needs 5 yards to reach 12,000 career yards and 22 yards away to reach 4,000 this
That's crazy.
season.
Crazy.
Remember this. He's 5 yards away from 12,000 in a career. Brock Berlin had 13,902.
How close? Does anyone know the touchdowns? If he's closing, because I know he was
think he's
chasing.
Good job for you.
touchdowns.
That's a good job for you. I gotta go. 10 undefeated remain in these brackets. What a season from Airline, Haynesville, Edna Core, Alexandria, Dunham, Newman, Bunkie, Vermilion Catholic, Covenant Christian, and Catholic of Baton Rouge. All 8 state champions have made it to Turkey Week, and 5 of the 8 runner-ups are still alive. Number 24, Chalmette, lowest seed remaining in any bracket. Pine, John F. Kennedy, Jeanneret, Franklin, Jules Sumner have never made it past the quarterfinals. Got an opportunity Friday night.
Yep.
That's all for me. We turn it over to Enoch. Longest road trips, shortest road trips in the state of Louisiana.
I'll do that one first.
Go, sir.
All right. Longest and shortest road trips for the quarterfinals of the playoffs for Turkey Week. I will say congratulations to all of the teams that have made it this far. There's still work to be done. We'll start with Division 4 non-select. The longest road trip. Mangum at South Plaquemine, 5 hours, 12 minutes.
Okay, so Mangum at South Plaquemine,
5 hours, 10 minutes.
5 hours, 10 minutes. And
That's
I
not
think,
even the longest one we've had.
I think they're
Yeah,
getting there a day early.
5 hours and
It might be.
46 minutes.
You want to know what the shortest road trip?
Shortest road trip, hit me.
Franklin at Logansport, 4 hours.
That's the short.
That's the shortest.
Wait,
The
what'd you say?
shortest.
The shortest is Franklin at Logansport, 4 hours for Division 1 non-select.
Good.
You sure you got that right on your paper?
100%.
Wanna take a look at this?
No, it's talking about Division 1 non-select.
Division 4 non-select.
Division 4
Division four.
non-select. I
Okay, I was gonna say,
I
I'm
gotta
going
take a
3
peek.
hours.
General Trask and Generates, that's a long trip.
Okay,
And
okay.
so is Haynesville and Welsh.
You right?
They are all across the state from each other.
Wow.
You're traveling at least 4 hours if you in the
That
Division
is
4 non-select still.
absurd.
You're
making the weekend.
I wonder if they're going to yellow dog that thing all
It's
the
a
5
good
hours.
thing.
That's literally from the
Hey, it's a
tip.
good thing it's
to
an
the bottom of the
opinionated
boot.
show, right, guys?
Wow, man, that's
All
crazy.
right.
It's a good thing it's an opinionated show, right, guys?
You right?
Oh, yeah.
Very opinionated.
All right.
Yeah.
Division 4 select. Longest road trip. A Ouachita Christian at Covenant Christian. 4 hours, 40 minutes to get to, they're playing in Manningfield. Nichols.
Nichols, yeah.
Shortest road trip. Riverside Academy at Ascension Catholic. 38-minute drive.
Hey,
Right down the
That's
street.
nice.
home in time to watch the news.
Oh, yeah.
They're gonna play that game at no neutral site. Yeah, home field.
Correct. Division 3, non-select. Longest road trip, Union Parish at Kinder, 3 hours, 23 minutes. Union Parish ain't afraid to take those road trips.
No, they take.
No,
They'll play anywhere in the
They'll
state.
play anywhere in the state. Shortest road trip, we talked about it a little earlier. Sterlington at Oak Grove, 55 minutes. Just under an hour. Not that far in comparison to some of those teams.
Make the short drive over.
Select. Longest road trip. Calvary Baptist at Episcopal.
No,
3
Episcopal
hours.
out of Calvary Baptist.
Huh?
Episcopal goes to
Episcopal.
Calvary.
Oh, yeah. Episcopal at Calvary Baptist. The time is still the same.
Yeah.
I had it flipped. That's
Yes,
my bad.
sir.
3 hours, 45 minutes. Shortest road trip. LCA at Dunham. 1 hour, 8 minutes.
Probably be a little bit longer with that traffic, but
Yeah,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
Don't
I
even
did
bother-
these. I did these after rush hour,
Yeah.
so the times.
Woo!
I will say this: most of these were done after rush hour, so
Oh,
the time might vary a little bit.
I didn't hear it, Enoch. We cutting up over here.
Oh, I
Watch
didn't
her.
hear.
I'm telling you, that's Spike. You gotta watch it.
Yeah, I didn't know if you said it's fine. All right, let's go to Division 2, non-select. Longest road trip?
They're playing that game at Donaldsonville,
Cecilia, North Dakota.
Riverside, and Ascension Catholic.
Oh, okay. There were some of those where.
You good? You good? Go ahead.
All right. All right. Longest one for Division 2 non-select will be Iowa at Franklin Parish. 3 hours, 8 minutes.
Of course it is.
Of course it is. Get to college,
Of course it is.
You get to
hey,
college,
could have been
buddy.
right there in
Get to
DeQuincy.
burn the company gas.
All
Could have
right.
been right there in DeQuincy.
And you live like 5-10 minutes from town.
All right.
St.
Shortest road
Charles.
trip. Rematch. Lake Shore, Franklinton. 55 minutes.
Yeah.
Select. Longest road trip. Booker T. Washington, New Orleans, at Leesville. 3 hours, 57 minutes.
What? That's it?
Yep. 3 hours, 57 minutes. I didn't know where the stadium, I don't know where they're going to be playing this game because BREC is being played, is hosting a different game. But at least from Estruma to Madison Prep, that's a 5-minute drive because they're literally a hop, skip, and a jump. But I'm not sure where that game's going to be played at. It didn't say it
Olympia
on.
Is it Olympia or Memorial?
No,
I think
Olympia's where
Catholic-
Catholic is playing. It might be.
Might be Memorial.
It might be Memorial, but
One
they're
of
not
the
far
two.
from each other at all.
I think Madison Prep plays it.
Yeah, they're.
Cross
Maybe
110.
flip it, yeah, something like
Cross-eyed
that.
10.
I think that's where we went.
So
Braden would know the chat.
Brady's about to let us know. Keep going.
all right. Let's move to Division 1. Oh, Olympia Stadium. There we go. Thank you, Brandon.
Catholic Center.
Division 1, non-select. Longest road trip. Destrehan at Airline, 5 hours.
Yep. Yep.
Shortest road trip. Southside at Ruston, 3 hours, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Wow.
If you in Division 1 non-select, you putting the miles in as well.
Yes, they are.
Division 1 select. This is actually the shortest road trips on average. Longest road trip for Division 1 select. St. Thomas More at Edna Carr. I believe this game's being played.
Pan American?
I think it's Pan American.
I don't know. They're gonna let us know.
I think it's Pan
JB
American.
Carr.
I might be wrong. 2 hours, 37 minutes. And then shortest road trip is Archbishop Rummel at Catholic of Baton Rouge. 1 hour, 6-minute long drive.
Thank you, Enoch Brogy.
You want to worry about this or not?
You got some more?
Those quarterfinals appearances for every team.
Oh yeah.
Somebody look that up too.
In a minute.
In a minute.
Yes, sir.
Don't go ahead.
Hey,
of my
no
boy.
work tomorrow, so we stay.
Work tomorrow. UTL question time. Panel,
Yeah.
bring it. Who's watched the playoff game this year? Raise your hand.
I guess all
Who
watched
watched?
All of us.
I don't know.
I watched 2 of them.
Everybody's went to a playoff
Are we
game
counting
this
who
year?
watched the most?
Nope. You went to a playoff game?
I did. I went to St. Martin's and St. Ed's
Perfect.
last week.
Got it. So we're
He
all
yeah, he coached.
we're,
I did coach. Well, yeah.
Yeah,
right. So we can all answer this question.
Yep.
Who's the best player you've seen in the playoffs so far this playoffs in person? Not on the video, 8 hours worth of stream.
That's the point.
That you've seen with your own eyes, who's the best player you've seen in the playoffs so far this season? Could we try to stay away from our
Season or playoff?
playoffs? Could we try to stay away from our home teams?
Can't help you on that.
Who's the best player you've seen so far in the playoffs?
Other than Wyatt Laverne at DeQuincy, I'd have to say, man, Charles McFarland at Grand Lake, and
Okay.
good
Jordan,
Lord, he's
why don't
just
we
a
do home
junior.
team
That-
and away? Like your team, best player, and the other one.
Actually, Enoch. See if he's okay with it.
Enoch said yeah.
And who was yours for your team?
Wyatt Laverne, running
Okay.
back, and like I said, Grand Lake running back, Charles McFarland, that dude's a bull.
Gotcha. Bryson, from your team, had to been the 4 touchdown guy.
Blake Delcom. I mean, also I was kind of impressed with the Singleton kid too. Being athletic with that size,
Yeah.
and being able to fly on the ball.
So you've seen a couple playoff games in person. Who's the best player you've seen?
Man, that quarterback from Marshville, that kid got a bright future, man. I hate that he went through all kind of injury and all that, but he still got a lot of football
I
left.
gotta figure out one.
He was a point guard on that state championship basketball team.
Yeah.
Right.
He's a stud.
Chris?
The receiver at Jimmy, the Humphrey,
Humphrey Ned.
that his brother, they got something going on over there. And Deshaun Ford, man, he almost hit 600 yards in 2 games.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, with like 4 touchdowns. So yeah, that's right there for me.
Yeah. Mr. Swallow, we've covered a few games. Who stood out to you?
Man, I would probably say Ford for OHS, and honestly, I would say probably the tandem at St. Ed's.
We didn't see him in the playoffs, though.
You said the playoffs.
Yes,
Just playoffs.
Yeah.
Okay, I was saying because we saw him this year. Man, I don't know. God, just to pick
Ford's
one
good.
out. Yeah, I would say Ford. That'd probably be the best one that I've seen so far.
Called a few games. Who stood out to you the most?
Yeah, it's 2 good ones. Javon Vital at Hamilton Christian.
That play he
kid,
had was ridiculous.
that kid
Yeah.
is unbelievable. Just a sophomore, and my goodness. And then Isaiah Thomas, the quarterback at Kinder, he is another guy who is just a sophomore, and he is pretty darn electric too.
Wow, that's 2 good ones.
Holden?
Yeah, for people watching, this isn't the best player that we're picking from the playoffs. It's just from people that have actually seen in live.
In person.
Yeah,
In
in
person.
person. So, not to get the mix up. I've only been to 1 game covering so far the playoffs. Was
Been to
Bunky. No.
You went to OHS Baxter.
No, I didn't.
No,
Said
Oh,
he
that
did.
was not you.
it was me, you, and Alex.
Oh, so you
So,
only got one choice
I'm
here.
going to stick with Dylan Compton, the quarterback for Bunky. Hell of an athlete.
Hayden?
I mean, obviously, I've only been to 2 games with LCA Beekman and then LCA Notre Dame. For LCA, my pick would be Braden Allen. That kid's incredible. And then for the other teams, Jackson Casanova for Notre Dame. There's a Casanova every year for Notre Dame, and Jackson Casanova is everywhere. I mean, that kid is incredible. A senior, I mean, he's just, it's ridiculous.
Check his water.
Jackson Casanova.
We got people.
Was there a karaoke machine?
Jordan, we got people betting in the freaking chats.
I didn't know we had Keith Frank over here.
We got people betting in the chats right now.
Hey, they throwing money in the chat, Chris.
They're throwing, throw some of that money to
your game,
the
you
to the
know?
merch.
That's your game they're betting on in the chat. Franklin Powers.
They're throwing $100 in there.
What's the line at? Y'all tell me what the line's at.
Somebody saying by 21 plus Iowa.
That won't.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Be impressive though.
That wasn't us.
That
Wasn't us,
It had
wasn't
nothing
us.
to do with us. Oh my God.
We already gotta save Enoch tonight.
Yeah.
Enoch's getting all the heat. I gotta take his back.
Hey man, I'm not worried about it.
Good Lord, I think I know which route you're going here.
For
I think I know who's the best player you've seen in the playoffs. I'll see if I'm right.
all right, tell me.
Summerlin.
Yes.
Yes.
So and what's crazy is that I know obviously Harlan Berry. Look, don't get me wrong. No, that he's a dude.
Mhm.
I don't think he plays running back at the next level. He's a slot receiver. He's only about 5'10", 175 pounds. And no offense to St. Martin's either, but I didn't think they could necessarily block well when you really broke them down, watching them against St. Ed's. They didn't block well, so for him to do what he did was pretty impressive, and he also had to turn around and play free safety. But my goodness, Henry, I mean, when we played him, like, you look at him just from with the naked eye, and it's like, you know what, he doesn't look like he'd be as good as he is, but the balance, the speed, the ability to break tackles, I would really love to know his yards. Like, after he gets touched at the line of scrimmage, I'd love to know how many yards he has after that. And he's the best player I've seen in the playoffs, and as far as what he does from top to bottom.
That kid runs hard, dude.
He just runs really hard, and he did last year. And I know they had Kevon Johnson who's at Northwest now, but when Henry would run the football last year, it was like, man, that kid runs behind his shoulder pads. And now this year, he'll have the spin. He hit a spin move on Harlan Berry on the goal line that it was like, no offense, but he made Harlan Berry look stupid. And I mean, I'll say it, but it was pretty impressive. There's a video
Glad
of it
it come
somewhere.
from a coach. Because boy, we be in
Don't get me
trouble.
wrong, the kid is he's gonna have
He's
NIL.
gonna have a
great career.
But I gotta give,
I'm
you
glad
gotta
we
give
come from
somebody
a coach
credit.
because we be in
He
trouble.
may
Yeah,
not play
you're
college
right.
football after high school.
Yep.
He's the best running back. I mean,
That says how
was the
good
best
he
player in that
was.
game, yes.
Is he-
And
is
you
he a
gotta
senior,
give
Jordan?
credit to him.
He's a senior.
Summerlin.
Yeah, he's a
senior?
Yeah. I hope so. For everyone
No,
else's
but you
sake, I
gotta
hope
give
so.
credit to him.
He's not going down 1-on-1.
He runs
But
like
it's
a
gonna be
senior.
real. But VC tackles well.
Look,
space.
that's
I
another-
get it, but I've yet to see him get stopped. Is what
That,
you know,
that's another
I get-
running
I
back
get-
in this
I'm with you.
class.
No doubt.
That's another running back in this class that we were talking about as the best class ever. They're like, he's not on any radar, but he's incredible.
Right.
And so like, that's just another one added to that.
The days of college athletics nowadays. High school kids are so under recruited.
Yep.
Enoch Brogy.
It's true, dude.
I have to pick one
It's about to
person.
get worse.
It's either Deshaun Ford or Dylan Compton, but I've seen Deshaun Ford play for all 4 years. What he brings to the table doesn't surprise me. We know he's a darn good running back. But as far as the playoffs, I mean, I would probably say Compton or the Bunky defense, to be honest. The way that they came in, especially with the run stopping to start, and then in the second quarter of that game against A-Meet, that pass rush was finding, it was landing home a lot. So, but picking somebody, I'll pick Compton. He played very, very well. He played like he wasn't nervous at all. He made some good big throws.
He's a good player, but you picked him because of the food.
No,
They fed you well. They gave you a shirt.
I'm being unbiased.
It's just the food.
I can't argue with that.
not
I
win.
cannot argue with that.
It's,
no.
it's not about the food. It's about the volume of the food.
The pasta
The
liar
shirt
was
You
the
know
best.
what?
food. I
You
mean,
know what? Here's mine.
wearing the shirt.
Here's mine then. Non-food related.
No bribes involved.
Because of what he did on both sides of the football Friday night. Zion Lee at the linebacker position,
Yeah.
and the way he ran in the second half at running back.
He struggled a little bit in the first, but in the second half,
That's
he
a bull.
really started turning it up.
And I think he led the team in tackles. I don't think he took a playoff Friday night.
I don't think he did either.
He was all over on defense. Like he was almost in sacks, everything.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Y'all saw that, Summerlin?
Enoch, I'm coming right back to you. Next question.
Closing on the Russian record.
What do you have to, real quick, what do you have to say to get your team up for a game like Friday night? What's the conversations like before you exit the locker room?
You shouldn't have to have a conversation.
I know it,
No.
but we're
shouldn't.
going
Hey, I'll say
across
it
the
like
board
this.
here.
Yeah,
I'll say it like this. I don't think you need to have that conversation because I'll say it. If you can't get up to play for Turkey Week, you shouldn't be playing Turkey
If you
Week.
can't get up to play for the playoffs, there's something wrong.
Exactly.
Right.
Being in the quarterfinals should be all the motivation in the world to throw it out there. It should be all the motivation to put those helmet and shoulder pads on and go hit somebody.
Coach,
Yeah, I don't think.
What's the final message in the locker room? You've been in this situation before.
There's not a whole lot that you have to say. We lost when I was at Crowley. We lost to Jennings in the quarterfinals, 14-0, and I want to say Achan was like a freshman at the time. And I mean, when you get to practice during Turkey Week, it's like the best feeling in the world. Like, one, you hope the kids come to practice, and if not, then you have to go pick them up. That's one thing. But besides that, I mean, it's one of the best feelings in the world because the community really gets into it and the parents support it. And man, like when I was at Iota, it didn't matter what round we were in. Like the second we were in the playoffs, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, the parents had some type of food for us after practice. And like when you treat those kids that way and they feel like superstars, like that's something that they may win and lose ball games, but they'll never forget that feeling of being there. That's how you start building a program. That's how it should be everywhere, man. Like that's how you really start building a program. You know, our parents come and decorate the locker room for the kids, and they just love that. So, like, if you're in the playoffs, no matter what, like there shouldn't be anything said. Now, look, there's a couple things you could probably say in the locker room that you can't say right here, but it is. You just gotta.
You could probably guess.
Leave it for the locker room.
You can throw a couple chairs if you're Coach Shiver, right?
Yeah.
You can. And just be sure you don't hit nobody. Be sure to have their hands up. Because I don't know how accurate Coach Shiver is. He might get kind of
We gotta hear him now.
You
gotta hear him talk
I ain't
now?
saying nothing. That was him, Coach. I didn't say that.
We gotta hear him talk. They used to winning titles.
No, I don't know. I think Coach said enough for everybody.
I mean, look, whenever you're playing this week is a big week because you're 2 wins away from the Superdome. I mean, it's very realistic for anyone who's playing this week to visualize themselves in the Superdome.
Yeah.
So you should be all geared up for that anyways.
Yeah.
I mean, whether you've been there 7 straight times, whether it's your first time in the quarterfinals, this is what you see yourself doing all season long, all off season. You worked for it. Now you're so close to it. I mean, I don't see how anyone cannot be excited to play Friday.
Right. You're right. You shouldn't really have to say nothing.
You're right. How about this? Who's been to a state championship game in the past? Raise your hand. Everybody except Enoch. So, Enoch, you're out this question.
Fair enough.
Man, this will be your first year at the
First
state
year
title?
for
Be my
Enoch.
first year.
What's the best moment you've
First year I
ever
lost the state
witnessed
championship.
at a state title game?
I know my worst.
Wait, say that again.
What's the best moment you've ever witnessed at a state title game?
You coming?
Oh,
You coming?
man, I wasn't prepared for that one.
You coming this
What?
year?
No, I will not be there. I'm gonna say the best. It was probably when I watched Jarvis Landry.
I don't like you no more.
He played for Lutcher.
Yeah.
Got to watch him in the state title game. Now, as far as moments, I'm not gonna name a specific. Like there wasn't a big time moment, but just getting to watch him play in person, and I think I was like in 8th grade at the time, knowing that he's going to LSU, that was pretty special to see.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hayden, I mean, you've seen 8 of them.
7.
7?
But yeah,
He wants it to be.
going to 8 this year. But I mean, I already know their picks, so that's why I like.
No, the STM game from a couple years
So
ago.
2022,
That
I was
was
gonna say,
that was-
the ending wasn't what I liked, obviously, but this game in 2022, our first year in 4A, I mean, a ridiculous game.
That was
That
nuts.
was.
I mean,
was.
a lot of people have said that's the best game ever played in the Prep Classic. Like,
We said that.
Yeah, I think we did say that.
y'all said that. I think JB and them said that. I mean, a ton of people were saying that. And then, obviously, my favorite one though is our first year we won. I mean, because it's the first. But yeah.
Patrick stole mine.
Oh.
That guys, that's where he went to school.
Really, that was my.
Patrick's a Eunice.
That was the best moment I've seen.
That was.
Say it out
Okay.
loud.
I went to Eunice High and St. Ed's for a while.
Because the Eunice and Sterlington matchup, I mean, the score fest in that one, but the way it started,
Yeah.
opening kickoff return for a touchdown, we knew how good Sterlington was. Would they lay down? No. They come right back with their own kickoff return touchdown, and that's whenever I looked at Gary, I said, "Here we go."
Mm-hmm.
That was a chill bumps type of moment.
Jordy, how long me and you been going to state championship games still?
You can't compete with me and Mr. Swallow.
me and you.
Tell him them years he missed.
What you talking about? Me and you were going with.
I've
before
only
y'all-
been alive since 01.
Me and you been going there since like 2013.
Oh, one.
We were there since.
You
We were there, me and George been going there
Jordan,
since
you were born in
Devontae
95,
Smith was at a
I
meet.
was hell.
Nope.
So
Don't give
when
him that.
me and George been going since Devontae
don't
Smith
give me.
was at a meet and Landry Walker was
What?
in the top
What
dog.
year?
That's 16.
That's I said even before that.
Oh.
I've been going since
But
13. So
my favorite-
every year since 13.
So I've been about the same. I've been to so many good games. I mean, you had the Destrehan and Acadiana game was like 6-0.
8-3.
Yeah, something like that. But
Oh,
my
Lord.
favorite, I'll be biased. I don't care. I'm gonna say witnessing Opelousas' first state championship.
Hey, that's not bad.
Oh, we cut up.
You finished?
Yep.
I've been going since
You've been going since 1920. I don't want to hear shit.
Damn, we cut up.
1984.
Well, that's one of us.
1984
Thanksgiving.
was the first time I ever watched a state championship in a dome.
84?
84.
And who won that night?
Oh, but don't get me started.
Was anyone on this
My
panel
mom was in
born?
middle
No,
school.
y'all were not even thought of in this fact.
My mom was in middle school.
My favorite one, I'm gonna tell you.
I know what your favorite is.
Oh well,
Because
it's obvious.
you were from here to the camera when it happened.
No, we're probably. Well, no, we're gonna talk about it. My favorite one was in 01 whenever Port Barre won. 01-02 whenever Port Barre won it. That was because that's my alma mater and everything. My favorite
Here
game
it comes.
was Union Parish.
Oh, nope. We're off
and,
subject here.
and was it St. James?
Last year.
St. James, 36-35.
No, Gary, it's not
Or
your
whatever.
favorite.
Yeah, that's my
Not
favorite.
your
That
favorite.
is my
Tell
favorite.
him what his favorite
Not
is, Jordan.
your
Okay, which one's my
I'm
favorite?
gonna tell
Danny?
you because you were from here, from the camera, away when it happened.
Okay. Tell me, come on. Read my mind.
Westgate stops Warren Easton,
Ooh.
4th and goal.
Oh yeah, I like that one too, but that's not my favorite.
That's when Danny Lewis got this
That's not my
sack
favorite.
to seal the game.
When I'm watching a 36-35 ball game for the state championship, that's my favorite. That's offense, that's defense, that's everything all rolled up into one. And you go for two to win the game. That's what I call it. That's my favorite game, other than Port Barre winning. Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Me too. Whoever wants to go first.
Mine was definitely the STM LCA. I will say my favorite game that I've called in this prep classic is Manny Kinder in 2020 when Kinder got screwed out of a state title. Love you, Coach Curtis.
man.
Love you, Jess. But they got
seen that
screwed
hole.
out of that.
I seen that hole.
What about you, Nut?
Where you at?
Our buddy
Where's
Nut's
he
like
at?
95 years old. What's your favorite game?
What's that? That LCA STM game. I left my seat and I had to take off and walk it off because that's how that one finished.
Yeah.
Chris,
Mm-hmm.
it's gotta be last
Gotta be
year.
last year, huh?
Gotta be last year. Yeah, last year. Just being on the field, man, and watching those kids just cry.
Yeah.
The ball they win.
Got coaches that's got watery eyes because the pride that you have in the program, and it's not so much as just a regular coach. Those guys are alums of the school,
Right.
so they know the history. And I gotta say the next game, the following game after that, Union and St. James.
I remember that. They called him at work.
Union and St. James. That just for Coach Pat to how do you say that? Rob? To go for 2 points and not kick the field goal.
And go do it.
Right, and go do it. So,
This is Brady Morrison.
yeah, gotta be that, man.
Go ahead, B.
I would have to say my best moment after experiencing some state championship games was McKnight back at Curtis.
Oh yeah, that was a long time ago.
Man,
He was good.
As an athlete, you tend, can't nobody sit up here and say they don't idolize another athlete, at a high school level as a high school athlete. And just to watching it, he was special, y'all. And just to witness that up front in person, y'all, it was incredible.
Ooh, that
Jake?
Jericho game was good too.
My favorite game ever watching the Prep Classic, I was in 7th grade, I think, 6th, 7th grade, Westlake and Parkview Baptist in 07. That was a hell of a defensive battle. Westlake had a stout team of the year, a devastating defense. Stud running back by the name of Vincent Collins, who was extremely hard to stop. I think Westlake had turned the ball over late. Parkview recovered, and I think Westlake was going down to score. I think they were deep in Parkview territory and fumble anyway, and Parkview took over and ran out the clock, and it was a 19-18 win for Parkview. My favorite moment, Prep Classic-wise, has to be Deshaun Smith in the tip drill catch. I think it was in 2012 when Barb was playing Rumble. And that was the first half.
Okay.
I think, Chaz, were you trying to elaborate on?
No, I was gonna say that Westlake team. They returned every single starter that next year.
Right.
And that was the year they got upset in the.
Who beat? Was it Cecilia that upset?
Yeah, I think so.
And the
Yeah, they got their rear
That
ends
was
kicked that night.
Man.
Wow.
Yep.
Next question for the panel. How many River Parish teams make it to the Dome? 1, 2, or 3? Destrehan, St. James, Riverside still in the playoffs. How many Riverside teams make it to the playoffs, Jake? Make it to the Dome, Jake.
At least 2.
That Peking coming up? Bryson, how many get there?
I'll say 1.
You think 1 out of the 3?
1 out of the 3.
Who is it, Bryce?
Might tip something later. Chris, how many you think get there?
St. James.
1? Okay.
Bar's excited.
Mr. Swallow.
Yeah, probably. I'm thinking 2.
2. You think 2 got a shot to get there? 1 for you, sir?
I want to say 2, but that means that my state champion wouldn't get there if I would say 2, so I'm going to say 1.
Okay.
The safe pick is 1, but it's the quarterfinals. I'm not being safe. 0.
Uh-oh.
Whoa!
Wow. Okay.
Nick, come get him.
I agree with him. I think the safe pick is 1, but honestly, if I had to go with my heart, I'm gonna say 0.
Well,
You're not.
I guess 1's going to be a
I'll go safe here. I'll say one of those teams will make it.
You
I'll say
can
one
right
of
now.
them.
Let me see. I think one is got a good shot to get there, but all 3 of them have a tough road to get there.
I agree.
I got tough games this week, so.
How about Sinlaw football? Could we possibly see Alexandria and Bunkie in the Dome? What do you think that would mean for those communities? Ash, remember, they played in Natchitoches in 2020, so it's been a while. Our guy in the chat can let us know he's with Alexandria. When's the last time they've been in the Dome? But what would that mean for Sinlaw football if both of those teams get there this year? Could we see it, Bryson?
You could very well see it. You know, we talk about talent level across state, and that area is kind of like the gray area, probably, when it comes to talent level. So it'll be a big deal to see both teams.
They got something to prove.
That
I
right.
mean, like you said, we say 337, 225, 504. What's the other one down there?
985.
95.
318.
And then the 318.
3-1
We
great.
kind of skip
318.
over.
Right,
Yeah.
but in the 318 part, you
3-1 great.
skip over Alexandria and
So they've never been to the Dome,
Right.
Alexandria.
Wow.
They've only played at Natchitoches.
right. Well,
Wow.
it's like
I
you
didn't
skip
realize
over
that.
Alexandria area and go straight to
Shreveport.
Shreveport, Monroe. So I think they have something to, something to prove. And they have
You made it out, Jordan.
and they have the, 2 of the good teams that really can make it
They
there.
got
Yeah.
shots.
Yeah.
Mr. Swallow, what would this mean for both communities? I'm not sure Bunkie's ever made it to the
No.
Dome.
I don't think
Yeah,
Bucky's
never
ever
made
made
it
it.
to the Dome, though. They made the semifinals.
Honestly, I think it would basically be amazing for the Sinlock because I mean, Bunkie and Alexander, man, they would just be walking on cloud 9.
And
I
both
mean,
of them
they would
have a
be
good
up
shot.
there. And they both, like you said, they both have a good shot to do it.
If Bunkie does, I don't care who they playing, they're going to have more fans.
They ain't gonna have nobody left in the town.
They'll shut down.
Sir,
Yeah.
your thoughts on Sinlaw football? Both teams never made it, but having remarkable seasons.
Yeah, no, look, they both have a pretty good shot to get there. Like I know Ash, Coach Thomas Bachman, he does such a great job there at Ash, and the community is completely bought into Ash football, and kind of coming from that area, it'd be huge for that area.
Do you put Leesville in the Sinlaw area?
Leesville, they're all that little area is a little bit in the middle. Like we still kind of claim them for our Southwest Louisiana area, but I don't cover them. Like when the playoffs come, I won't go and do their game. So they are more similar.
Okay.
They're only 40 minutes from Alexandria.
Right.
So.
They're
I mean,
similar
we had a
for,
discussion about that one night
playoff
on the
purposes.
panel.
Yeah.
There you go.
Another
Similar
team,
for playoff purposes.
another team that has a shot. They have a path.
Yeah,
They have a
yeah,
path
they
to
do.
defend.
Yeah.
Well, I think like you talk about rural schools, like when you a place like Ville Platte, right? You're not drawing from a ton of kids, so every year in and year out, you see the New Orleans teams, the Shreveport, the Monroe. You know, every now and again, you might get a Lake Charles that's thrown in there, but when you talk about like Kinder when they made it back in 2014 and then again in 2020, you root for those small communities that have those football teams that might be their one shot. That might be their one team.
They have special class
So
or something.
They have a special class. So like me personally,
Like a
coaching,
Covington Christian this year.
right, coaching
Yeah.
coaching in a rural community, like I respect those coaches that when you get those types of classes, if you can make it as far as you can, like make the trip to the Dome. That's something that those kids will never forget. The fans will never forget. Like when Eunice made it in 2018, that was the first time since
This
19.
feels like
in the 80s.
St. Ed's year, like a Eunice was back in 18.
Yeah,
right,
maybe.
correct.
It feels
Could be.
similar.
Very much
Yeah.
well, it could be.
You know, and you see those like, especially like Bunkie too. Like this is a good group of kids that they have. Like you root for those teams to make it, and you want those teams to not only make it, but you want them to win it because that would be a cool thing.
And you have a
You said a walk-in
To
sound
go-
bite?
to piggyback off of all of that. I can go back from last year when we went, like the community as a whole.
I was in the hotel in the OHS, the orange shirts. They had a whole room rented out in the hotel. I mean, it was jumping at like 9:30 in the morning. I wanted to walk in.
So
hey,
they
what's
had
up,
a
yo?"
so
that was awesome.
they had the second line band from here out there. They had we found out after they had a whole party at the hotel.
Yeah.
Part of the hotel, like, that morning.
It was nuts.
The game was at 12:00. I mean, and you see a sea of orange, man. Like just on the field, and Deshaun Ford was on the side of me, and the announcer said something, and Cecilia, it was about something about Cecilia, and he said, "Damn, they loud." I said, "We just as loud as them. It's just facing you. It's not behind you."
Yeah.
So he turned around and said, "Damn." I'm talking about a whole sea of orange, and it was amazing.
Mine's coming. Wait till I start throwing the haymakers.
And tied on to that situation.
Everybody's good?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
All right.
Right.
Let's have a little fun here. Let's set up a all local state championship. How cool would it be to see some of those games? I want to know from the panel, in your opinion, high percentage, low percentage. Would you want to see it? Okay? We're going locals only. Remember, we're based out of Opelousas. So all our good friends around the state of Louisiana, don't give us too much hell. Listen to it. High percentage, low percentage. Just fly out with your answers. The winner, either Generette or Welsh, to play Franklin in the title. High percentage, low percentage. Could be said.
Low.
Very low.
Very low. Moving along. Kinder Lowerville. High percentage, low percentage. Low percentage.
No. Wouldn't
Okay.
say impossible, but it's small.
Okay. St. Thomas More Turlings.
Low.
Decent.
Low.
Low, but
Low.
yeah, low.
Low percentage. Gary shaking his head.
Low percentage.
Okay. LCA or Bunkie to play Catholic in New Iberia.
High.
High.
I would say high.
Very high.
Yeah.
High.
High.
Low high.
I like.
I mean, I would like that local state championship matchup.
And Calvin Strong.
Yeah.
I watched them in the Jamboree.
Yeah.
So we have our first
Yeah,
high
first
up.
high.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Iowa against Opelousas or Cecilia.
High.
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 Sky high.
Okay, I say high because
you
of the
looking
bottom
at? Come
side.
on.
I say high because of the bottom side. Iowa has a tough road to get there. To get past this week, that's a tough game.
The winner of Franklin Parish and Iowa is going to the Dome.
I think so too.
I
The winner
agree
of
with
that
that.
game, like you win this game, you're
I agree with that.
I think you're right there.
Okay. Got another one for you. Central of Baton Rouge and South Side.
Low.
Low.
Low. Yeah.
Which game did you say?
Central of Baton Rouge and South Side.
Another one not impossible, but it's low.
Wait, Central Baton Rouge. Low?
Central Baton Rouge is good,
And South Side.
and versus South Side.
Yeah, but Central Baton Rouge not local.
They're Baton Rouge.
Baton Rouge is close enough.
That's
225.
Jeez, yeah.
They don't
We did
count.
337,
That's
George.
way
Our local area goes from
That's like
Baton
the east side of
Rouge
Baton Rouge.
to wherever Franklin is. to Lake Charles.
Yeah,
Our area
And
shuts
we-
off at
And we stopped.
Cecilia.
And we stopped over there in Bunkie.
Yeah.
Cross the Chapel line. That's all right.
Yeah. Once you get on that bridge, it's all right. We done.
So low or high?
Low.
I would say low.
I'm protesting this one.
And could you imagine that is
Deal.
our only shot at local state championship games?
Yeah.
I enjoy any time a local gets there. As much as I want to beat them in the regular season, whenever we were playing STM tournaments, anytime we can get more locals in the dome in the state championship game is great. I mean, 2020 we had 4 champions from the area in 2020. I mean, like years like that is awesome to see.
Well, people also don't realize what it does for the kids mentally too. Like when you have those schools like when Eunice made it, you know, we're gonna turn around to our because Iota had lost in the semifinals that year. It was almost an Iota Eunice. I think it was like almost an Iota Eunice matchup. I mean, same district, 15 miles apart. So we turn around, we tell our kids from Crowley, we're like, hey guys, y'all just buy in, like that could be us, you know. So I think it does a lot mentally for those kids that go to small schools that they can really envision themselves doing something that special.
Yeah.
I mean, I also think
tell you, it happens quite a bit. Local state championship matchups, especially in the New Orleans area, and quite a bit in the Monroe area. I mean,
Well,
you gotta
well, before the split, it was always, you know, New Orleans area team. You know, then they playing against a team from, you know, North Louisiana, Monroe areas, the Nevils and
then you
Western
start
Oregon.
having the LCA and STM matchups
Occasional.
at least 2 years in a row, I think.
I think also what you see is with the like you were saying with the small schools, you'll see a small school if they get eliminated, they're banding behind these other small schools that are these rural schools like I think of Genia Union Parish, where they're sending a band for another team like.
Carol.
Carol, like Carol goes. So they're banding behind another rural area in that community is supporting them too. So I think that's huge also.
And it was cool to see them the band get rings too.
Yes.
I'll give you another one from last year. When we played, after the game was over with, the relationship that Coach Zach has with Coach Spat, they played right behind us, and they was the visiting team too, so they was on the same side with us. Like, and I guess that's what made the sea of orange look more because their colors are orange and black too. So you had a mixture of Opelousas and Union Parish rooting for both teams at the same time.
That is
Yeah.
true.
And that's how it should be.
Coach won a title back in 13
Right.
with those same a lot of those same guys on the staff.
Yeah. I mean, we always was hanging together. We actually stayed in the same hotel. I mean, that hotel called hell.
He had to pay for some of that.
Here we go. Speak on the higher seeds remaining in the playoffs. Who are you most confident in? We start with Franklin, the 19 seed. Thoughts? Go. Quick.
Franklin knows how to win big games, but it's a tough road to go up to Logansport and win. Always a tough place to win.
Coach Ag, Southern Labs, a 13 seed. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I think
Confidence level, Enoch, real quick.
Relatively low, but it's not impossible.
Gotcha. Coach, Southern Lab, 13 seed.
I think that side of the bracket's wide open. I think going into our playoff game with them, there was some youth there that they had on their roster. But the quarterback is a junior. He's phenomenal. They have a ton of team speed. They have one of their wide receivers that's going to run track in Miami. So, obviously that track speed is there. So, I mean, when you look all around at them, I think that Southern Lab is actually starting to get hot right now. I'm not going to say they're the hottest team in that bracket, but I certainly wouldn't be shocked if they win the dome.
Yeah. Bryson, Laurelville is a 15 seed, my friend. Your thoughts on them the rest of the way and confidence level?
Man, that team's healthy. They're confident. They're locked in. They know what they got to do. So.
Okay. Chris, Opelousas 14 seed right now. Doesn't matter.
Line them up.
Line them up. Confidence level right now.
I would too.
Yeah.
Y'all not a 14. You better be
To be the champ, you got to beat the
There
champ.
you go.
I heard that before.
Hayden, Cecilia, 18 seed right now.
Cecilia.
Thoughts on Diesel and company?
I can't wait for the semifinal matchup between Cecilia and Opelousas.
Cool.
So you
Confidence,
an early
yeah.
pick?
Wow.
I cannot wait for that match.
That's a good North DeSoto team.
Good.
It is. But Cecilia is also very, very good.
Yep.
Cecilia is not an 18 seed. Opelousas is not a 14 seed in my mind.
Here we go, Jake. Struma, the 13 seed. Thoughts?
Where are we at on this break?
It don't matter. Give me your thoughts on the Struma. They knocked off the 4 last week.
I'm gonna tell you, and that's hard to do going into hostile environment and doing that. Struma, like I was saying earlier, it's good to see their program back on the right track. You know, a lot of rich winning tradition over there in Baton Rouge, and honestly, I'd say relatively low, but like Enoch says, it's not impossible. They can catch lightning in a bottle, as some may say. And,
There you go. Chaston, the 18 seed Booker T. Washington out of New Orleans. Doesn't matter how they got there, they're there. They're going to enjoy Turkey Week this week.
They are there. It does matter, I think, how they got there. But, nevertheless, they are there. Look, anytime you get to the quarterfinals, all the teams are good. But confidence level, I don't think, is going to be too high there.
Okay. Who ain't got one yet?
Hold Gary.
Gary, we go to you, my friend. West Monroe, the 21 seed.
oh, the best for last.
The 21 seed right now. Your thoughts on West Monroe and your confidence level with them moving forward.
I'm a big West Monroe fan. You know that. And I'm going to tell you right now that I think they have a shot. Now, is it a realistic shot? Probably not. But in my opinion, they're always going to play it tough. So that's it.
The 24 seed, last team standing as the highest. Chalmette, 24 seed, goes to Holden. Confidence level. What is your thoughts? If they go knock off Neville this week,
I'll say
they're
this.
going to go win the state title.
I'll say this.
State champs.
Say hi.
100%.
Say hi.
Give them the trophy.
Put your Crocs on.
Line them up.
Hot.
He said line it up.
Oh, look. All bullshit aside.
Damn.
Damn, that's two.
Listen.
Oh, 3. I'm sorry,
Listen.
that was 3.
That's the Cinderella team. They did beat Honneville.
threes up.
You got to give them credit. You got to talk about that. Give them credit. If they beat Neville, crown them.
Give them the ring.
Give them the rings. If they beat Neville,
Because ain't nobody going to beat them the rest of the way.
Cool.
Probably not.
no.
Probably not.
It's no disrespect.
They
I
know
think
something
the
we don't.
Cinderella story ends. It's no disrespect. It's just
Okay.
this is a
okay,
Neville
okay.
school.
Calm
Absolutely.
down.
He's really going for a
Calm
long
down. I
time.
got one more for you.
App State beat
wants
Michigan
it?
in 07.
Who wants it?
Yeah.
Raise your hand.
I'll take it.
Let's go.
I'll take it.
We'll have 2 of them take it.
Okay.
John Curtis at the 19. Go.
Hey, John Curtis, they don't care about the seeding, much like Opelousas, much like Cecilia, much like a bunch of these other teams, West Monroe. John Curtis knows how to win in the playoffs. They always think about it. 1-0 every week in the playoffs.
Confident level.
Super high.
No matter.
You better,
And I mean, not in a good
you
way.
better dial down.
Up here.
They know that when they step onto the field,
How many stop?
Keep going.
Keep
Keep
going.
going.
Don't
Put
you,
that hand all the way up.
don't you know Ash is on this side also?
45,000 feet.
We're talking this week.
We're talking this week.
Okay, this week.
talking this
Okay.
Oh.
The confidence level is for the rest of the playoffs.
Oh, for the rest of the playoffs,
You better tone it
It's John
down, sir.
it's John Curtis.
Curtis is
Okay.
Curtis.
Chris, you want it in or you good?
Are we good?
Look,
Okay.
We don't
No, we've got to go. We got to go.
Agree with
Speak on the locals remaining. Speak on the locals remaining.
Let's go.
Again?
Welsh, go, sir.
Yeah, look, Welsh has been kind of banged up all year. A team that returned a lot from last year. Tall task in Haynesville this week.
Short and sweet.
Yes,
Short and sweet.
indeed.
Yeah, I agree.
Hopefully the bye week helped them out get a little bit more healthy.
They said that their starting quarterback, I think, is a game time decision.
It don't
Oh
matter.
wow,
Bryson
that's
Jennerette.
very different now.
and so, Generate, all I gotta say is that Trash team is way better than what people think.
Okay.
They're very athletic, but like I said, I think Generate's dialed in just enough to win.
Coach Aguilar, Vermilion Catholic.
Ooh, VC St. Ed's.
Just VC.
Yeah, that's how you see their room.
Oh man, their road. I mean, it's tough. I mean, you got to be able to stop St. Ed's. Like nobody's been able to stop St. Ed's. But I think it starts for them. It starts and ends with Dartez. Like it would with Ford for Leesville. I mean, Dartez has been an animal. He can throw a little bit, doesn't necessarily have to. I think they block well up front. They tackle well in space. It's going to be if they can cover Seth O'Quinn.
Holden, St. Ed's.
It's just like what Coach said, who's going to stop them on offense? I mean, Kane West, Summerlin, Moran is just, I don't care who you play. You put up 78 points against anybody in the playoffs. That's impressive.
Yes.
I don't care who you're playing. And I think the week before they scored over, 40?
Yeah.
So, were they averaging 50-something points a game?
Right.
It's going to
Jake,
treat.
Southside.
Dang good chance. What they've done, what Coach Carson's been able to do defensively over there, especially the last 4 or 5 weeks, has been tremendous. With the, of course, running Acadiana, Acadiana's Acadiana, and I think Coach Carson, Southside, I would not be the least bit surprised if they win district titles in the years to come in that district. But Southside's got in my opinion, legitimate chance.
Gary Swallow, Bunky.
Oh, yeah. That's all I got to say. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
How many years now? Like, open?
Hmm?
How many years they've been open now for a while? And they've competed already? Southside?
Oh, Southside.
Their 5th year or 6th year or something.
Been like a decade.
Yeah.
5th,
About
6th
to-
year?
It's been since 2017.
All they did is pull over the
So not quite
little
10.
Cobo High.
Hayden, LCA.
Very good. We're playing our best ball right now. Everyone's healthy. That's been huge for us. We lost a lot of people early on with our tough schedule that we had, but everyone's healthy and we're playing really good ball right now. And our kids are really fired up. I went to practice Monday and it was electric. So yeah, good road to us.
Chris Opelousas.
Good week of practice, man. We locked in. The only team that can beat us is us.
Chaston, Kinder.
Thank you.
Yeah, Tall Task and Union Parish. They're going to need Isaiah to really play well in order to win.
Bryson, Catholic New Iberia.
This team's very good, y'all. Skill position wise, probably some of the best I've seen out of every Catholic team I've watched with.
Enoch, Cecilia.
Their chances how confident about their chances. They proved me wrong when they beat Lutcher. They did. Can they beat North DeSoto? I think there's a good chance. Both of these teams have good offenses. We'll see which defense makes that play, I think, towards the end. And after that, anything's possible.
Leesville, for you, Chris.
I like the chances. I like them a lot. I don't think Xavier Ford going to see a defense like Iowa the rest of the way in the playoffs. So he's going to run wild.
Till he sees Shaw.
Maybe in the state. Maybe in the state as far as defense goes. Or,
E. Dwight's got a good defense.
yeah, I was going to say, E.D. White has a good defense as well, though. So.
Yeah. Central Baton Rouge, Gary.
Gonna be tough, but it depends on what they do this week.
Aguilar, STM.
Oh, high. You look at what they've done. I know they're the 8th seed, and but they're going up against Carr. But still,
Any given Friday.
Can't count Jim Hightower.
You can't count them out. Like it's a group that's some of those kids that played in it. They've been there, so I'm not going to count them out. That's for sure.
Right.
Look, people laugh at people saying
Catholic of Baton Rouge.
people laugh at Chalmette, and look, they won. So Catholic Baton Rouge, who they playing?
Ramo.
Shit.
That's four. What about
Hold him up.
That's 3.
No,
That's 4.
It's better than what he said. Oh. So what am I saying?
Catholic
Catholic
Baton
Baton
Rouge.
Rouge.
I used to look at their road. How you feel about them?
They gotta get,
If they win this one, then they get the winner of Carr and STM.
yeah, that's.
That's what
If there's a team that can do it, it's them. I'll stay in the middle.
Okay.
Okay.
Who wants Turlings?
I'll take it.
Him.
Go ahead, Chris.
Chris said Turley.
I'm high on Turtles this year.
Yeah.
6'5" across the line, O-line. They got a good running game. They can pass it, and they play sound defense. They don't make too many mistakes. They let you make the mistakes, and that's where they get you at.
Yeah, they proved a lot of us wrong last week.
Yeah. Well, not me. I picked New England.
You right?
Not me either. Me and Chris was the only ones to pick Turley.
2 more questions for the panel before we get into game picks, ladies and gentlemen. Vermilion Catholic St. Ed's could break a record Friday night for points scored for Under the Lights. Now, you're going to have to listen to this before you go. You're going to have to listen
You better
to this.
speak quick.
You better hold this one. Vermilion Catholic St. Ed's could break a record Friday night for points scored in a 6-year span. Total points. Okay? We're following?
Yeah.
And it could break the scoreboard. Any guesses for highest score game we've ever done in a season in 6 years?
Talking about broadcast?
Yes.
Might be
In
this.
our broadcast?
I should know this.
Surprisingly, we have not done many score fests.
Do you have it, Jordy?
I got it wrote down.
What year?
87 total was my guess.
What year? And I will probably know.
This year.
It's not Southpaw and Kinder.
No.
No.
No, I was about to say that's not it. This year.
This
I'm not
year,
going to
sir.
St. Ed's games.
No.
We'll go with you, Coach Aguilar. Your guess.
This year, the games you've done,
All the way back.
man, I don't know.
But do you think it's going to break that score?
I don't know. What's the highest one that y'all done?
I need your calculator.
What's the highest one y'all done?
I got it wrote down.
He needs his fingers and toes.
But to add on to
If
that
you
question,
tell me the score, then I'll tell you.
to add on to that question,
It was 90
wow.
combined. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who was?
You think it's going to be over?
Yeah, I think St. Ed's will score. I think each of them. I'm not gonna say. I mean, look, VC, they're very good defensively.
Mhm.
Like, I'm not gonna say St. Ed's is gonna throw up 60. I think 40 for them is very doable. I think 30 is one that like they can for sure be 30.
I know what it is.
Now, when you look at VC, they put up 49 on Riverside, who's pretty dang good defensively. Like, I think we talked about earlier with the DCs getting off the bus. Like,
Right.
you
Coach, you're not even in the shot.
That's all
I'm
right.
not waiting for hate. Waiting for hate, so I don't have to get back up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
no guesses.
Right here, I'm gonna say it's gonna go over.
Okay.
Over 90?
Well, which game you think it was?
The game for 90.
Did y'all cover this year?
Yeah, we covered this year. It's the all-time.
Thank God, none that you covered with us. That's what I was worried about. For me, I was like, man.
Coach, we didn't even talk that night.
No, we didn't. I went home. I don't know.
Okay. 20. How many games we covered this year? 20 what?
23.
Well, we're long past that.
No, I'm talking regular. Okay.
Enoch getting a
26.
shot.
All right.
Enoch.
Sit down,
Vermilion Catholic St. Ed's could break a record Friday. Any guesses of the highest scoring game we've ever done? It was this year.
Can I guess?
Yes. I mean, you look at the paper.
I did not look at that paper. I did not look at that paper.
I was there.
I know the score though.
We were there.
It was Iowa and Leesville.
Iowa Leesville.
One Southbow.
62-28.
62-28.
Oh, I wasn't there for that one, but
I thought you were.
because Southpaw was
Oh,
like
no.
what 61 to 26 or something.
No, it was like
I knew it was
48.
close, huh?
Hey, I
They didn't score that
guessed
many.
87 points.
Like
That's
48
90.
It was like 50 something. No,
No, it was like 48.
I'm pretty close.
46.
Okay, so the question goes: do we see over 90 Friday night?
Yes.
It's a very good chance.
Yes.
By the way, I think you're going to lose your voice, and I'm going to be tallying how many times Gary will be saying wow.
Gotcha.
A lot.
Or,
It would be you
no,
or
no,
Devin.
or you're right.
Yes or
Gordon.
no?
You're right,
Yes.
Gordon.
Yes.
Over 90?
Yes.
So 45 each.
It's either wow.
Yeah.
28-21.
Watch.
We're all
Yes.
going to say yes.
Yes.
It's going to be a defensive battle.
28-21.
3-0.
Look. 2-0 into the second.
Hey, yes or no?
32.
Over 90.
Imagine. Jesus.
No.
Last time we've had a situation like this was STM
Closer.
and LCA, and we thought it was going to break the scoreboard. We talked about it going into the state championship
Last
week,
year.
and the defense showed up.
Yeah.
We saw Airline and
Parkway.
Captain Shreve
Tapestry.
a lot lower than their regular season. So I mean, we could see defense Friday night.
Yeah.
We may stay under 90.
What?
I hope it doesn't though. That's a fun game to call.
Now, the one thing
Oh,
it is
is
the it is the quarterfinals.
Yes.
It is the quarterfinals. VC Dortez was the quarterback in 2022 in the Dome.
Mm-hmm. Sophomore.
This ain't too big for him.
You're
This
right.
is St. Ed's first time in the quarterfinals.
Yes.
Is that offense going to be as electric? I think is a question that you would ask. How are they going to play a little bit tight?
And going into VC too. That's
Going
a tough.
into VC.
I've played at
place to
VC
play.
3 times. That's a tough
Yeah.
place. to play.
It is.
Got to be a nice environment. I'm happy you can come. I'm happy you can come. It's going to be some fun. Final question for the panel this evening.
You're not coming?
Yeah, no.
Oh. He left you out.
Final
He
question.
always does.
He's already been there.
Jake is free though.
Yeah, I've been happy.
Final question for the panel this evening. Must-haves and your go-tos. Thanksgiving meal and dessert.
Oh.
Go, sir.
Oh,
It is Thanksgiving tomorrow.
yeah.
You must go-tos.
Oh, I mean, I've always been. I don't mind turkey and ham. Like people like have a preference to it. I like them both.
And that's the show.
God bless UTL.
Yeah. That's it.
Whatever Bunky fed him last week, that's his favorite.
Coach Aguilar, your go-tos, your must-haves tomorrow.
Man, I'm gonna go cornbread dressing and the dessert because my wife made it.
Brownie
a
points
pecan,
here.
a pecan pie and a chocolate pie. So shout out to my wife.
And while you're shouting out your wife, I'll shout out mine. I mean, an apple crumble pie with some ice cream on top that she makes for dessert.
Yes.
It's amazing. And then for the actual meal, I'm a big mac and cheese guy. Mac and cheese, a homemade mac and cheese.
Yes.
Or the cheese slices on top, like from the oven. Is that like out?
We do shredded cheese for us on top just to crust it up, but man, I'm a mac and cheese guy for sure.
I'm going to be different. Jordan knows how my grandma and them throw down. We doing smoked turkey with a roast. She stuffed the pork tenderloin wrapped with bacon and cream cheese. We're doing obviously honey glazed ham, and then for dessert
Could've been a
she
snake
made
in
a
a picture.
homemade pecan pie and a red velvet cheesecake ball.
Red velvet cheesecake ball.
That sounds electric.
Your go-to.
So we're going to Holden's
go-to
Thanksgiving.
It's a whole plate full of shit.
Stay here.
We got you, dude. We got a huge family.
Stuffing, macaroni and cheese.
We're going to have to talk loud whenever he unplugs that. Because the mics will be dead.
Well, Chaston can do that.
We got to talk loud.
He puts raisins in his potato salad, by the way.
Don't say that.
God.
Oh,
That's a sin.
It is, and I ain't doing it. I'm staying pure tomorrow. Yeah, and then I'm with Coach.
Braden wants to know if y'all related. Somebody let us know in the chat, not me. Talk.
Can y'all hear us, guys?
Yes.
We need to know if y'all can hear us. Just give us a thumbs up if y'all can hear us.
Braden, I've been trying to meet you for 4 years
I
now.
have to make sure we have to unhook the mics to charge the phone.
Okay. Finished up y'all's.
Oh, me. Oh, good. Hey. Turkey or roast, all the trimmings, and dessert. That's it. I'm not picky. Just give me all that.
Yeah, Aguilar. You didn't invite UTL to stream y'all tournament.
Ham and the
Well, I mean,
corn pie.
Yeah,
it's
that'll
fair
work.
today. I don't know if anybody's working or anything.
Tournament.
Yeah. We have a turkey tournament, so after the tournament, we give each coach a turkey to take home.
Thanks
So
for telling us.
we've been hosting it for years now. Sacred Heart, we just wrapped it up today.
Could have sent Garrett.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
We
And
didn't
we have a
basketball.
hospitality room.
get the memo.
All right, you all
Well,
yours?
look, next
I
year
did
we
mine.
have the parish
Did
tournament.
mine, I did.
Go ahead, Bryson.
I was that
Man, my go-to all the time is when my mom does that Mexican cornbread.
Oh.
It's stuffed with
yeah.
a lot of cheese and all.
Yes.
That's always been my go-to. And my dessert is sweet potato pecan pie.
Okay.
Hey.
Jake?
Man, I'm gonna have to go bold. I'm gonna go the green bean casserole. It's unique. I love it. I'll fight somebody over it. But
Whoa, dang.
The fighting chicken.
I take that back. I really am fighting person.
Got knocked out last week.
But he's back already.
Knocked on his feet.
Oh man, golly!
Knocked
still
on
love
his feet.
Me and Kirsten are really gonna be battling over the deviled eggs tomorrow. I promise you.
Let's
Yeah,
go, man.
deviled eggs
My
morning,
family
that's
knows
it.
not to battle with me on those.
As far as
That is
dessert,
not a good thing.
as far as dessert, I'd probably have to say a good homemade pecan pie and a blackberry cobbler.
And you know what's the good
Want
thing
me
about
to
that?
get calm pies for tomorrow?
You ain't gotta worry about football. You get those. Relax and eat.
Oh, I gotta worry. My team plays at 11:30. I'm worriing. My Lions are playing at 11:30. I'm worried.
I feel the love on that, brother.
Hey,
Oh my God.
Kirsten,
I'm sitting here, everything that you say, I'm sitting here, I'm like, I
I
can't
don't know why you talking. Your boys didn't even make the playoffs.
have fun with it.
Your boys didn't even make the playoffs. Hold on,
His boys are funky.
bandwagon.
I got
He's hit the transfer portal more, and I've hit the transfer portal to Iowa, and he's hit the transfer portal to Bumpy, and
I'm in the transfer portal to the Olive Garden Friday night.
I understand.
I'll say this.
breadsticks. Last thing,
That's right.
last thing
What you got, Jordan?
for you. Last thing on this, so we can move on.
All right. As far as what Thanksgiving stuff or whatnot, or what? Hold on.
No, man, your paper.
Oh, my paper. Oh, we're gonna do it. All right. Awesome.
No, you're gonna do it.
All right. All right.
I ain't even got there yet. You said I got one more thing.
If you don't, then I'll go ahead.
What's he talking about?
Next thing, Jordan.
I'm just making
Next
sure.
thing,
I'm making
next.
sure.
Come on.
All right. All right. We're good. We're good.
I'm a cornbread dressing type of guy,
All right.
and I like a lot of brownies.
Fair enough.
I'm a brownie type of guy.
That's
I like that. I like that.
Happy birthday, Kane West!
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday, King.
I've been the biggest fan.
No, you haven't.
Bill.
I had
Big
to bring
fan,
you
man.
on. I had to say, Holden, you got to come see this quarterback.
And who said that's the best quarterback I've seen in person?
Well, you're going to see two good ones Friday.
Yeah. 100%.
Who's got a team? That's a good time.
All right.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Last time these teams have been in the quarterfinals, we go.
All right. We're gonna start off with Division 4 non-select first.
We're not built for it.
Haynesville, Welsh. I'm gonna do them by matchups, make it a little faster. Haynesville and Welsh, they both made the quarterfinals last year.
Gotcha.
General Trask and Jeanerette. Jeanerette made it last year. General Trask, first time since 2021.
Yep.
Franklin at Logansport. Logansport made it last year. We covered the Logansport Welsh quarterfinal game. Franklin last made it in 2021. Mangum and South Plaquemine. Mangum made it last year. South Plaquemine's last dance in the quarterfinals, 2010.
Oh, wow. Been a while.
All right. Division 4 select. Vermilion Catholic and St. Ed's, the game that we will be covering Friday night live on Facebook. Vermilion Catholic, they made it last year. St. Ed's, first quarterfinals appearance since 2017. Kentwood and Southern Lab, they both made the quarterfinals last year.
Obviously.
Covenant Christian and a Ouachita Christian. Ouachita Christian made it last year. Covenant Christian, first trip since 2016.
Okay.
Riverside and Ascension Catholic, they both made the quarterfinals last year. All right, now we're going to move to Division 3, non-select. St. James and Pine, they both made the quarterfinals last year. Union Parish and Kinder. Union Parish made it last year, they won state. Kinder's last appearance was 2020. Oak Grove and Sterlington, both made the quarterfinals last year. Gina and Lauraville. Gina made it last year, Lauraville's last appearance was 2020. Now, Division 3 select. Dunham and Lafayette Christian. Dunham last made it in 2022. Lafayette Christian made it last year. Bunky and Jewel Sumner. This is the longest gap for a matchup for both teams as far as their quarterfinal droughts being snapped. Jewel Sumner, it's their first trip since 2005. And Bunky, first trip to the quarterfinals since 1988. And that is not the longest one on the list.
I gave you the longest one.
Stand up, Hayden.
Actually,
Stand up and take a bow.
Take a bow. All right, next matchup. Calvary Baptist and Episcopal. They both made the quarterfinals last year. And Catholic New Iberia versus Isidore Newman. Isidore Newman made it last year. Catholic New Iberia, first trip to the quarterfinals since 2020. Now, we now switch gears to Division 2 non-select. Franklinton and Lakeshore. Franklinton, first quarterfinals appearance since 2015. Lakeshore, first quarterfinals appearance since 2022. Iowa and Franklin Parish. Iowa made the quarterfinals last year.
Always in the big dance.
And Franklin Parish, first trip ever to the quarterfinals. Congrats, guys. Opelousas and Plaquemine. Opelousas defending state champs. They made the quarterfinals last year. Plaquemine, first trip to the quarterfinals since 2020. North DeSoto and Cecilia. They both made the semifinals. Cecilia made it to the Dome, so they're both their last quarterfinal appearance
Been
was
around the
last
block
year.
a couple times. I guess.
Times, exactly. Now we move on to Division II select. Archbishop Shaw, JFK. I believe that this is a quarterfinal rematch of last year, so that gives you your answer.
There's your answer.
Madison Prep, and Estruma. Madison Prep last made it in 2022. Estruma, first quarterfinal appearance since 2005.
Wow.
Edie White, Vanderbilt Catholic. Edie White made the quarterfinals last year. Vanderbilt Catholic, first time since 2021. And you have Leesville and Booker T. Washington, New Orleans. Leesville made it in 2022. Booker T. Washington, first trip ever to the quarterfinals. Congratulations. Division I non-select.
The big boys.
Neville, last made it in 2022.
Oh, it's been a while.
Chalmette, you ready? First trip to the quarterfinals since 1968.
Were you alive, Gary?
56 years since Chalmette has made it. Congratulations on snapping that streak.
So it was like the Cubs.
Congratulations are in order.
You weren't expecting that, was you?
West Monroe, Central Baton Rouge. Central Baton Rouge made it last year. West Monroe, last trip. This is their first trip to the quarterfinals since 2021.
It's been a while, Gary.
Yeah.
Ruston and Southside. Ruston, defending champions, they made it last year. Southside took a year off. They last made it in 2022.
Yeah, just took a year off. Just
And then-
say we'll be back.
We'll be back. And then Desterhan and Airlines both made it last year. So there you go. Division I select. All 7 out of the 8 teams have been in the quarterfinals last year, but STM and Turling were in Division II. They were still in the quarterfinals. Every team made it last year except CE Bird, who last made it in 2022. So everybody in that bracket made it last year in their respective divisions that they were in last year. And CE Bird last made the quarterfinals in 2022. And that is all of your quarterfinals appearances for all the teams that are still standing. When was the last time that they made it?
Hey, congratulations. It's an accomplishment to make it to Turkey Week.
You're a great team if you make it this far.
It's a big goal, Gary.
You're right.
I'm making a joke. Have y'all seriously? Most y'all never made it?
They never won a playoff game yet. We got close against St. Martinville in 2005, but I think it was.
I'd have left that to myself.
It is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is, man. It's fine. Yeah. Okay.
All right. What about you?
Game picks time, ladies and
Good.
gentlemen. Roll the sleeves
Let's
up.
get Jiggy with it. Come on.
Roll the sleeves up.
I'm sorry.
About to get
Yeah,
ruthless
Gary
around
figured
here.
out we had a lot of fun doing this.
Look, Sam.
Sam Bacon.
Dude, I haven't seen Sam in forever.
Sam coaches some girls basketball, high school. Doing a good job.
You remember this is an opinionated show.
This is an opinionated show. I will pick against you.
And I went by. Yeah, I mean, you stayed them down.
All right, let's go. Division 4 non-select bracket. Let's go Haynesville. Let's go Welsh. Isaiah Washington at the quarterback position and Byrus Burns at the fullback. Key to great season for Golden Tornado Greyhounds. They will not be intimidated. We saw that last year when we covered them against the 1 seed. Dane, I guess, has done a stellar job stepping in as backup quarterback and since the injury.
Right.
Tough task. Coach Corville's going to have them motivated. Can they go pull an upset?
Yes,
Taking Welsh?
absolutely. And I'm gonna tell you, Haynesville is Haynesville. A lot of history there, but
That's how you set the tone of what the rest of the
That's what I'm
game is.
saying.
I like
Hey,
that.
look,
Yeah.
look, I know they've had a lot of injuries this year. I watched them early in the season.
Sam, I just want you to buy a shirt first.
My shirt, Sam.
But I'm gonna tell you right now, seeing how battle-tested Welsh is, playing the likes of Notre Dame, LCA, and some others, I really think. And look, Haynesville's a tough place to play. Okay, Haynesville's Haynesville, but I really think this freebie of a bye week's gonna really benefit Welsh, and so give me the Hounds.
I bet you picked the
Right here, over there, across the board.
I think we might be even the rest of the way. Yeah.
Everybody's in agreement?
Yeah, Haynesville. I'm going Haynesville.
Coach, you good? Haynesville across the board?
home, hard place to win.
Hey, I'm bold, Bo.
Hey, got a way to set the tone of the rest of the picks.
Yeah.
Way to save the graphic.
All right.
There you go. I like it. General Trash, 12 seed. Generate, 4 seed. A lot of talent and athletes will be on full display. Generate's defense could be the difference in this one. Who wins it?
3 words. North Louisiana speed. Give me General Trash.
Yeah. Bryson.
Very good pick.
Just 2 inches taller than him.
Probably one of the best matchups in all the brackets. Trash got a lot of good athletes.
Bryson, we're not clowning you, my man. We're looking at the chat.
We're looking at the chat, I'm sorry, man.
Go ahead, brother.
But no, one of the best, one of the most intriguing matchups. Both teams got a lot of good athletes, but in order for Generate to win this one, they got to jump out early on in that matchup, and I feel like they can do it. So I'm gonna roll with Generate.
Trash for Craig. Hey, keep picking them. They got you a big win last week. Gary?
Yeah, I'm thinking of going with Trash myself.
Okay, I didn't see it going this way, but I like it. Sir, good, oh my.
Good pick.
All 3 of them?
Generate.
Oh.
I got a very good running back.
Hold on, I gotta get these initials right. What we going with you tonight? C.
We got
No,
Chris.
we already have a C.
T.
CT.
Chaston T. CT.
That's my initials.
Just do T.
Well, you're going Generate.
T, yeah.
I'm going Generate.
All right, we're going with the T
Not
for
bad.
you tonight. Sir Holden?
Yeah, I mean, you got a good running back versus a good, really good passing attack. And Trash is just playing their best ball right now.
Yeah.
I think their offense might be a little too much.
I like it, boys.
Pass.
Going with the 12th seed. Lazard.
I think Generate's healthy. That's important for them. So Generate.
That's your wife called?
No, I don't know that number.
That's some of them trash people.
Yeah.
Coach Aguilar.
Generate at home, 2 athletic, and Generate is Corey Diaz at St. Ed's. That's his hometown, and we always laugh about Generate, so I'm just going with Generate for Corey Diaz. Simply.
I think Generate plays keep away enough, and Generate will come away with the win, try to limit Trash's offensive opportunities. Limit some possessions.
What's that? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come on, Coach Corey Diaz too then. The hell with it. Let me Generate. Franklin Logan Sport. This is a rematch of last year's round 2 matchup. Logan Sport, since the kinder game, has kicked it into high gear. Franklin, you let them stay around, could get interesting. Who wins it?
Logan Sport.
Is there a reason why?
Logan Sport. I think everybody's gonna agree, but Logan Sport,
Yeah.
playoff football out there, you can't. It's hard to beat that. My boys in DQ are pulled for
Low Sport, Texas.
Yeah, I mean, they're on the state line.
And I mean, if DeQuincy was in this game, it'd still be Logan Sport.
Man,
Hold
makes me feel so much better. Logan, so much better.
up that jersey behind you.
Logan Sport.
You want this, Jake?
Put it back. Just don't let me leave here without it.
Holden done found it.
Put the Quincy jerseys.
Yeah, I brought them just to show.
That's pretty cool. I like that.
Yeah, they are cool, man.
You wonder why he has them, right? No, use
Y'all gonna get me in trouble.
It's Hayden Lazard that said that.
The LCA guy said it.
Again,
Yeah.
I can't laugh.
We're going Logan Sport across the board.
Yeah, Logan Sport all the way.
It could get dangerous. If Franklin keeps it close, it could get dangerous. But if it doesn't, Logan Sport all the way.
Next week we're canceled. No show next Wednesday, guys. And that's true.
That is
That
true.
is
That is
true.
true.
We'll talk about that later.
No show next Wednesday. We're canceled.
That's just-
Mangum, South Plaquemines, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Hash It Out Show game of the week. Catch VK and GP live on the call. Mangum, they're battle tested, and they're about as physical of any team in this entire bracket. South Plaquemines, a lot of speed, big playability on offense. They win this game if their defense shows up. Who wins it?
Two things that stood out to me. South Plaquemines played Newman extremely tough to the 3-point loss. Mangum fell in the last 2 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, to Oak Grove.
Yeah.
Yep.
Man, I'm gonna tell you, I know it's down there in Port Sulphur Beers, wherever the school's at, but
5-hour trip.
Earth.
I mean that's
Except yours.
yeah, it's in the middle of nowhere, but yeah. Give me Mangum. I think, in my opinion, I think Mangum might be the best overall team in this bracket.
How about you, Mr. Bryson?
I mean, he's gave a lot of facts in the situation between both teams. I'm about to go with Mangum. They part of the best teams, you know, in that Monroe area.
Chris.
Oh, man, South Pack runs weird, crazy offense.
Yeah.
And that's all they got down there. So the whole community gonna be at the game. So
Yeah.
I'm going with the home team, South Pack.
Garrett.
I think so too. I'm going with South Park.
Mangum.
This is my state champion pick, and like Braden just said, that running back is back. They got a two-headed monster. I think Mangum.
Give me Mangum.
Mangum.
Waiting on you, Enoch.
Take a Mangum as well.
Chris. South Plaquemines was my state champion when we did our bracket release show, wasn't it?
Yeah, so you feel good?
Not picking them this week. Give me Mangum on the road. I'm not even picking my state
So
champion.
his state champion is just like that's gonna lose. That's what he said.
That's what I'm saying,
Yeah.
Gary. I'm not. When you get to this point,
Things change.
things change. Moving along, we go to Division 4 select brackets. We start off with the big one. The 1 seed, Vermilion Catholic. The 8 seed, St. Ed's. Johnny Football and the Screaming Eagles are averaging 46 points per game. Will be a hostile environment. Vermilion's Catholic's defense or special teams has to make a play to pull off a big win. They've been here before. Kane West and Company are averaging 51 points per game. It's going to come down to the turnover battle and limiting the penalties. It will be major. Seeking first trip to the semis since 2003, St. Ed's will welcome a shootout if it comes down to it. I have no pick. Enoch has no pick. Holden has no pick. And Gary Swallow has no pick. We will be live from the game. So, we start with Jake. Who wins it?
VC Screaming Eagles. In a close one.
Bryson.
Man, it's hard to beat VC on their turf. And man, Coach Prejean always makes good second half adjustments. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with VC.
VC.
Give me St. Ed's. Give me St. Ed's.
Hold on 1 second. I gotta remember your initial.
TT.
You're a T. Holden. Let me see what you got. It's good, friend. Go ahead.
I vote BC. I know it's going to be tough to go over there and win, but I think St. Ed's is playing at a level right now that their confidence levels through the roof.
You know what jacket you got on?
I do. But look,
Too
but
bold.
I'm going to give you an honest opinion.
Tell them,
They're
coach.
playing
Well,
at
save
a
his
level right
chest.
now. They're playing at a level right now. Well, you're not giving me time. It's hard to talk when you
Sacred
anyway.
Heart Faithful.
So what I was saying was that they are playing at a level right now that they don't feel like they can be beat. And look, BC is a fantastic football team. They're 10-0. I think they played a tougher schedule than St. Ed's has, but or 11-0. So, but ultimately, I think St. Ed's just goes in and takes care of business. But I think it's a tight game. I think they get enough stops to be able to come out on top of the TC.
It'll be a fun one. Oh, where you at?
Right there at the top.
Can you see that?
That's
horrible.
Chicken scratch.
Just don't say it out loud. Okay, that's some hot mic stuff. Okay,
Two ball knowers here.
Just make it easy.
Yeah, I can do it. St. Ed's.
Sure.
I mean, look, yeah, I'm wearing Sarah.
Y'all want to look at this?
Love Sarah.
We got you. We trust. Okay. We got it.
Wow.
Yeah,
And sit there. And look at him and go, wow.
I already knew.
I'll put a J by both names.
Yeah, I know. He's picking both of them.
Yes, sir.
I hate it.
Let's go 12 seed. Let's go 13 seed. Kentwood Southern Live. A lot of talented athletes will be on. Oh, I'm in the wrong paper.
Kill me, Sloss.
No, I was looking at the wrong paper on my paper.
Oh, okay.
Kenwood Southern Live. Here we go. Under the Water Tower versus the City
Oh.
is what they're calling this game.
Okay.
Water Tower versus the City. I
What was the
like
score?
it. I
What was
like
the
it,
score of
Mr.
the last
I
Swallow.
love it.
13-8, Southern Lab beat Kentwood. Southern Lab did return a punt for a touchdown.
It's been a while.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's been a while since Gary's favorite team, the Rooms,
But it's two different teams now.
have stepped foot on the carpet, Gary.
I know.
Gary, to be the champ,
You got to beat the champ.
Southern Lab won it 13-8 in the regular season. Here comes the rematch. Who wins it? Part 2.
I'm gonna go Southern Lab. I don't feel confident picking Kentwood here.
Bryson.
I get it, you know, in order to beat the champ, be the champ, you gotta beat the champ. Man, it's really hard to beat Kentwood in Kentwood. But man, Southern Live, I started hopping on that bandwagon after Kappa. I also took from Kappa. And started playing their best football. I'm gonna go with their physicality. Southern Live.
Chris.
Southern Lab.
Mr. Swallow.
Ruse.
It's my favorite mascot in the state. Kangaroos.
Better than Snoopy?
Snoopy Flyers.
Snoopy for skippers.
Mr. Holden.
Yeah, man. I'm with Hayden. I wish we could find a screen for this game, man. This is gonna be a great game. I really feel it's gonna be a really good game. But I'm gonna have to roll with the Ruse this week.
Yeah. If a parent wants to go live, send me the link. I'll put it on the list because a ton of people around the state want to watch this game. But give me Southern Lab. I think that they put it together and they are scary right now.
Right.
Yeah.
I think he knows that too.
Really?
Well, getting to watch him on film though, because I watched the Kentwood Southern Lab game. That was one of the games that we got, and
Man, it was ruthless.
you know it
Sorry,
was Kentwood is super fast. They are super fast on defense. I don't think the quarterback for Kentwood throws very well. I think they can run the football, which they did successfully against Southern Lab. But the way that Southern Lab is playing right now, what they were able to do at St. Fred's, regardless of their running back quarterback situation, which is a whole different story. I really think that Southern Lab is going to go in and win by 14, 21.
I think they'll shock some people.
I think it's going to be pretty open.
Southern
I agree
Lab
with you, man.
is
Give me Southern Lab.
always,
I'll keep it short and
always
sweet.
seems to find a
Give me the
way.
kittens.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
He's all confused.
He is confused.
Okay.
We gotta stop letting him drink out the peppers on these nights.
I'm telling you, Spike.
Only-
You gotta check it. You're gonna have to bring
He
that
has his own
in.
special
Yeah,
case
yeah,
just for him.
Hennessy.
Only 3 people went Kenwood. Am I correct?
I did.
I forgot to write everybody down for
1, 2, 3.
Southern Lab.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
I went
that.
Southern Lab.
1, 2, 3.
I went Southern Lab.
Okay.
No one's Southern Lab.
I'm gonna go with Kentwood because we potentially could get Gary a opportunity to cover the rules in the semis
Oh, that'd be cool.
because
Y'all need a helmet too.
the winner of VC and St. Ed's is gonna host the semis no matter what.
Then I'm gonna make a phone call. I'm gonna get a helmet.
Yeah.
There you go.
So I'm gonna go
Coach,
Kentwood.
I don't know who, if you know who we are. Guess what?
Field
Oh,
You need
condition.
a helmet.
Factor.
I need to call. I still need to call Jim
Kenwood
Darrell,
Southern
but I
Lab,
didn't
good
get
shape.
it.
Yes.
Just sloppy.
Covington Christian, Washita Christian. Covington Christian, dream season, only 3 wins away from perfection. Washita Christian, it was supposed to be a down year, and here we are. Tremendous matchup. Games at Nichols. I think Covington Christian is all in. Chips are in the front of the table.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who wins it?
Man, people always tend to, in the last couple of years, people say, no, OCS, Washita Christian's down. No, they're not. Now, did not expect them to have the turnout like they did against Oak Grove, but I'm going to tell you right now, a Washita Christian is still Washita Christian. Give me OCS.
OCS.
Cody.
Gary Swallow.
Covenant.
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 Washington Christian. Also, someone did just send me this on the last matchup. There's probably zero chance there's another kangaroos versus kittens matchup anywhere in the world.
Probably.
I am all for
In
a
the country, what you talking about? I don't know that.
I'm all for a good mascot.
Yo,
Yeah, I'm gonna go program. Washington Christian.
OCS. I think their size up front is going to be the difference.
Right, that's a good point. There too.
I'm going Covenant Christian, guys. I'm gonna believe in the dream
Not a
season.
bad pick.
No, it's really not a good pick,
Look, in the
man.
quarterfinals, there's very, very little bad picks.
Now, what I will say is about Covenant. We played them in baseball, and their coach, a lot of those kids play football. Because they're like, man, y'all are young in baseball. I got a lot of sophomores and juniors. But what they do is all those kids are all holdbacks. So their juniors are turning 18 in the spring. So now they're juniors and seniors. So these are older kids for Covenant Christian. So I'm really anxious to see the score of that game because I mean, a team that's really just been there versus the best program, one of the best in the state.
And I think they played a harder schedule on OC. OC's played Oak Grove, but if you look,
They haven't played anybody.
Yeah, OCS is played an unusually not so
Weaker
strong
schedule than
schedule.
they're
And
used
I
Because they jumped to that with the
Yeah.
district, the 2A district.
right.
Or whatever they call it.
Riverside Ascension Catholic, a little 7-2 battle here. Call it the battle of the running backs. Devin Lasty versus Chad Elzy on, what he said, on deck. Which defense sets the tone of the game? Could we see a shootout? Question mark. Riverside 6 Redemption trying to go win the state title. And Ascension Catholic 6 gold in year 1 under Coach Narcisse. Who wins it?
Man. I'm gonna go bold. I'm gonna go Riverside. Wait, is this game in Donaldsonville?
Yep.
I'll still go Riverside and close it.
Bryson?
I'm bought into that Ascension defense. They played a pretty solid defensive game against us at Dunham earlier this season.
Yeah. Chris?
Riverside.
Riverside for Chris. Mr. Swallow?
Essential.
Ascension Catholic for Mr. Gary. Remember, we ain't got the mics in front of us no more.
Okay, Ascension.
Ascension.
yeah, I like what Lowe's doing, man. I like Ascension.
Ascension Catholic and the Fighting Chad Elzies.
Right, Chad Elzies.
Ascension Catholic.
That running back's good.
Enoch?
I'm taking Ascension Catholic.
I'm going with Troy Narcisse and Ascension Catholic.
Troy Narcisse.
My dog Troy.
Yep.
Moving along in the bracket.
Yes, sir.
This is whenever you start to chime in. You got some good topics coming on.
Let's go.
What you gonna pick?
I'm gonna find out.
Here we go. St. James Pine. Oh, wait, Troy, this is your team, my friend. Troy Narcisse.
You gotta choose a new one this week, so.
Staying up late with us tonight, folks.
Remember, you picked Kaplan to beat St. James.
Yeah, well. I put it,
Me too.
I put it on red and it landed on black.
Me too. I picked him.
So when I get on the cruise ship, I'm going to put it on black, not red. So we'll play a
That's why
little.
you say
why-
you serious.
Yes, yes.
Or you could put it on LSU instead of Oklahoma.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
a guarantee.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good guarantee.
Yeah.
Go Tigers.
That's Holly's lock of the week.
No, not our Tigers. We didn't lock that in. Underwood. Start napping. Here we go. St. James Pine, young team. You had a young team for St. James, really grew up this year, week by week. Now they get to Turkey Week and they get it in their backyard. Pine tries to feed off the huge win a week ago to go upset a really good St. James ball club. DJ Garrett has got to be the guy for Pine, but it won't be easy. St. James got eyes on the Superdome again. You think they want to go and have their redemption season? Here they come. Who wins it?
they're definitely eyeballing the Superdome, but like I said earlier, what Han is doing over there and the program they have built and the talent they have,
Do it.
I think this is going to be a very close game, and I don't think there's going to be any happy people in downtown beautiful Bashir, Louisiana. Give me the Pine Raiders. I'm sorry, Troy.
This Troy wants you to pick Pine. Troy wants you to pick Pine.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, he wants you to do that.
Thank you.
He's saying thank you. He don't want any of us to pick St. James this week because we're bad luck.
I'm sorry.
Bryson?
I'm sorry, Troy. I'm going to have to do it, St. James.
Chris, you picking with your brother?
St. James.
Me too. Me too. St. James.
This is not the matchup to pick the 9 seed over the 1. There's another one that will be. But not this count.
Took your hand. Who would have thought?
Not you, right?
No.
St. James.
St. James.
St. James.
Another one for you.
I like St. James, and we do give St. James credit. Look, that's 9 out of the 10.
Yup.
Wow.
Thank you, Troy, for buying a shirt. Much love, brother. And thank you for being a loyal fan and always being here week in and week out, even though we give you hell.
He's here late with us every time, too.
Every time.
That's fifth round, man.
This is where you
He's
talk
a-
sometimes. He's dedicated, man.
Jinx.
All right.
Yeah, good job.
Union Parish Kinder. Once the farmers get rolling, it's hard to slow them down. We just lost. Let's try that again.
He said we just lost.
Oh, dear God.
All right, George.
Tell me that does not happen.
Funny thing is, he's coming for Jake if that happens.
All right. Here we go. Kinder and Union Parish. Once the farmers get rolling, it's hard to slow them down in postseason play. Are they eyeing their 5th straight appearance at the Superdome? Somebody quote me if I'm wrong there.
You right?
Something to think about, Union Parish, BFP. That's their logo. They're big, they're fast, and they're physical.
Yup.
I was wondering
Well,
why you
I was like, okay.
You was talking about getting canceled. I thought you was really about to get canceled.
I was like, what the heck?
I wasn't thinking what the heck, but it was along
All
that
right.
line.
I had something in my head. I wasn't sure.
Don't say that on the air, Holden.
Cancel. Let's go.
Toast.
All right, John C. Buck will rock like the early days of those championship runs. The Jackets will need the 12th man on Friday. You got to take some chances. You got to play fast and free, want it more. You got to believe that you belong here. Who wins it?
Like you said earlier, Jordan, Union Parish is not afraid to travel anywhere across the state, and this is just another game to them. I would, as much as I would love to see the Kinder Yellow Jackets and Coach Reed advance, man, I just got to go with my gut here and pick the Union Parish Farmers. I mean, they played a tough schedule, they're battle tested, and Coach Spatafor and the Farmers could very well be on the path to a repeat this year.
Mr. B.
Sorry, Kinder. Y'all going to be back again, but I'm about to go Union.
Can you bring your hard hat? Wear the tackle. I'm going Union this one. Rematch next week at St. James.
Garrett?
I'm going Union in a close one.
Yeah, look, Kinder's good, man. Isaiah Thomas, that kid is something else. Defensively, I've been super impressed with what Kinder has done defensively. Coach Justin Reed, one of my favorite guys, one of my favorite humans in the entire world. Yeah, Coach Span and the Farmers.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean,
I'll get a
Union,
text about that one later.
Union doesn't retool. They retool, and it's just
Holden with the big words.
it's no
I agree.
disrespect to Kinder. I just think they run into a powerhouse this year.
Now remember that whenever you pick my game later.
Just remember that who you picked last week. Too.
I remember. Union Parish.
Show him your shirt.
Union. Man, I'm going to take Union Parish, but it wouldn't be the biggest shock in the world if Kinder pulled off that one.
Yeah, it would.
I'm
Not the
going.
biggest shot.
Yeah, it would be it.
Well,
I'm
big
going-
here, but not big is.
I'm going with the Yellow Jackets at home. Someone's got to believe in them, so I'll be the one lone wolf to believe in them.
Oh, you're taking Kinder. Okay.
Sorry, Coach Toussaint.
Way to make me look like the POS.
God,
Hope you out there to dry.
yeah. Hey, he does it a lot. He's notorious for it. Chaz, you'll learn he's notorious for it.
My guy at Union Parish is gonna hate me for that one.
Yeah. Getting
So,
2 helmets.
Yeah, so
I know, and they're pretty too.
Yeah.
Coach Toussaint, I'll see you at the Dome, my friend. I'm waiting for that handshake in the end zone. Oak Grove, Sterlington, ladies and gentlemen. This game has state championship feels written all over it, and we get it in the quarterfinals. Great coaching matchup, standing room only. Jackson Bradley versus Gavin Evans. The line of scrimmage wins this one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes? The line of scrimmage wins this ball game. Before you go,
Uh-oh.
before he goes, we'll see if the panel agrees. Holly's lock of the week.
Whoa.
All right.
All right.
Don't pick him again.
Mm.
Don't go with Holly's lock of the week. She let y'all down last week.
Mm.
Oak Grove over Sterlington. Lock of the week.
What would that be?
It was Kaplan over Pine. We'll see if the panel. We'll see if they agree with the lock here. We'll see.
Man, I'll tell you what, like we were talking earlier, teams supporting other teams and all. These two are rivals, but they're not bitter rivals. But I'm gonna tell you something. Whoever wins this game, they're still good. The other team's still gonna support them the next round and so on and so forth. But I'm gonna tell you, a lot of rich tradition between these two. It's a darn shame that only one of these teams is gonna be able to advance because usually we're so used to seeing Sterlington 3A be in the Dome and maybe Oak Grove in 1A or 2A be in the Dome the same year. And but I'm gonna tell you, man, it's tough. But I'm gonna give the edge to Oak Grove.
Okay. We got Oak Grove. Okay, let's go. Oak Grove.
Hey, it's Bryce's turn.
No, I know it. He said Oak Grove.
Yeah, I gotta wait and see if the rest of the panel pick Oak Grove before I
Okay.
put my line.
All right.
I'm going Oak Grove just off of the strength of the offense.
Oak Grove.
Oak Grove.
Oak Grove.
The Grove.
Oak Grove, fighting sea biscuits.
Oh. What we got?
Speaking, Coach.
I'm going Oak Grove.
Give me Oak Grove. Close game, very physical. I think Oak Grove scores late to win.
Oak Grove across the board.
Yeah, buddy.
Coach Doty gonna use it.
That doesn't look well.
That don't look well. Jake, you sure you don't want to change your pick?
I'm good.
Save
Coach,
the graphic,
if
Jake.
Sterlington wins it, Coach Doty gonna let us know something. Chad, I
I'm
promise.
gonna say this is the third
Uh-huh.
time he's done this. This is the third time he's done this.
Uh-oh.
On the other side of the pen.
Gina Louisville, ladies and gentlemen, Guy Campbell Memorial will be an incredible atmosphere Friday night. This game won't make the catch your eye type of game like the previous one we just talked about, but this one I think could be game of the night type of football game. But I don't know the other one where the score will be. Gina Louisville, going to be a good one on Friday night. Daniel Hatcher, Maddox Savoy, two key guys to keep your eye out on.
Man, them boys locked
Yeah,
down.
don't hit me, bro.
You good.
Pete, Pete, sit up, Pete.
Team.
Give him the
Hold
shoulders, Pete.
Get up. Stand up and get it to him, man. Let's go.
Look, man, that man
Put on
taking
the
2
helmet.
L's this week.
Put on the helmet.
One on Friday and one on Saturday. You saw that?
Yeah.
Put on the
Go.
helmet.
No, give me the Gina Johnson.
Uh-oh. No,
Not
I've
yet.
been trying.
Sorry, bro.
Hey,
Hey,
You put it on.
Will it fit? Will it fit?
No, don't
Try
put
it
that
out. Take that
on.
off.
Do not let him talk you
Take
into
that
it.
off.
You're
You
gonna get
You don't want that hat on
Take
either.
that Oklahoma
so
hat
bad.
off. Take that Oklahoma hat off.
Go
and try it.
Tigers. Lowerville Tigers.
Tigers.
No, I like our chances, man. The boys locked in, like I said. They had a great week. I think the boys got what it takes to win this game.
What
South
you
one to
thinking,
the
my
road.
man?
Gina.
Gina? Gary?
Me too.
Yeah, look, Coach Roark has done a great job with the Giants. I like Gina.
Hold. Flip that bottle.
Good game.
See where it lands on.
Oh, I already know who I'm picking. I talked with Hayden earlier. I kind of agree.
That's a bad person to talk with.
Why I won last week, didn't I?
That don't matter. You
not.
lost the most important one.
Who's leading the playoffs right now?
Yeah.
We don't
But,
count that. We count season.
I think Gina's a
Who
good
has the best
team.
percentage?
I just don't know how they fare against quality teams, so I'm rolling with Louisville.
Not a bad thing.
Somebody's got your back down over here.
Yeah, I might actually wear an LSU shirt now.
Lazard.
Yeah, I doubted it last week. I'm not going to do it again. I'm going with Louisville Tigers. Go Tigers.
As
But they keep it on
as
Saturday.
interesting as that is, because I really like to you
How
ask,
special is that?
like how good it was Louisville like banged up in the middle of the year.
Yes,
Yeah.
they
Yes,
were.
they were.
So they're getting everybody back, so they're healthy. Look, I'm picking Gina just based off of last week. It's not last year's team, but you still got some guys that were on that team that are playing now that had that experience, and I'm rolling with Gina.
Yeah.
But I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if Louisville beat them.
You not?
Go Tigers.
Jordy's
Go
gonna pick Gina.
Split? Are we split so far?
Jordy's picking Gina because he loves the other podcast crew they got.
Hey, my dog.
They do have a good show though.
Hey, my dog. We're the real Tigers. Please stand up. They get a win Friday, and then LSU gets a win Saturday.
Oh, he's actually picking Louisville this week.
I ain't gonna hang my hat on the wall Saturday. I mean,
And I gonna burn me 2 weeks in a row.
I picked y'all last week. Just remember.
I got burned last week. I
So,
picked
I mean,
you.
I picked Louisville.
as long as just beat a team that beat us.
I picked
Actually,
Louisville
I
too.
don't know the panel picks Louisville.
All right, we go to Division 3 select, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my God, no!
Justin, what did I put down for Durham and LCA? What's that say? Gary, what did I put down for that game?
It's
I said I ain't going there. I'm leaving that alone. You talk.
I ain't got nothing for it. You know every little small detail, so you tell us
Everything.
everything about this matchup and don't be biased.
And don't be biased. That's the key. Don't be biased.
You can't not be biased whenever my team is playing, especially in the playoffs. I can't
Yeah,
not
but
be
what
biased.
makes Durham so special?
So Dunham is special because of their star players. They're gonna have two of the best players on the field at all times with Elijah Haven and Jarvis Washington.
Okay.
I mean, both of them are 6'5", and Jarvis will go up and get any ball, and Elijah can make any throw.
6'5" receiver, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, 6'6" quarterback.
So, look, but I mean, LCA is just too much.
Yeah, but you're supposed to hype up the game.
I don't need to.
Ooh.
All right.
He said, "Who's done him?" Bulletin board material.
Right there.
He's from LCA.
We already got our bulletin board material.
Jake, Elijah Haven, outstanding quarterback for Durham. You look at LCA, they've been here. They're trying to make it 8 straight trips. They got a shot. Won't be easy.
They're
Who
playing
wins it?
at Dunham.
At Durham.
Man, and I'm gonna tell you, that's a really tough place to play. And I'll tell you, I think this could come down to special teams.
Mhm.
And I mean, last possession. But I'm gonna go LCA in a very close one.
Didn't think you were going that route. Bryson?
He wants to win.
On the same route.
You didn't think he was going that route either?
The key for LCA to win this game is quarterback play,
Mm-hmm.
He's been lights out recently.
Yep.
and
That's why.
he's not showing any signs of letting
I'll do
down.
whatever I want.
Letting down no time soon. It's gonna be a high scoring game. I think it's gonna be the highest scoring game.
Higher than now?
Yeah. I'm gonna go with LCA with this.
Garrett?
Me too.
I want to see that in the matchup next week.
I'm on LCA. I have a feeling.
On the board.
Well, it won't be across the board. Dunham by 2 touchdowns.
Yes,
Whoa,
indeed.
he's specific.
Thank you for
I
all.
thought I was bold. Hold
Somebody
on.
put him in his place tonight.
Give me,
Golly.
give me my boys and the Tigers.
Can I stir the pot?
Yes, let's
Yeah.
go ahead.
No.
Let's go.
It's not too bad.
You know what you got wrote on that paper?
I'm rolling with Dunham this week. I want to see if they can stop Elijah. But part of me wants them to win, so they meet up with Bunky and they can put belt to ass.
That's 5.
That's 5.
Damn, we definitely got
Thank
No more. He wanted me to do that to y'all. I'm gonna roll with Dunham though this week.
No, I told him say how you feel.
Dang, man. No more under the lights. Sorry, guys. It was a good run.
It was a wrap. It's over.
Holden just killed it.
He's on suspension.
You said the F word.
Yeah, but you can't.
I'm here so I don't get
Yeah,
fined.
he blew that out of the water whenever he had all that. That's what I
Everybody looked at him like, what?
And if somebody takes an offense to that,
They will.
you soft.
Jordy, everyone else is on ABN TV except for Holden now.
Yeah.
Hold on, my back.
Holden, you in LCA?
Dunham.
He went Dunham.
Yeah, you're definitely not
Down.
back.
Hey, time to go switch your pick.
I live with
Oh
Dunham.
my God.
How many stretch marks I have here?
I'm telling you, that's spike. You better get that.
It's
stuff.
all a joke. Don't take it serious.
They will.
Come on now.
No, they will, but
They will.
Seriously.
It's over with.
People need
Shut it
to-
down,
You got
Aguilar.
vodka in that thing. I'm telling you, man.
I will say Dunham, 1 seed at home in the playoffs. But I mean, I'll be honest. I mean, you got me believing that LCA might be the best team in the whole state. Like, I don't know. No, seriously. He got me believing it. The way he's talking about LCA is like, man, that's like nobody can beat him.
Good, brother.
Like,
You're
man,
really good.
I'm good job.
Wait till y'all see this.
And I'm gonna be honest with you, the fact, like, I want to see LCA win now. I'm picking Dunham, but I want to see LCA
Go
win.
for your
because
straight.
there's some things I got to see, and that's y'all two on the semifinal night sitting next to each other. I would love to see that. I'm going Dunham.
Can you at least apologize on live air?
I said I was joking.
Yeah, we'll just apologize.
Look what Breed said.
It'd be hard to come back from that one, you know.
yeah, it would be.
I apologize from Holden's comments, since he can't do it.
Everyone's opinions is their own.
Yes, it does not
He does
represent.
not speak from under the lights.
Yes,
Braden said.
it's his own opinion and not the opinion of Under the Lights.
It's a joke. I'm sorry.
We played the best schedule. Tell me whose schedule was better.
I'll take
Y'all.
it tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll do that tomorrow.
LCA.
I'll take LCA. I think LCA does enough to win this game. I think they take care of business.
Okay, I'm going LCA just because I want LCA Bunky in the semis.
That's what I really like.
Who they?
And it ain't, I'm not going that route either. Absolutely.
Jordy just
not.
wants to see a good game next week. That's what he's saying.
That vision is
Absolutely.
number one chili.
Man,
Might as well
man,
be.
man.
Hey,
Bunky
you think
Jules
Bunky's
Sumner.
Please.
Bunky, a team of destiny. Poker chips is in front and center. They're all in. We talk about the big three. Well, I saw a complete team last Friday. Jules Sumner, lean on that home environment. Make Bunky make mistakes. Gonna watch this one live on the Cajun. Should be some fun. Bunky, Jules Sumner. Who wins it?
Give me Bunky.
All right, y'all. This is my first time to say something about Bunky. Years ago, Louisville played them in first round playoff or whatever, and I would laugh if somebody told me they would be doing what they're doing now. This Bunky team is special, y'all. Bunky Rose.
I second that what he said.
Jason's trying to get his face removed from his plaster.
Bunky.
Uh-oh.
Joel Sumner.
Uh-oh.
Holden's not going to be happy with you now.
I like the runaways. Hey.
Don't.
We'll get canceled.
We're too far gone.
Look,
No,
Bunky
it's not.
last week showed who they are. To me, at least. You know, I hadn't seen them enough to really know and stuff. But man, these Joel Sumner running backs are good. They got 3 of them. They're good. They're massive. They're fast.
Got 3 linebackers for you.
Well,
Yeah.
Bunky will take it too, but Bunky.
All right.
I learned.
He learned.
Come on, I'm not too big for that. Bitch.
Yeah, I think.
He said, "You gonna learn today."
Bunk is way too athletic, way too physical. I mean, what Coach Hillman's done in the last couple of years with Bunky has been pretty incredible.
Yep.
So hats off to him and the coaching staff. So I'm going Bunky by a lot.
I think Bunky wins this game on their front seven, stopping the run, getting the pass rush on those downs where it's needed. They opened my eyes when how effective they were on the defensive side of the ball last week. I think they're going to lean on it a little bit more, and Bunky gets the win.
Yeah, it's gonna
Dominant defensive performance.
This is going to be a tighter game, I think.
It could
See,
be.
I was
yes.
just trying to save the graphic.
Oh yeah.
I was just trying to say.
Joe Sumner's not a bad squad.
No, they are. They're good, man. They are.
They really are.
They beat A-Meat by 2 in the regular season. Joe Sumner.
Sumner's been a thorn in Amy's rear in the past couple of years. They really
And you know who's going to be a thorn on Friday night?
have.
Anyone on Bunky's team?
Anyone on Bucky's team, they're going to be a thorn.
I like Bunky big.
All right.
Calvary Baptist Episcopal veteran team. I don't see any hiccups this week from Calvary Baptist. Episcopal will bring a physicality, but I don't think it's enough. Prove me wrong. It's any given Friday. Episcopal Calvary.
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 Gary just went.
Any given Friday, but not this
Texas
Friday.
Calvary cancel.
Calvary. Calvary.
Take Calvary.
Calvary Baptist across the board.
Gary's.
Be the champ.
Gotta beat the champion.
Catholic New Iberia Newman. Is Newman on upset alert this week? 14 weeks ago, Gary Swallow, we saw his Catholic and New Iberia team play. And we knew right then and there they would be right in this position. It's now or never. Go out and earn your respect. Panthers. Who wins it?
Newman Bear packed a lunch belt because Catholics will make them work. As our good friend from Lowerville, Chris, how you pronounce his last name? Rossinet says, Admiral Doyle Junior High School, Red School wins. He's not a fan of Catholic.
These two teams have history with each other. Catholic High has always been a
Already
kryptonite to
canceled.
Newman.
Quiet.
I'm gonna go with Newman. Me not Newman, Catholic High.
Catholic.
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 Newman's injured. Catholic.
Catholic New Iberia.
I like an
Take
injury.
Catholic as well.
My, oh my.
Draw the line.
Across the board for Catholic New
Hey,
Iberia.
can I say this?
I know, that's valuable
Catholic,
information.
Catholic impressed me when we first saw him.
Look, outside of LCA, Luke Landry is my favorite player to watch in the state.
They impressed me.
I knew they'd have something special this season. And here they are, one game away from the
You know,
semis.
you figure they played the Jamboree, they impressed us all, then they play in that quiet one that week that they had that monsoon, and they lose, and then they just shake everything off, and they don't lose since. So it's like, oh my God.
10, 11 in a row.
Yeah.
All right, Division II non-select. We go Franklinton Lakeshore. Franklinton not getting the respect they deserve as the 1 seed. Winning takes care of that, so go prove it on the field this week. This is a rematch from the regular season where Franklinton won that game 35-28. They got an outstanding running back in Cy Austin. But don't bet against Coach Indes in the playoffs. He's a proven winner, and he's surrounded himself with tremendous coaching staff. Will be a fun 48 minutes. I think this is a low-scoring game this go-round.
You took the words right out of my mouth. It's hard to beat Brent Indes twice in the season. And he's built for the playoffs, and his team's going to be ready. Give me the Lakeshore Titans.
Bryson,
I like Indes. Lakeshore.
Chris,
Lakeshore.
Garrett.
Frank.
Oh, hell it is.
Franklin.
Give me the demons.
I'm sorry, not Franklin. Franklinton is not going to win this game because you cannot beat a good team twice, especially a close game like that.
I mean, you could.
You can.
Not against an Indes coach team.
No.
Let's give me Lakeshore.
Lakeshore. What?
I think Lakeshore punches their ticket to the semis.
Oh,
Like I said, hard to beat a team twice. Lakeshore learns from those penalties and the mistakes that happened in that game, and they win it.
Jake Lakeshore, Bryson Lakeshore, Chris Lakeshore. Got y'all. I'm going to Lakeshore also because we're trying to set up potential matchups in the semi, right?
No, you, Gary, and Chuck.
I'm going Lakeshore.
It's so funny because I took Franklin.
You right. We're trying to set up potential
set up the
semifinal
semi
matchups, and he
matchup.
took the other team. My, oh my. All right, Iowa, Franklin, Parish, Chaston. You got the floor.
Yeah, look, again, we talked about this one a little bit ago. Franklin Parish has got a ton of athletes. They got a ton of speed in their, receivers. They're actually a young team. When you look at them, their leading tackler, their leader on defense is just a sophomore. The quarterback's pretty unbelievable. But Iowa's got a pretty good one too. I gets called a game, which I'm excited about. Second year in a row I've been with Iowa in the quarterfinals. So I'm not going down there to root for Franklin Parish. So give me the Iowa Yellow Jackets.
Go. Jake.
Tell you what, man, Franklin Parish has had a fantastic season, a dream season. When you beat Calvary Baptist, that says a lot. I think that's their signature win. But Iowa's battle tested. Their long loss came to Little Cypress Maurice down to Orange, Texas, who's a really solid team. I think if Iowa's defense can put together a hell of a game plan like they did against Leesville, look out. With that being said, Coach Tommy Johns, hope you can send me.
I got the microphone on it.
Well, yeah, I can.
You can't do it.
Well,
Awkward.
Do it for the cookies.
Crave cookies. That's what
Coach, I hope you
let's
send me some cookies.
All this lights we get in the helmets tonight.
Go Jackets.
You gonna
Yes,
get on
they
your
are.
you gonna get on your friend?
I thought we had no microphone.
Well, we don't. It's
It's
a
wire.
wire.
Wire was still there, yeah.
He can't pick up the DeQuincy helmet, so.
Who's sitting out there
At least I got another one we can root for.
sitting out there for
How does it
they
feel to
pick up a winner?
They gonna tussle in the parking lot later.
Let's go.
Hello, darkness.
Bryson. Chris.
Franklin Parish.
Garrett.
Highway.
Holden.
I like Iowa's defense.
Franklin Parish. It's too dynamic.
He don't like picking with us, man. He hates us.
You hate Bunky and Iowa. Just say that.
Hey, Bunky.
After disrespect.
You had to pick one.
Shoot.
Did you learn?
Disagree,
Thank the Lord.
Iowa's hosting another semifinal game.
I have Franklin Parish as my state champion when we did the bracket release. Not shying away from it. Give me Franklin Parish.
Picky.
No disrespect to Iowa. I think this will be a great game.
But
The question is, can Franklin Parish get over the jitters of being in the quarters for the first time?
Don't matter what you think.
Stop disrespect.
That's what The Rock said, right?
It doesn't matter.
I'm just
It doesn't matter.
Flip the table, no respect.
Might as well.
Don't do it.
Oh, Lord.
I suggest
Rock, please not mess up.
Maybe he had left.
I'm telling you, that's
Lord.
just like, man.
I'm telling you, gotta be.
Iowa and the jambalaya next week.
Yeah.
No. That's the deer and red gravy.
Deer and red gravy.
Oh, that was
Yeah,
good.
that was good.
That was good.
the gumbo's good.
Oh.
Yeah, the hit man hating on defense for sure. All right, let's see. Opelousas Plaquemine. This game will be won or lost in the trenches. Hostile environment. Big time players on both sides. Oh, but Plaquemine has not played a defense like they will see on Friday night to be the champ, Gary.
You gotta beat the champ. That's what it is.
A big champ! I'm no Aguilar!
Good Lord.
Jake!
Holy hell.
Somebody go get the funnel so we can funnel this little drink here.
Opelousas.
Opelousas. Somebody.
Yes.
Are you sure you didn't go to church
if anybody
before the show?
needs to-
Okay, my friend to visit got
Y'all
a
ain't
red
canceled.
logo.
I might as well go out emotional.
Opelousas.
If everybody paying attention to this message, it's not being biased. Until people show us until they show us otherwise, Oculus is gonna win this game. I'm going with Oculus.
And I know what Chris is going.
Chris don't even have to say it.
Chris just say they scored.
Chris is,
It goes without
Chris was playing
explanation.
the Chiefs tomorrow. Who would you pick,
Like
Chris?
Chris would say, line them up, man.
Line them up.
He would go with his fantasy football player.
I'm not even playing that. What I'm saying.
Gary.
OHS.
OHS.
The reigning,
Uh-oh.
defending,
Uh-oh.
undisputed
Okay, Paul Heyman.
champions of the world. I'll lose in high school.
That's right.
Coach, say the bracket.
Or line them up. Oculus. No, line them up.
Line them up. That's the highlight of the night.
You're not.
Yeah, I'll take Oculus as enough one.
Damn.
And you-
Couldn't get him to pick him last year. He ain't picked against him this year.
I picked against them
Draw.
when they played Alexandria.
Draw the line.
Picked against them against Alexandria.
Back to back.
And I picked them against Cecilia. And okay.
Okay. Sorry.
There you go.
I'm canceling next week, so they're not gonna let me in their stadium. I always not gonna let me in their stadium. Now that I say it. Back to back.
All right.
North Dakota, Cecilia, battle of the quarterbacks. A shootout awaits. Whose defense makes the play? Special teams could come into play. Maybe some onside kicks, maybe some fake punts. Here we go. Cecilia, North Dakota, who wins it?
One name. Mr. Luke Delafield.
Ooh,
Enough said. North Dakota Griffins.
enough said.
Shout out to John Gordon, his nephew, Lil Gordon. That kid's special, man. Cecilia's gonna continue to roll, man. You're gonna see her rematch.
Hey Jake, I'm gonna give you one name. So,
Diesel Solari. That's right.
I'll see him.
Big piece.
I like
Is
Cecilia.
he 100%?
It don't matter. Diesel Solari.
It don't matter.
Okay.
I watch both teams.
Who the hell is still awake? 59
59
people.
people.
North Dakota gotta stop Cecilia.
They ain't got work tomorrow, George.
Nobody working
They
tomorrow.
cooking right now.
You the boy.
North Dakota gotta stop Cecilia.
So you got Soto.
It's gonna be a high scoring game.
Shootout, baby.
The onside kicks that Cecilia bring to the table.
Good.
They don't care where it's at. Don't care what time of the game. They're gonna onside kick. And they're gonna get it 50% of the time. They're gonna get it. So I like Cecilia in this one.
Mr. Swallow?
Cecilia.
North Dakota.
Yeah, I mean, I'm rooting for them. I wouldn't mind seeing a local, but I want to roll with the Griffs.
It's a hard place to play.
My
Yes, it is.
goodness. I ain't wrote
That is
that
a
down.
beautiful facility, by the way. Go
Oh,
to
yeah,
South
yeah,
George.
Jake, who do you have?
North Soto,
Bryson?
Bulldog.
Chris?
Cecilia.
Gary?
See. North DeSoto. North DeSoto.
Holden? North Dakota. Go ahead, Lord.
Lord.
Lord. Go ahead, Lord. I was just telling Holden whenever coming up, North DeSoto has a key player back.
Big time
Yes,
receiver.
it does.
I think that's very important. But, like Chris said, Diesel Solari is Diesel Solari. Even at 80%, he's what everyone else is at 100%.
Yeah.
So give me Cecilia.
That's a tough offense to
Plan for,
to defend against.
I think it's close, but North DeSoto, you got to go all the way up to North DeSoto. Their head coach, I mean, he was the head coach at Evangel, and they were rolling back in the early mid 2000s. He has his team rolling. They go into the semifinal.
Oh, I'm picking North Soto. Give me the Griffins.
Give me Cecilia and give me the rematch at Donald Gardner Stadium.
Yeah. Nobody wants that matchup.
Locals.
Where nobody's getting the stream because both sides ain't approving anybody
Nope.
to stream it.
Do we get to walk up those nice stairs?
You have to get both approvals?
Yes, you
Yeah,
have to go both.
buddy.
Yes, sir. They share the gate.
Split everything.
They split the gate.
Gate ball?
It's the rules, baby.
Yeah, buddy.
You're supposed to make a spade.
I mean, you split the game.
Yeah, they are.
And then they got they stuck in the check. You still getting double money. You get the back end too.
Right.
So
Let's go.
Then you get to split the gate.
What's the name of the stream?
Division.
Somebody.
Yeah, y'all not getting the game next week either, huh?
Sure are.
Cut the check.
Yeah.
Hey, we've offered.
Division 2 select Archbishop Shaw, John F. Kennedy, a game that's been a year in the making. These two faced off last year in the quarterfinals. JB said it on his show. He did a scrimmage before the season, and they let him know that they wanted this game before the season even began. Well, here we go. Here we are. This has game of the night written all over it. Shaw, JFK. Who wins it?
Shaw.
My lock.
I think Shaw's gonna win this one.
Shaw.
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 No.
Shaw.
JB's gonna be happy. Shaw.
Do it, Jordy. Do it.
Don't
Do it.
you
Do it.
dare.
Do it.
Don't you dare.
Oh my God.
I'm just trying
Put
to.
the line, Jordy.
I'm just trying to figure out how much egg we're gonna get on our face when
It don't matter.
JFK
None of it can be bigger than what I had on
You
mine.
gotta be
gets
kidding.
gets on the field on Friday night. But
Oh, I thought.
Shaw.
Okay.
Let JFK use that as motivation.
Not
to
be
make it a
worried,
great game.
Gary.
Look, you're in Turkey, man. You shouldn't be using us as motivation. You should be
The
playing
only team
anyway.
that could have beat Shaw in this bracket is ULab.
Yeah,
Or Shaw.
probably. Maybe.
And it's over with, cuz
They're on the couch.
Madison Prep is Struma. Too much prep. Not taking my eyes off of this program since the ULab win. Is this gonna be a rout, or do we expect it to be
Yeah,
close?
massive prep.
I think prep close.
Give me a shroom.
Good.
Give us Struma?
He picked the Struma. If y'all would hear me.
Who? Okay.
That's not a bad pick, though.
No, it's
Yeah,
not.
man.
It's not.
He picked JFK a while ago too.
Did they play each other in district?
Oh,
Give me the Chargers.
Madison Prep.
Miss Prep.
Coach, you in the doghouse?
No.
It's after midnight. You called her?
I don't know.
Madison Prep was kind of, to me, Madison Prep was kind of like this, but when they beat ULab, before all the fiasco went down, that really got my hopes high on Madison Prep. I'm gonna take the Chargers.
I agree. I'm going Madison Prep, and it's going to set up a heck of a semifinal matchup with Shaw or Kennedy.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun.
How about Edie White, Vanderbilt Catholic rematch from the regular season? Edie White won it 21-14.
That game was
Quarterfinals.
at
Dude.
right?
Yeah.
These two do not like each other at all.
How you know?
You said about
I
every
got
team.
I got kids over down there, bro. I know.
Show me in writing.
Man, look,
I want to see it on pen and paper.
I'm gonna tell you right now,
With a notary stamp.
Yeah, with a notary stamp.
Leesville's probably pulling for Vanderbilt, but at the same time, I think give me Edie White in a close one again. I think it could be another 6-point game like that.
Okay.
In Edie White.
Cool, Troy. You still awake?
Oh wow.
Bryson.
Edie White,
Past your bedtime, Troy.
quarterback special.
Chris?
Edie White.
Mr. Swallow.
Edie White.
I like to be the different Vanderbilt Catholic.
It's not bad.
Edie White.
Like this.
He gonna beat us all, watch.
Oh yeah,
probably.
this week, 100%.
What you got?
Let him do this because I don't believe he will. But Edie White.
Tell that-
That LCA Dunham game is going to be the decider when Dunham.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go over.
Say it! Say it!
Yeah.
Don't say it. You're good, bro.
Edie White.
Woo! I feel good.
I like Edie White at home. If this,
Saying that thing's
if this was at Vanderbilt Catholic, I probably would have flipped it. But Edie White at home, they'll take care of it.
My record's going to be so bad.
Edie White for myself. Leesville, Booker T. Washington, Xavier Ford gonna try to drag the Wampus Cats to the dome. It begins Friday night. He's also chasing a record.
And he's going to break that record, too.
Stop this week.
Yeah.
Leesville across the board.
Ain't nobody but
Yes,
the Cats.
Ain't nobody going
The
to.
Wampus Cats,
Wampus
baby.
Cats.
The most-
It's the Wampus Kitties.
Rest after halftime.
Hey, I have to admit that's probably the most one of the coolest mascot names.
In reality, I should actually say, once you watch it, both of the Leesville, I thought, Jesus.
Who's batting in it?
I'm scared of you, dude. So,
you bad luck for Leesville.
see, both of the
Like, I'm bad
Leesville,
luck.
both of the Leesville games I've done, they've lost. There are only 2 losses in the year games I have done.
Who let me pick Kaplan as the lock of the week last week?
You did.
Don't you
You
know?
yourself and
Don't
you.
you know Kaplan is 0-4 when we cover them in the year?
Hey, that was your
Yes. They're 0-4 all the time, and nonetheless covers them.
Oh yeah, I'm thinking about the Abbeville game.
They're banning you.
Yeah, they're not gonna let you anymore.
Now with the URAF loss, 0-5.
I mean,
Now we cancel.
already. So
Now we cancel for sure.
Jeez.
Okay, let's go.
Why you didn't let that happen, Oklahoma?
I'm blaming you for all. Can't blame me. I wasn't there.
Okay, let's go.
Division 1, 9 select. Here we go.
Big boys.
Cindy, they win this week. They may go win the whole dang thing.
Not gonna happen.
Tough time.
Not gonna
Tell
happen.
them how you really
I'm
feel.
telling them how I feel. If you're not gonna happen.
Gary Swallow, tall ties.
Look at Neville.
It's
No
a
way.
mega task, not no
Yeah.
tall task.
you can't even finish it.
No.
Gary Swallow.
Yeah, put your Crocs on you.
Gary, let me
Already put a lot of work into this.
do it, Gary.
Go ahead. Everybody. Shh.
Ready for this?
No.
Really good Neville Tiger team. It's been a while since their feet touched the carpet. That's it. That's all I have.
That's what you mean.
That's it. I can't even let him finish
Anybody
it.
say Neville?
I put it this way. Chalmette is going a long way to toe the butt.
Yeah, whenever they
They're gonna the owls are gonna fly back with their
we thought that the last 2 weeks, and here we are.
the owls are gonna fly back to New Orleans with their tail feathers stuck between legs.
But that was not Neville.
And if they win this week, what happens?
That was not.
There was
I
not
will
Neville.
gladly
If they win this week, Gary, do you
Even
pick them to win the state title?
No.
You really don't.
If they win this
But
week,
you got
I'm picking against them every week.
jeez, y'all rude.
But you can't start
You
picking
know-
them next week.
They might very well win it if they win this week. They might very well win the
Yeah,
state.
they win this week.
But I'm
I'll
taking
take
out.
$100 to their football program.
generous
I
donation.
can't even get you to buy a shirt.
I'll buy
And that's on live, man.
I'll support their program.
I know.
That gets you 6 shirts from me.
I'll buy it then.
Ah,
Hey, what you do with $100 sending that, you're gonna get them a face mask.
Yo,
Barely one.
hey, you need $100?
You might get them.
I can ship it to you instead.
there you go.
I'll order my shirt. I ordered
So
mine.
that's a
Our
coach.
I got mine. I don't have it. but
I ordered
have
two.
it.
I got one for me and I got one for my dad.
All you gotta do is request $100 on PayPal.
Oh, it's over with. Watch
Yeah,
this.
let's go.
Watch
Let's
this
get
as soon as we're done. Neville across the board.
That's right. Neville across the board.
Uh-oh. It's Gary's favorite team.
That's right.
Let's see if he picks them.
Probably.
Here we go. West Monroe and Central Baton Rouge. West Monroe will travel well. Could you imagine the environment on Friday? Central or Baton Rouge defense could be the difference maker here. Coach got these guys a taste of playoff football last season for Central Baton Rouge. Here we are in year 2, and they're primed for a dome run. Can he take his 3rd school to the dome in the last decade?
It's very possible, and I think he's got another chance after this week in a close one. Give me Central.
Bryson, you lean back because you tired?
Nope.
You need some of this pepper?
Oh my God, the way you said that. The way you said that was hilarious. Get your swig, bro.
What's the rule?
Gary,
Something like that over right there.
Oh, that's coming around too.
With that gumbo.
Coach who?
This game, there's been some rowdiness.
There's been a lot of rowdiness.
already.
Man, they buying seats on the
Buying
outside.
seats.
Cowbells coming.
I wish I could go
I'm
to
with
this
him.
game.
Hell, I'd buy the seat too.
Yeah.
Give me Central.
Get in where you can get in.
Just buy your seat. You ain't gotta worry about them sitting on your side. Buy your seat.
Damn, it's really that crazy?
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. It is rowdy.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
I like Central this week.
Western Road fans are on a mission to outnumber Central fans
Yes.
at Central.
Yeah.
They tend to do that.
And they gonna do that.
It is
They're gonna
crazy
try.
the amount of people that are talking about going to this game.
Yes.
But even though this is a dream run in the bracket for Western Road, the matchups that they have gotten against the running teams and stuff like that, that's their bread and butter, has been great. I think Central pulls this
Oh,
out
look at that.
by a field goal.
Western Road has reserved 450 plus seats
Yeah.
on Central
Because
side.
they're going to fill up the away side
Gun,
quick.
gun.
That's just on
You in Central?
Yes, Central.
Okay.
a beautiful
In a very
field
close-
too, by the way.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Their field is
Yeah.
beautiful.
Enoch?
I believed in Central BR all year. I believe in Coach Semino. Give me Central.
Turf is terrible.
I'm going, and remember what I said earlier in the year. Central of Baton Rouge, Coach Semino gets his third team to the title game.
Yep.
That's an early preview of next week's pick.
Yeah.
Ruston Southside, the big one. I would say this.
The Sharks.
Curtis in the playoffs knows how to get his team up for the big game. I won't be surprised if an upset occurs this week. Big Ruston, though. They've had some speed bumps along the way. Still a clear favorite in this bracket to be the champ.
Which one?
Gotta beat the champ.
Oh, Bryson picking up the slack.
Picking it up, man.
Ruston Southside, sir.
I'm gonna tell you, it's hard to pick against Ruston, but the way the schedule they played with some of the top teams in Texas, but seeing how they lost to Ash,
Enoch, you need another Red Bull?
I'm good, man.
you seen how they lost.
I'll take
I'm gonna tell you right now,
I'm gonna give the other one
and
a
you
try.
said
I
it.
need one.
Jess Curtis knows how to win in the playoffs.
Yes.
He's a defensive guru, and I'm gonna tell you right now, fear the fin, Southside baby.
25, that's what it feels
That's
like.
it.
They got the other sideline.
Gonna be a fun bus ride back home to Youngsville.
Yeah, but y'all go too fast for me.
He's still trying to figure out what else.
Keep them attentive. It's not
I
working.
will never, ever, ever pick against Jess Curtis.
That's bold.
That's a good pick.
Southside.
That's a good pick.
That is one hell of a football coach.
Yes, it is.
I think he is
He
too.
allowed 10 points defensively.
Play
I think that might be the best defense in the state.
I mean, they shut out Walker.
Playoff
Yeah,
Jess
yeah.
is different.
That
Oh,
dude is a nut.
Man, I really want to pick Ruston, y'all.
You had the shark. You did the shark a minute ago.
Yeah, you literally did.
You did the shark.
He's easily influenced.
You know what? I'm gonna
You
switch
know
it.
what?
I'm gonna switch it.
He's switching.
Fear the fin.
Here to Finn.
I'm impressed with their defense, man.
Let's see, where we at? Where we at? Hold. Lazard.
Number one, Southside, congratulations getting to practice on their new field finally.
Yes.
The first time.
I saw that. That was awesome.
That was awesome. I don't know when their stadium's supposed to be built.
Next year it should be ready.
It should
Next
be
year.
ready,
So
yeah.
that's a great
Week
thing.
1 next year at home. There we go.
Yep.
Well, good thing that they got to practice this week on it because they won't be practicing next week on
Oh, you better calm
it.
down.
Ruston Bearcats.
Because you know in the state championship game, Coach Curtis used our whole panel that picked against Manny.
LCA don't play them.
No, listen. He used our whole panel's video before they left the locker room.
That's fine.
In the
Use
state
it.
championship game.
Use it. I'm fine with that.
I mean,
Nobody picked them that day. Oh,
How about when they beat
Like I-
Union Parish?
yeah. Like I said,
Really?
if you use us to motivate them, that's
And
whatever.
look, what a coaching matchup though. Jared Ball and his staff and Jess Curtis and his staff. Those are two.
Well, he's gonna like my
coaches in the
pick.
state.
I changed it, right?
All right, buddy.
Safe grace.
Rust.
Oh yeah.
Enoch?
Taking big Ruston. Should be. I think this will be a good game. Good defensive game. Ruston pulls it out.
He's bully dudes.
I'm taking.
I'm going to get stoned to this thing. And you listen to my doctors.
I know better because I had Rustin as my state champ.
I'm taking Rustin in a one-score game.
That's my state champion. Next week they're gonna be my state champion when they win.
Look, that's a long ride home from Rustin after a loss. I know.
Last one.
Come on, Southside.
Destrehan Airline. This is gonna be the best defense Airline will see this year. If I'm Airline, I'm welcoming Destrehan into a shootout, and let's see who makes the least mistakes.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a believer in Ben Taylor, and I'm rolling with them until the damn wheels fall off.
I agree.
That's half the
Half.
I think
It's
Destrehan-
after midnight, so we're allowed to curse.
It's late night, yeah.
I think
Jordy's
Destrehan.
allowed to.
But I think Destrehan's defense is going to have to bend but not break. Unfortunately, when you step into Viking Stadium and
Of course he is.
you're gonna break. Carolina's gonna
Not the
break.
receivers
Ben
coming into
Taylor
the
is
show.
going to make an example out of you,
An
and
example.
the Airline Vikings are going to line it up
Light it up.
and send Destrehan backpacking all the way back to world.
Bryson, I can't see you.
Not so fast.
I like Destrehan.
Lee Corso.
Destrehan? I think Destrehan's a quiet team.
I said at the beginning of the season, those teams up there, they don't play
You right?
teams.
You said it a
with,
long
with
time ago.
defenses that's gonna come at them. They gonna put up points, this and that, but Destrehan gonna come there with their defense.
Yeah.
They got a good defense. Destrehan, they struggled at the beginning of the season. They figured it out, and they figured it out real well. I see Destrehan close.
Garrett?
They gonna slow the game down too.
I see Airline close.
My guy, Coach Justin Scoggin, has done a great job at Airline. Ain't been against that offensive guru. Give me Airline.
Yeah, I talked to one of my buddies on Twitter. He's an airline on. They did have a little injury. I think it was either the running back or receiver. I forgot.
I think it was a receiver.
It was one of them. They still got two other dogs at receivers.
Oh,
Yeah.
They got some dogs.
And Airline has proven, maybe besides against Shreve, but they have proven against other teams their defense can get more than one stop. So I'm not picking against that offense. I'm not.
They are undefeated, right? Yes.
Yes.
Sure.
1-10.
That how close was that score with Shreve? That was close.
I mean, like 78, 77, 76.
Oh god, yeah, basketball score. Yeah,
68.
that's right.
That was the only really bad shootout.
Everything was kind of.
How's the shootout bad? Oh, okay.
I'm talking about defensive wise.
Oh
No.
yeah.
Destrehan is still Destrehan. And especially with their quarterback back,
Yeah.
they can score at will.
Yep.
And if you look at Airline's schedule this year, they play much better defense against the run than they do the pass.
Yeah.
And so I think Destrehan can kind of expose that a little bit for themselves to get a win. I don't think that it'll be a rout by any means, but give me 1 point better, like you always like to say with Airline, but for Destrehan.
Take an Airline. Too much offense.
I don't think Destrehan can keep up with Airline in a shootout. Give me Airline.
Good pick, Enoch. I'm going Airline till the wheels fall off. It might fall off this week, Garrett.
All right, you can't never tell.
Last bracket for you, Division One select. We go Edna Carr and St. Thomas More. Two great ball clubs and two great coaching staffs. Everyone has penciled in Edna Carr into the dome. Well, this is exactly where St. Thomas More wants to be. They want to be overlooked. Never count out Hightower. This is going to be a great game. STM will travel well. Who wins it?
The University of Edna Carr.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's
And it
that's
won't be
property
close.
of Union Parish. You're gonna have to pay them for using that. Just,
Oh, here we go.
it's literally on their helmet.
Chris?
Carr.
Garrett.
Car.
Carr.
Yeah, look, no disrespect, but the university.
The University.
I mean, STM, this was supposed to be a down year for STM,
Yeah,
and they moved up in classification. They graduated 49 seniors.
Yeah, buddy.
Golly.
49. That's ridiculous.
That
Man.
is.
We don't even got 49 players on our team.
It's ridiculous. And they don't even play freshmen on there. They don't, so it's ridiculous what they have going on over there. Great year still for moving up in the classification, and but University of Anacar I think takes this one.
As much as I want to go against one time, I
Do
won't.
it.
No, not this one. Not this one.
Not this one. This is the
Put
one
it
that
at
I
the south side.
Change your LCA done.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we
That's a
still
good
got
one to
some-
change it to.
Yeah.
That is a good one to
Go
change.
with
Chassis.
it.
You're right. You should choose
Car.
Chassis.
That car.
He's going with LCA also.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take it in the car. If this game was at STM, it could be a different story, possibly.
Nope, still call.
But it's at the car's at home.
Or
So,
not say it all.
hey,
I'm
You're right.
taking Edna Carr, and I had STM all day.
yeah.
I just changed my pick.
VK Jones did say last time on the show, name the number for Carr.
I ain't naming no number
No.
against Hightower.
I ain't
No.
saying that.
Oh,
But
no, I'm not going to. I will say this. That is not a blowout.
Can I give
It's
a
not.
score update in this one?
For sure.
score update. So we got a score already.
A lot to a little bit.
Yeah, we do. I'm going 42-35. Carr.
I go 48-35.
I'm not
That's
saying it's
not-
a blowout.
that's not bad.
Whoever, I don't think it's a blowout. I think it's
I'm
a close
going
game. Yeah, I think it's a good
36-28.
I'm like Jordan. I think 42-35.
I don't know the score.
I ain't worried about a score.
I was
Yeah.
just-
worried about no score.
I think it's a close. I think it's a
One
good close.
point
I think STM's gonna try and run the ball to keep Carr's offense off the field. So I think it's gonna be down to Carr stopping STM's run game.
Okay. How about this next one? The next one's a big one. The rematch everyone has been talking about. There won't be a rain out disco around. They're going to settle it on the field Friday night. Rummel wants revenge. Catholic wants to go back to back. Fireworks, popcorn, great football is going to be played Friday night. Rummel, Catholic of Baton Rouge. Here we go again. Catholic high.
Romo.
Catholic, yeah.
Catholic.
So ready, Jordan.
Oh, yeah.
All right, restart.
It's Johnny.
B, who you at, B?
Romo.
Christian went Catholic.
Uh-huh.
Gary, Catholic.
Catholic.
I went Catholic.
If I pick against Catholic, my good buddy Matt Moscona, I will be getting a text message immediately tomorrow. So I will not be picking against Catholic High.
Catholic.
He's so torn on this one.
H. Oh.
Come on, man.
I wish that micro there was on the oh my god.
Canceled.
Lazar.
Jail.
Yeah, give me Catholic in a really, really close one.
Catholic, loosely.
J. A. Okay, sorry.
Hey, what you say, Gary? To be the champ, you gotta beat the champ.
Yeah, you gotta beat him.
I think Catholic will stay as champions this week. But Rommel, this could be a really good game. I think Rommel could match up pretty well with them. But I do think Catholic ends up taking the W.
It could be one of those 14-10 type of games.
Oh, yeah. How fun would Catholic BR and the Car be next week?
Oh, state title game with the Phillies.
That would be good.
Where would it be at?
There are 3 teams right now that are trying to play week 1 in the Superdome and play the last game of their season in the Superdome. Us and Rummel played week 1,
What happened?
and John Curtis played in the Superdome all week 1. So that's something.
That is.
And it will happen for at least one of us.
I don't even want
Peter Red.
He said LCA, he said won't it?
I don't even know how much it costs to rip the dome out.
All right, let's go. Next matchup, John Curtis Turlings. JT Curtis in the playoffs. That old saying. Don't bet against them. Crazy to see a down year end up in the quarterfinals. I wish our down years ended up in the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
How good is the Catholic League to prepare you to make this run?
Very
If I'm Turlings, I'm throwing the whole kitchen sink this week. Let your big boys up front go get a signature win for your program. Why not Turlings should be the saying all week. Who wins it?
Because it's John Curtis.
Doesn't matter.
It does.
West, hold on, time out.
It didn't matter.
Any given Friday.
Because it's John Curtis.
Any given Friday.
The quest for state championship number 29.
Won't happen.
Yes.
This Sterling's team is under.
I got a
like,
team
they
at the
don't
bottom
give them the
that
credit
says
that they
hello.
deserve. They're strong up front. They're playing really good football. I think Sterling's wins this one.
And he said Curtis,
My dog picking Turlings this week.
Turlings.
You gonna have a record like Chasten over here.
Bam.
I ain't never know.
He got Turlings too.
Yeah, everybody had Oklahoma losing Alabama last week.
Yes, man.
I did.
Yeah.
It's not the same.
I did too.
Roll tears,
We
baby.
all
I paid a lot of money. I paid a lot of money on those phones. Yeah, I'm going
Parlay.
Holden?
Yeah, I can't go against them this week. Give me JT.
Over the last 50 years, you would have a better percentage chance choosing John Curtis to win a championship than not.
All right.
John Curtis.
Yeah, I'm very thankful you struck the lightning and beat me.
Not betting against the Curtis Empire.
Damn, JT.
I'm just saying.
Damn, JT.
It's a dynasty, man.
It's starting to lightning out there, right?
Yeah, get well. It's starting to rain.
A little bit.
Oh, Jake's teardrops.
They're like,
We went a solid hour without the punch.
Hey, come on, man.
Stop, he's already dead.
Oh man.
King of now is down.
I told you it was a bad week for you to go
I mean,
hey, John Curtis didn't fear the Rams. They're not going to fear the Rebels. Give me John Curtis.
it was either me being here and I'd get ate up on the Steelers trying to crash.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Who won the Jesuit John Curtis matchup in the regular season?
Yeah, the Jesuit won that one, I believe.
I'm going Turlings to shock the state this week.
Yes, Andrew, that's a good pick, man.
That's actually a good
Because I'm serious, that Jesuit team, that is not an 11 seed, in my opinion.
Yeah.
No, I agree.
Are you mad at me?
I'm not mad at it.
You mad at me?
I like that pick. I'm not picking
You
against
mad at me
JT.
because it's the last pick and we have to go home now?
Yeah.
Kinda.
Bird Alexandria. Alexandria is scary good. JT Lindsay is special. And when's the last time I asked the question, when's the last time Ash has touched the carpet? We found out earlier. Never.
No,
They got a good shot this
I went to
year.
Knackers for that.
Oh,
Touch the
yeah.
permanent knackers.
I think this team is destined for greatness. It will be live on 446 Sports. Anybody that wants to watch it, Bird, Alexandria. It won't be the crazy points you've seen Alexandria score last week. I don't think so because Bird's going to limit the possessions.
Yeah.
But
Right.
still think Alexandria heavy favorite in this one.
I think if Ash was in Division I non-select, I'd say give him the trophy.
Give it to him
You
right
give it
now.
to him right
I
Give it to
think you
him.
could. Now I'm gonna say this. I have to disagree with Bird's defense holding. I think it could get
I didn't
ugly.
say they were going to hold them. I just said they're going to play
Keep away.
keep away.
I think you get ugly quick.
Ash.
Same here. They're all this one.
Ash.
That score 49
They can
is score
play.
48.
They can play in any division, and they're the state champ.
Ash.
Just crazy.
And what Enoch said
I think
earlier,
you got the two
they
best
could
teams
very
in the
well.
state in the same division right here.
Right.
Oh yeah.
I'm
Like what Enoch said, they could very well be the best team in the state right now.
I'm not picking them over Butler. I just,
OHS,
Right.
the only team to play them close this year, Lazard.
Ash big.
Give me Ash.
Picking Ash.
We're going Ash across the board. Edna Carr, Ash is my dream state championship.
Dude, that would be, oh
now,
my God.
that kid Anna's going.
Jordan,
It was my state championship coming into the playoffs.
That's Saturday at noon.
I had a can of
if that,
Why you put that at noon?
Why not do that at the 7
Hey,
o'clock?
start off with a bang.
7 o'clock.
Wow.
no, it's just
Saints play the next day.
Oh,
next day.
Saturday.
So the Saints gonna lose the next day for.
Whoa!
His mother trouble.
Oh, now Dennis Allen's
Get
no
up
longer in the house.
on the Riz
They're a
train.
Tiger hater and a Saints
the
hater.
Rizzo later.
Get up. Merry Christmas, baby.
10-1.
Final words
You've been
as we
really
close
stupid.
this one out this evening. We only went an hour and a half over.
Only.
Jake,
This guy's been killing me. But hope everybody has a safe and happy Thanksgiving. Don't fight over the turkey. Go support. If your team's not in the playoffs anymore, like mine.
God, it's over with.
He's
Right. It's over with.
He's already dead.
Lord, you know what they call that? They call that karma.
But no,
I'll be here next week too.
but no, if your team's not in no more, go support. Just go support another local team and just enjoy a good high school football game and support these kids.
We'll go to Olive Garden.
Or go to Olive Garden and have a nice date with your.
Yeah, that's
So.
Breadsticks for the win.
Yes. Praying for everybody's safety. I know we got a lot of teams that are going to be making long road trips, like Enoch said, long trips. So prayers for safety and just good, clean sportsmanship. And happy Thanksgiving.
Bryson, preach to us.
Thanksgiving week, y'all. I mean, it's enough said by itself. Every team that's in there earned it. You know, and to every team that's out there, shout out to every one of y'all. Congrats on incredible season. And like Chris was saying earlier, bro, line them up. You know, go out there and play football.
My oh my.
Go Tigers, happy Thanksgiving.
Lowerville Tigers.
Yep, Lord Tigers.
Okay. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody. Be safe and have a great holiday.
If you made it this far, you're pretty darn good. Hope everybody gets out and supports all the kids, the coaches. They work hard all year long to get to this point, and so go out and support them. Hope everybody has a happy Thanksgiving.
Had fun?
I had a blast.
Sorry, we're not professional.
Yeah, it's.
Or we cancel.
We
It's
are
a holiday.
canceled, so look out.
Yeah.
Happy Thanksgiving. Good luck to all the teams. Everybody, you know, eat your hearts
Eat
out
your
tomorrow.
hearts out. Don't play your hearts out Friday. Eat your hearts out.
Enjoy tomorrow. Y'all got to strap up Friday. It's all love with LCA. This is just to make him mad. Don't take my
We're
comments.
friends.
Don't
Yeah,
take
they're,
my
they're,
comments.
they're not gonna watch this part of the show. It's too long.
No, they
They'll
won't.
go back there and watch y'all more.
They'll ignore it.
Everybody knows it's all love. This is just to get him going. It's no disrespect, but
Yeah, Jake.
good luck to all the teams.
What did I do?
We didn't mean it.
I meant it for
I
you,
love
though.
them Tigers.
It's all right. Count Blues at the house.
With y'all.
Yeah, but y'all never
Same
made
couch, better than fit.
it. Never even made it.
Let's go. I mean, hey, Turkey Week. If you made it this far, congratulations.
You gonna call me Friday?
It's a big thing. I'll call you Friday. You call me. I'll
Win
call
or
you.
lose?
Win or lose?
No. Remember, if Bunky loses Friday, I'm jumping off the ship, cruise ship.
Well, you won't be on the cruise ship Friday, so I'll have a chance to talk to you before you jump
I
out.
ain't answering.
I will be running UTL. I'm gonna be running UTL from here on out.
It's definitely canceled at that point.
I ain't
so-
answering. Don't call my phone.
Like Don Juan.
Congratulations to anyone who made it this week. Enjoy your Thanksgiving practice. That's a big deal. For us, for LCA, standard is a standard. And just go out, have a win, 8 straight. Jackson will be,
Go Tigers.
cheering against us, but we're going to prove him wrong.
Congratulations to all the guys that made it this week. You know, you're never gonna have the same team every single year.
Let's
Those
go,
seniors
Coach.
graduate. It's a new team next year, so enjoy what you have now. Don't look in the future, just live in the moment. If you're on a coaching staff, congratulations. You worked your tail off. You got to this point. You know, not everybody can be there, but those that are there, we're going to support the heck out of you. And we just want to see good, clean football. Hope everybody's safe, injury-free. And if you move on to the semifinals, great. If you don't, still going to wake up the next morning, the sun's going to be shining. So have a happy Thanksgiving.
Coach, keep your head down, keep grinding. You're gonna be in this
We're
position
going to be
before
all
long.
right. We're going to be all right.
And you're gonna be watching us from home.
Yeah, he
tonight.
won't be coming down.
Nah, I
because
don't- I don't wanna see y'all.
Them
Love
Sunday
y'all. I
guys.
want to see you.
Coach, you have fun?
Great time. Always a pleasure.
Sorry, we cut up.
This is
Congratulations to all 64 teams that have made it to Turkey Week. You are a great team if you've gotten this far, no matter what the circumstances are. Enjoy your turkey tomorrow. Put your pads on Friday. Hit somebody in the mouth, and move on to the semis.
That's all that?
What?
What Braden put?
What he put?
He said, I feel like the sun is about to come up. I lost track of time.
Well, I'm laughing at Troy.
Troy's
I'm
still
done.
playing?
They can go
Thanksgiving,
fishing with
guys.
Jake McCoy since they're free.
Ladies and gentlemen, Thank y'all, everyone, for tuning in this evening. Sorry it was a crazy one, but when we get into the playoffs, it's off limits. It's we go for it. So
It's a lot of fun.
weeks 1 through 10, we try to stay as professional as possible, and round 1 to the dome, we go for it. And hopefully everyone enjoyed the show this evening. I thank our special guests for coming on this week and making a little picks with us, cutting up and talking a little high school football. When we're talking high school football, Thanksgiving week is always a great time. And guys, I do apologize if some things were said this evening, but hope you had a lot of fun. And for the rest of the panel, thank y'all for making the trip, staying up late with us this evening. I know it's probably pissed off a lot of people at the panel for going past midnight, but
No problem.
told y'all,
I ain't got nowhere to go.
told y'all it's gonna be a lengthy one. No work tomorrow. Enjoy your Thanksgiving. If I don't hear from anybody on this panel, that means they're in the doghouse.
Ain't no doghouse for the end, man.
Other than that, good luck to the locals. Great matchups across the state of Louisiana. Look forward to calling a great one Friday night. Vermilion Catholic, St. Ed's, live on Under the Lights. Pre-game 6:40. Kickoff set for 7 o'clock. Coach, say hello to us in the chat.
Will do.
Absolutely. You be safe on the way to Franklin Parish. Enjoy the great environment. And hopefully the Yellow Jackets are coming back home with a big win.
I agree.
Don't
And-
forget, talking about next Wednesday, no show.
No show next Wednesday because we're canceled.
No, that's not why. That's not why.
Hey, no show, so y'all can't say nothing about me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
James, like, hey, no show. We didn't get to play game this week, so y'all don't get to show next week.
Yeah. No show next Wednesday night. It's going to be Thursday night at 8:30. That works? With your schedule?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Thursday night, semifinal picks. It's hard to believe we're already here. Road to the Dome is active, and we'll be there before you know it. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Happy
Happy
Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving.
For myself, Jake McCoy, Bryson Antoine, Chris Esprit, Gary Swallow, Jasper Jarvis, Holden Lee, Hayden Lazard, Jacob Aguilar, Enoch Brogy, we say good night, good morning, happy Thanksgiving. God bless each and every one of you. God bless
God
this
bless.
panel.
What he's saying.
Yeah, go. Come on.
Where are we going with this?
Say bye. See ya.
Bye.
See you later. Bye.
Yes, yes,
Now
what he
you
said.
decided to stop talking?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bye.
God bless Dr. Pepper.
Hold your drinks up.
How's that? Go press the button. Go
Hold
press
your
the
drinks
button.
up.
Happy Thanksgiving, guys.
Hold your drink up, boys. God bless high school football. God bless each and every one of you. And God bless UTL. And Braden says, when you start the show next week, you do
All right, fan man.
show can go off the rails within the next hour or so. Braden, don't cancel us.
That's it.
Hey, I just pressed finish, correct?
God bless you too.